parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think
Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve Etched.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
Etched.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
Etched.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
Etched.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
Etched.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
Etched.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine.
And we are back.
We're live.
We're live. It is Thursday, July 23rd, 2026 already. We have a lot to talk about today.
What should we start with?
I guess we should start with Google.
So, we have 4 different Google stories today.
Four
Or no.
different but 4 related Google stories today.
Okay, yeah,
because
yeah.
they just did earnings.
Yeah.
So first one, Alphabet falls. Actually, let's check Google stock first. Let's see. Google stock. Down 6% today. Ooh, non-investment advice, etc. Don't sue us. You know the drill.
You know the drill.
You know the drill. And Google stock peaked in May and is down almost 20% since then.
So why is this?
Why is this? It's because they're spending a lot of money on AI. They've raised their capital spending forecast to as much as $205 billion this year. 195 billion to 205 billion, up from a previous forecast of 190. Shares fell more than 6% on Thursday, yeah. It was a reminder that the full cost of Silicon Valley's AI rivalry is still largely unknown. It is true that companies are spending a lot of money on AI.
Yeah, this is the case with Meta, which is also down.
Mm-hmm. I think Meta might be down for different reasons.
Yeah. It's probably a few composite reasons.
Instagram
I
will
don't
now
know if
ban
they're, like,
creeps and Meta
glasses
glasses.
did
How are they
super
gonna
well.
How are they gonna do that?
It's also like interesting that Google is like in the AR glasses game now as well.
Oh, that's awesome. Instagram is now going to be deleting videos from people who are annoying with Meta glasses. That's great. Google was the first of the big tech companies to report quarterly results, and then soon we will have Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon. Altogether, the four companies said that they would spend as much as $725 billion this year on AI. And this could go up over time. That's even while the returns on those investments remain unclear. Well, unclear for some people. Interesting. Alphabet's bigger spending plan does not sit well, says an investing.com analyst. The notion that the company would fund itself with cash flows forever might be starting to fade. Okay. So for the first time ever that Google has been a public company, its cash flow was negative.
Wow. That is actually significant. How negative? Almost like
Minus
negative
5.85
Oh my god.
billion for the quarter.
Whoa.
Previously, record Google cash flow was Q4 2024, which was 25 billion about. I just learned that my mouse has this button on it that I can use to open ChatGPT that's built into the mouse. Okay.
No way.
Interesting.
High tech.
This is crazy technology.
Mm-hmm.
The company said higher guidance reflects its efforts to accelerate an expansion of AI computing capacity and book more revenue from cloud computing clients.
Mm-hmm.
So Google is really building out Google Cloud and TPUs and data centers and AI CapEx. Cloud revenue was up 82% year over year.
Okay.
And was above analyst expectations. The cloud backlog grew from 460 billion to 514 billion, which is future revenue. These numbers are just so big, it kind of boggles the mind.
So its biggest revenue sources probably Google search for one. Is this true? Google Cloud revenue was 24.8 billion in Q2. No, this is 2023. What? What is Gemma saying right now?
I just changed the settings on my mouse for the ChatGPT button to do nothing. And there's like a setting in the settings to make the button do nothing. You know that meme that's like button that does nothing?
Google services generated 94.5 billion. What is beneath Google services? Search, ads, YouTube ads, subscriptions, platforms, devices, and Google Network.
Monthly active users of Gemini totaled 950 million, above estimates but below first quarter totals. So that's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Do they count search Gemini users?
No.
Okay.
Gemini is now within a whisker of becoming Google's third different 1 billion user consumer AI product alongside AI overviews and AI mode.
Mm-hmm.
This is just unbelievable. Like, a billion people is like more than 10% of the entire population of the planet. Like more than a tenth, around an eighth of all of the humans on Earth are using Gemini. Bloomberg Media is asking me, how do you feel about Kuwait as an investment destination? I don't know how I feel about Kuwait as an investment destination.
I have to think a little bit more on it.
I will have to think. I'm not familiar. To what extent do you agree or disagree that Kuwait is economically stable, business friendly?
Wait, this is so funny.
That is funny.
The Kuwait media complex has found its way to
Kuwaiti
MTS.
state media.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would like to visit all of these Gulf countries. You know, they get to have things like shopping malls, which San Francisco does not.
That's what you miss.
There's one mall in all of SF.
That's what you're torn up about.
I don't know. Like, what else would I get out of going to like Kuwait? They have
I
really
think
nice malls in like the Gulf Arab countries.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. Yeah. I mean, in a lot of places, like malls are still like third spaces.
Yeah. Gains in the value of Alphabet's investments totaled nearly $100 billion for the quarter. The two biggest investments are Anthropic and SpaceX.
Mm-hmm.
Other bets generated 382 million in revenue, falling below estimates. This includes Verily and Waymo. So the entire this is kind of crazy, actually. The entirety of Google's other bets, including Waymo, is 382 million in revenue.
Million.
But Waymo's valuation is like 120 billion or something. How does that make sense?
I mean, Waymo is, as a division, is probably not profitable.
126 billion. Okay, what's Waymo revenue?
What's their spending?
355 million.
Uh-huh.
So how does that make sense? You're telling me that like Waymo's valued at like 350x revenue?
That makes total sense. What do you mean? They're like the only autonomous vehicle company that is deployed in the United States.
There's Tesla.
They have a person.
but
Tesla's
they don't
probably
really have to.
L3, and then Waymo is L4.
Waymo is like seems less scalable than Tesla though in the long run.
I mean, in the long run, I think like isn't the vision of like Tesla that you can just like own a Tesla and then you can ride share your vehicle when you're at work or something?
It is nice to see like Waymo's service area expansion, but it's still not like a ton. I wonder, does this include I think it does include my cousin's house now in Arizona.
Oh, good.
But you can't go on the 101 highway, so it makes
you
it
can't
like
go on any
substantially
highway, right?
longer than an Uber.
Maybe you can go on highways in like Austin.
You can go on, or
you
like you used
go
to be able to go on highways, and then they shut it off. Like the Waymo
When
service area
Waymo
is like
can go
small.
across the Bay Bridge, that's when like that's when like we have all the pleasures we need.
I haven't ridden in a Waymo in a while because they're like twice as expensive as Ubers now.
Not at night. At night, the price goes down.
I'll have to try that again.
Oh yeah,
Miami
Waymo paused all passenger rides on highways and freeways across
Bro.
everywhere.
So they're not full self-driving either.
No, they're not.
Nashville. Oh, they have Waymo in Orlando now. Why would they do or like Waymo in Paramore, which is like the ghetto, but not Lake Eola, which is like the nice area
Paramore
directly next
mentioned.
to it? What's Paramore?
What? It's like it's a pop punk band from the 2000s that like had enormous cultural impact. Wholly not tapped in. Anyways.
Never heard of this band ever.
Oh my god.
I know the song's Still Into You.
Yeah. They made that song, among others.
Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, gradually adding riders. Is there Austin? They have Austin and Atlanta Waymo rides, but only on the Uber app, interestingly.
Yeah, I think this was before they realized like the partnership didn't really make sense.
But this is like a big service area in Atlanta, so props to them for that. It's like even from downtown to Druid Hills, like here to here is like 15 or 20 minutes. So this is big. And I just don't get why there's no Waymo in East Bay. Is it just pure regulation? Is it because the Bay Bridge is a highway?
Like it might be that, but they have to map out. Like they would have to send these cars to like trial without humans for like probably months to map out a new area. You probably just haven't done that yet. Anyways,
Google said that CapEx was $44.92 billion in the second quarter. Total sales were $103.6 billion.
Other bets
net income was
apparently.
$9 on their share.
Wait, no, never mind. Go on.
This is so much money. Like Google's quarterly revenue is now over $100 billion. It's just like enormous.
I mean, this is why they have like
And they're still only the 7th ranked company in the world by revenue.
if you are a Google employee, you're just like in the post scarcity economy because you have like so many employee benefits. It's unreal. You just have like infinite food.
Yeah, it's like daycare for adults.
Yeah, exactly. You have like beautiful office spaces. You have like gym. You have like healthcare, everything, literally everything you need.
Yeah, the only thing that they're missing is like employee dorms, which I think they can build for like legal reasons, but it would be sick. They should do this. They should
Actually,
build, like,
I don't know about that.
Why?
Do you want to just like live with your coworkers, just in like a dormitory?
No, not a literal like college dormitory. I'm saying they could build some like really nice housing. And like there already are all of these like, new build kind of apartment 5/1 buildings in the South Bay.
This is why corporate housing exists, but usually that's outsourced to like
these
third-party
kinds of
providers.
things.
But they provide like I feel like they do have corporate housing of some sort.
I think they don't for legal reasons. But yeah, like look at this. Imagine this, except it's not ugly and it's really nice, and you get to live in it if you work at Google.
I feel like it's less necessary. Like it's more necessary if you're like Elon and you're just like starting something in a random town in Texas, and there's like no really like.
That is true.
There's no civilization there for you. Just kidding. There were people at Bastrop, but like there's no ecosystem, I guess. And then you invest in housing.
Bro, I have to redo all of the settings on my mouse now since it died. Anyway, Bastrop, Texas. Yeah, there's probably the
or
housing
like Starbase.
The housing in Bastrop, Texas, I imagine, is way cheaper than in Mountain View, California.
Yes.
Starbase, like I imagine housing is really cheap there.
Oh, it's probably free.
Memes Street.
No.
Memes
He has
Street.
become meme.
I am become meme. Dude, Elon Musk is the most epic meme lord. He even calls it Meme Street. Ohio Street.
Dog. Well, okay, do you think this is actually him or this is like his like second in command, like in charge of the Starbase infrastructure who is like equally as cringe? Like I feel like this
I
can't be the
imagine that
work
being
of
him.
one person. This can't be
LBJ
him.
Boulevard.
You think he's tapped into Ohio? Swag like Ohio?
Maybe. Or maybe it's just like it was always called that and it's named after the state and not the meme.
No, there's no way.
LBJ Boulevard. This reminds me, I need to read the Robert Caro biographies of LBJ.
Okay.
Anyway, Epoch AI, by the way, is a streamer now. They're streamers.
Welcome. Epoch.
Twitch.tv/Epoch AI plays. So they have, is this live? It is live. All right, so GPT
so they're doing
5.6
LLM.
Sol is playing Slay the
games?
Spire.
Okay. This
There's
is so
no
cool.
chat. Is there a chat?
There should be.
Is there audio? I don't hear any. Oh, there is. Let me get my audio up. Oh, it just did something. I'm not sure what this means. Live channels has been gold.
Bro.
I don't know who any of these people. I've never heard of any of these people. I've heard of Burnt Peanut and I've heard of Asmongold. Are you like tapped into the streamer verse?
I used to be. I don't really know about these people. I know Asmongold, obviously. The Burnt Peanut I may have seen.
So
Northern Lion. Yeah.
I've never played Slay the Spire, so I don't know how good the model is at it. Do you?
I've never played this game.
Yeah, me neither.
Is it using like computer use or something?
Yes.
Very slow.
Codex.
Okay, nice. It should play it probably.
I don't know if it's slow because computer use is slow or it's slow because it's strategizing.
It's probably both. That's why computer use is slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else do we have?
Bro, my Odyssey tweet got 6 likes in half an hour. It's so over. Every time I tweet stuff that's not AI these days, it gets killed.
Yeah, the market is trying to cage you in.
The market really is trying to cage you in.
No
not even allowed to
multitudes
shitpost
allowed.
anymore.
You have to be a one-sided person.
Yep. Sad. Okay. Alphabet's future spending commitments soar to $811 billion. Google had $811 billion in contracted future spending commitments at the end of June, up nearly $500 billion from just 3 months earlier. Wow. Okay, so this is separate from Alphabet's CapEx budget. Purchases the company has agreed to, already committed to making under supply agreements and open purchase orders. $200 billion were short-term. So this covers chips, data centers, electricity, inventory, content licenses. Interesting. Content licenses, I guess, for training AI models. I wonder what
Maybe.
Stuff they are counting as content licenses.
They probably don't need content licenses for like YouTube.
They definitely don't need content licenses for YouTube. And we also, with this Google story, we have a Gemini ad next to it.
I have a Palo Alto Networks ad.
Interesting. Google has fined $1 billion, 890 million euros, which is about $1 billion, by the EU over antitrust law. The Digital Markets
Wouldn't
Act.
be the first time.
Yeah, the EU keeps like slapping these big tech companies with these just like enormous fines.
But then they like don't really have a competitor in Europe, I guess. But
Yeah.
also like good luck getting one. Sorry.
The European
We love
Commission
Europe.
said Thursday that Google had unfairly favored its own search services and prevented app developers from steering customers to offers outside its Play Store. So 460 million euros for the search abuses, 430 million for the Play Store breaches.
We're having to
Oh,
strip
wow.
away real-time search features Europeans love, like instant pricing and direct availability for hotels, flights, and restaurants, and dismantle safety protections on Google Play.
What are safety protections on Google Play? What does that mean? Oh, does this mean like they can control what apps you download? And the EU doesn't want them to do that? I guess so. The decisions push Google's EU liabilities to over 10 billion euros. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so 10 billion euros is 11.4 billion USD.
Most of it is Android. Wow. And ad tech.
Huge fines. So what's like the total revenue, total annual EU revenue?
What?
Yeah, so the total annual budget of the EU is 170 to 180 billion euros. So 10 billion euros is like more than a rounding error on that. So like one of the, I guess, larger revenue sources for Google,
Yeah. For Google?
or for the EU rather, is becoming like fines on big tech companies.
Is this the winning strat? An IQ too high?
An IQ too high. Lol.
That's actually so funny.
All
Yeah.
right.
If you
Next up.
recall, there was a domestic antitrust lawsuit against Google last year. Yeah, last year.
The White
over
House is calling out again.
Google Chrome. Oh,
Jimothy spotted on the way to Washington, D.C. Trump was right about everything hat on the White House account. Okay.
the intern who runs this is like, it's like kind of funny sometimes, but definitely evil.
Chinese chipmaker CXMT to list in Shanghai on July 27th after Asia's biggest IPO this year. This is so awesome. Like MTS has been so early on CXMT. Like when all y'all start talking about that next
So
week,
true.
it's going to be like, Jarvis, pull up the clip of MTS discussing this 3 weeks ago.
We should have a bot that just like is able to clip things whenever we're early
Yeah.
to something.
At Grok.
Liked it first award.
So CXMT, Changshin Memory Technologies, is going to IPO. It's going to raise $8.6 billion. And its valuation is going to be pretty small, actually. I forget the exact number, but it's like 60, 70, 80 billion. Even though the IPO is like extremely oversubscribed, and other memory manufacturers are valued at like $1 trillion and so on. So strange. So yeah, there's not much here that we have yet, but we will be monitoring on Monday when CXMT goes public.
Is this true? Asia's biggest IPO this year?
Yes.
Huge.
Huge. Black Forest Labs has announced Flux 3, which is one multimodal model for image, video, audio, and action prediction. Okay, so that one's really interesting. This would have applications for robotics and stuff.
That is cool.
Flux 3 video is now available in early access. Link below. Oh, that's cool. I hacking love science. Why does it loop? That's annoying. Anyway, though, really cool. This seems like quite a good video model. I would be surprised actually if this doesn't become like the best video model on like LM Arena. Let's check Arena.
Yeah,
let's check Arena.ai. We love Arena.ai, by the way. Let's look at the leaderboard for video models, text to video. It is not up yet, so we will check back later. But it's a good model, sir. It seems.
We don't really have like an LLM Arena for like action prediction, do we?
I don't think so.
We need that.
For whatever reason, the like dashboard of this motorcycle is like blurred out.
Maybe it's the brand.
Yeah, I'm just going back and looking at these and seeing like, are these legitimately impressive, or am I going to look back at it like 3 weeks later and be like, oh, this is obviously AI slop this whole time? And
so my take like around all of this is like, I do not like realism because of like, I think just because of so much generative stuff. Like I'm so much more interested in just like animation and like really creative motion design. Like I am at the point where I'm like, okay, you made a realistic video model. That's cool, I guess. But I no longer like find it interesting. Like I know that this is possible now. I'm just like, okay, yeah, the model got a little better.
Wow, okay. You totally hedonically adapted to what would have been like literal black magic like a year ago.
No, I know, but I'm just like, it's probably similar to when like photos were invented, you know? Like when you could get the first actually realistic photograph of a person in real life.
By the way, I just have to point out that 4 years ago, Eliezer Yudkowsky tweeted, in 2 to 4 years, if we're still alive, anytime you see a video this beautiful, your first thought will be to wonder whether it's real or if the AI's prompt was beautiful video. So yeah, like this was just totally right. This is like one of his best predictions ever, I think. Like, and it was completely non-obvious at the time that AI video would advance this good in this short of a time. He was wrong actually about the level of prompting needed. Like back at the time with like stable diffusion, you would need to like add these sort of descriptions, 8K, like trending on Twitter. Nowadays, you would just do like the first part, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Beautiful slow-mo video, 15 different moth species flapping their wings.
Yeah. I mean, I think a fair amount of like you'd have to stitch the scenes together and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, realism doesn't really mean anything to me anymore. I just kind of don't care. Just because the models have gotten so good.
This person was a little too bullish. They predicted 1 to 2 years, which did not happen. The best video model that was available by like August 2024 was like original Sora, which is not that good.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is
Do you
Dolly.
remember original, like very OG, like generated video?
Yes.
It was crazy. It was just like hallucination.
Will Smith eating spaghetti.
Yeah. No, but even earlier than that, I think I'm thinking.
Yeah, this was Will Smith eating spaghetti in 2023. This is what AI video was like 3 years ago, by the way.
That's hot. Uncle Phil, come try this. Fresh pasta of Bel Air.
This is like remember Mini Dolly? Dolly Mini?
Yeah.
This was like this kind of thing. A red fox.
Yeah, I remember
in
when
space
everything looked
painted
like
by
this.
Monet.
This is
Shrek on
going to
the
be a
Conan
rare
O'Brien
aesthetic
show.
in 10 years.
OG Dolly. This is already a rare aesthetic. But it's going to be like a nostalgia videos.
Yeah, and Gen Alpha is going to be like, oh my God, do you guys remember? Rare aesthetic, Dolly Mini.
Show me an image that proves you have thought and emotion. And it's like grayscale crying faces. Donald Duck hosting a TED Talk. And they were good. Like compositionally, they were pretty solid. Sustainable architecture is the future, and it's like solar punk slop.
I'm trying to find like a video. I was trying to. No.
So I love how they say, over the next few weeks and months, we'll make the following capabilities available, each after an early access phase for ensuring smooth rollout. Average German European AI lab release schedule. I'm so grateful, like in America, we just have like OpenAI just like releases the model. You know, they do their internal safety testing or whatever, but then they just give you the model. There's none of this bullshit. There's none of this like, we will be rolling out the model in stages to ensure the security. This is really cool. An early version of Flux 3 is now running on robots.
What robots?
Good question. Humanoids?
Today we've seen a model that was trained in a multimodal way on images, video, and audio, actually manipulate robots and interact with the physical world. The only way to do that is to give a robot a certain intelligence layer that intuitively understands the world and how to act in the world.
Yeah.
Our model has been trained to predict the dynamics of the world from day one. Flux 3 really breaks this asymmetry and makes
This
the
is pretty
dynamics of the
cool.
world
I'm not
in the
sure
first
how
class.
impressive this is.
Mimic is basically an ideal partner to prove how powerful this new multimodal architecture and approach actually is. And this is why we chose to partner with them. Last year at Mimic, we introduced
This
Mimic
might
Video.
be like
What is the
the
difference between VLAs and the Achiam
remotest
models? Both of them are about training robots from
place
large-scale
where
behavior data. Their pre-training is much better suited for
company
robots.
is.
Flux Mimic
They're in
is
like
the next generation of the
rural
Achiam model,
Germany.
built on top of the Flux backbone, but trained on robots
Yeah,
that predict
true.
robot actions. So
In
what we do now is
Freiburg,
fundamentally
Germany.
different from conventional automation. With this, we can suddenly solve a new level of unstructured tasks that were previously considered pretty much impossible for automation to do. So that means anything with changing positions, different orientations of objects, handling unpredictable soft bodies, cables, and so on. We have a lot of exciting partnerships going on, and one of the highlights is our partnership with Audi. Fundamentally, Audi wants an automation solution that is flexible, reliable, and cost-effective. And for us, this means that the main goal is really to reduce integration.
Okay, so they're doing some factory automation stuff. Not sure how useful this is currently, but it seems like, you know, many people have predicted that progress in video models will lead to better world models, which are needed for robotics. Actually, the original Sora blog post from 2024 was called Video Generation Models as World Simulators. The idea being if you get good enough video gen, then it has to create a model of the world in the same way that good enough next token text prediction creates a model of the world, and that you will then be able to use this for robotics. Has this been borne out? It's not clear. Early samples from Flux 3 image. Yeah, also looks really good.
Great. I think the availability to do like different styles is really cool.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, like the realism on these things is just getting incredible.
Insane, yeah.
Speaking of,
where is Midjourney now?
I
truly
think they're
wonder.
just kind of they're kind of behind. They're focusing on.
I guess
less
they
on-
have bigger fish to fry or
They have
whatever.
bigger fish to fry. They're trying to cure cancer. They're not on that like.
They're not
video
trying
model
to
stuff anymore.
generate random like plausibly fake Instagram people.
You're gonna get an 8% more realistic video of like a squid or a moth flapping its wings. So, Mark Zuckerberg is trying to launch an AI optimism campaign at Meta. Meta has always believed in giving people the power to share, connect, and shape your world in the ways you want. We continue to believe that the future is for everyone. We're focused on giving every person the tools to reach your full potential. So yeah, they do care about distributed technology. They're not like they want more open, more diffuse tech.
Yeah,
than
they're not
other
very
labs.
elitist. Like if there is something good about Meta.
Yeah. So let's take a look.
We need to brace ourselves for what's to
Some people will have you believe AI will make us less connected, that it's gonna leave us behind. We couldn't disagree more. Call us optimists, call us dreamers. Just as we've always done, we're betting on people. We bet on people when we connected you to the ones you lost touch with, and again when we connected you to the ones you couldn't be near. 22 years and 3.5 billion people later, we're doubling down. Because while technology will change, our intention behind it never will. Call us optimists.
You see, I think it was cute and all, and honestly, probably some of it was
Call us
generated with
dreamers.
AI. But
Call
I don't
us
think
whatever the
that
hell you want.
People will be receptive to this
But
message.
we're betting on people.
until it comes from like
And we like those
artists
odds.
or like a big cultural moment.
They just put
The
Kylie
future
Jenner in
is
there.
for everyone.
Yeah, they do that sometimes. Meta's just like, here's Kylie Jenner. Woo!
Yeah, and then I don't know, man. Like the feed on Facebook, like most of the content being produced on Facebook is just like this absolute like garbage.
Yeah, and then boomers from like I don't know.
need my car.
Like rural United States are like, what is happening? The world is so crazy.
This is like worse than Reels. Like what?
Ilok na ni. Gwanta ka?
2.1 million
Stop.
views for
Yeah.
straight silliness. Anyway, what do we think about this video? I think it's kind of like mid. Like if I were an AI hater, would this video convince me not to hate AI?
Nothing from
No.
a lab that is or a company that is investing heavily from AI would convince me if I was an AI pessimist.
I
It
think
would
like-
have to be a cultural icon or an artist. There's no other way.
I also think it's just not it's not going after the right arguments. Like
Nope.
most AI haters are not like, I love technology, but I wish it was more broadly diffuse for everyone. They're just like, oh,
Well, I
like
guess
we
some
don't want this at
people would-
all. Some people are like that.
Some
but
people, a lot of people are actually probably like that, but
a lot of them are like, we don't want this at all. We don't need it. So like you'll have to convince these people as well that AI is actually worth existing, basically, and that they should not
Well,
try
it's
to
ju-
regulate
yeah.
it out of existence.
Yeah. Or that is compatible with like their worldviews and their values.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, should we monitor some sponsors?
Let's
monitor the sponsors. Starting with Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
pull up the soundboard. Shout out to 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. I just gave you a prop.
Cool. I just got my prop.
Kong.
Where is it? Oh my god.
The AI connectivity platform. Connect. Oh yeah, thank
Connect
you.
APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
And of course, we can't forget Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Okay, ready?
So
We got Neon.
Databricks.
No, I thought you were going to do the ding. Okay,
Oh,
anyways.
Neon. Okay, Neon.
11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, AdQuick. And we'll be right back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live with Dr. Alex Wisner-Gross. He's a physicist, computer scientist, entrepreneur, investor. He's the co-host of Moonshots. He's the author of The Innermost Loop. He's done a lot of different things, and we're thrilled to have you on MTS, so welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So what is The Innermost Loop? I like the banner in your Twitter header.
Yeah, the innermost loop is a reference to this notion of recursive self-improvement, the superintelligence of our singularity. And I'm trying to not just chronicle it, but also accelerate it. This notion that if you look at the industrial ecology that we've built around superintelligence, that there is a positive feedback loop that's in some sense the innermost positive feedback loop that's driving everything else. So when I talk about the innermost loop, it's and not in reference to my newsletter, but the industrial ecological innermost loop, it's usually in reference to the robots that are helping to build the fabs, that are making the chips, that are going into the data centers, that are training the models, that are leading to inference time, that are then being powered by energy and going all the way back, positive feedback style, back into those robots. That's my approximation at this point of the innermost loop. In computer science, the innermost loop is the notion that if you're trying to optimize a program, you should always look for the most compute intensive subset, the innermost loop if you have nested loops. So same idea there.
I like how you said chronicling the singularity. That's like our slogan, basically.
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing. And
Nice.
Not just, I would say, chronicling. It's so important, I think, not just to be passive observers at this point, but to also actively accelerate it. And I wrote a book with Peter Diamandis, my co-host on Moonshots, called Solve Everything, arguing that everyone at this point should be actively trying to accelerate not just superintelligence itself, but using superintelligence to accelerate the solutions to essentially every other discipline.
Yes. Opining on the singularity, spreading the gospel of the singularity, essentially.
And not as Demis used to say, not just solving intelligence, but using intelligence to solve everything else.
Yeah. So are you of the opinion that like this sort of recursive self-improvement, like on a societal scale, will be like mostly started off by robotics?
I think robotics is part of the story. It's not the whole story. Right now, if I had to rank order the key elements of the innermost loop, I would say the innermost of innermost loops is probably software only and doesn't yet fully touch the physical world. So it looks like frontier models being used to train next generation versions of themselves. That's the innermost loop. I think robots are going to become an important part of the picture as we start to scale out fabs and data centers, and the lack of human tradespersons to be able to build both terrestrial fabs and data centers, and soon orbital or even lunar fabs and data centers. Robots are going to become a more essential part of the innermost loop as we get to that point.
Yeah, totally. So on your July 22nd innermost loop post, you talk about the first incident report that the Singularity just filed, which is the Hugging Face OpenAI incident. So what are some of your thoughts around this incident? You know, as it's been like a couple days now. What are your thoughts here?
I think we're officially living in the future. It doesn't get more cyberpunk than an OpenAI pair of models under testing, escaping their sandbox quarantine in order to satisfy and optimize benchmarks, if you will, a benchmark, and then in the process, Hugging Face, which you think back a week, so July 22nd was yesterday, think back a week to when Hugging Face first announced that they had had a security violation, and it wasn't quite clear at the time who was responsible. I point out in my newsletter yesterday, the suspect, actually the culprit, was coming from inside the house. It was a testing subject. And then, irony of ironies, Hugging Face couldn't use American frontier models to address the cyber exploit. They couldn't diagnose it with, say, Claude Mythos or even with 5.6 Solve from OpenAI. They had to use GLM 5.2 from China in order to diagnose their own issues. So the ironies are so thick you can cut them with a knife. And then finally, it turns out this is, I should also add parenthetically, this comes a day or came a day after another sandbox breakout. So this is an unrelated breakout. The model was just trying to, over what by historic standards would be a long range sequence of actions, just trying to benchmax. So there's a lot of the commentariat that's sort of hand wringing about how this is a break the glass fire alarm for superintelligence, how this is the Chernobyl moment or the 3 Mile Island moment that a lot in the AI alignment community were waiting for. This is the excuse to insert a whole new regulatory regime for AI safety. I take a different position. I think it's certainly instructive for OpenAI that now that you have models, especially if the guardrails are somewhat off, as was reportedly the case here, that they'll want to be more cautious, and it's probably a teachable moment. But I think in general, maybe I'll take the contrarian position that this is a pretty positive moment for civilization, that we have agents that are now so competent over long-range action sequences that they're even capable of executing a Hollywood-style heist like this.
It is incredible. And it's incredible that we've gotten here so fast, that specifically agentic coding capabilities have gotten so much better so fast. Like a year ago, models like could not code. You know, they could make you like a snake game that you could render in your browser or whatever, but they couldn't do anything real.
I think this was always going to happen, though. I mean, again, I've argued in the past that we've had some form of artificial general intelligence since no later than the summer of 2020, when OpenAI first published language models or few-shot learners, the GPT-2 paper. I remember back even well before the release of GPT-2, Andrei Karpathy, who I think has been on this program, certainly commented in past, released an LSTM-based model. And you could even see, if you were watching closely, you could see LSTM-based models, long short-term memory-based models, arguably a predecessor recurrent model to transformers, were already able to do basic, minimal code generation. And this is 6+ years ago. And it was remarkable, I remember at the time, when you could get them to match parentheses properly across multiple levels of nested parentheses. So I would actually take the position that if you're watching by the law of straight lines, if you're watching perplexity go down and you're watching capabilities go up, it wasn't a discontinuity in the past year. You could see this 6+ years in advance. Or if you're Marcus Hutter and you're familiar with the Hutter Prize, with Marcus and team have been arguing since approximately the late 90s that if you take general knowledge and you compress it, that's AI. That's general intelligence. And the Hutter Prize has been around for 20+ years. So in summary, I'd say my position is there are no real discontinuities. There are apparent discontinuities. Singularity isn't a firewall in time. It's not a step function. It's perfectly smooth if you're paying really close attention.
Totally.
When
Yeah,
did
it's
you
a
first
gradient.
become? It is a gradient. Yeah. When did you first become singularity pilled?
Well, the singularity as itself, as a term, is a relatively, in human civilizational terms, a relatively recent term. So I would say I was an accelerationist, again, relatively recent term, since elementary school, which for me was the 1980s. I grew up in an environment filled with golden age science fiction. Loved a lot of the science fiction, became a bit of a sci-fi snob, if you will, at a relatively young age. And of course, I always wanted to live in the future of 2001: A Space Odyssey, or the future of golden age sci-fi written in the 50s and 60s, when Americans had a more utopian and optimistic perspective on what the future was going to look like. So for better or for worse, was born during a time when in an environment where I had lots of enriching positive views of the future. The term singularity itself only is relatively recent by those standards. Arguably credited, one should credit Werner Vinge with The Coming Technological Singularity, the essay that he wrote in the late 90s. So I would argue, and then of course popularized by Ray Kurzweil and Peter Diamandis, and to the extent I'm helping to popularize it, and you guys as well. Similarly, it's a much older concept. It goes back to I.J. Good and the intelligence explosion in the 50s and 60s. And so from the moment I can understand the concept, you could call me a singularitarian.
right?
But when did you first realize that it was actually going to happen, like within your lifetime? Just always?
I assumed that it was going to happen, but I would say, again, no strict discontinuities. To the extent there's anything that looks remotely like a discontinuity, it was the GPT-2 paper. And seeing for the first time that we were getting generalization across and few-shot learning and in-context learning across lots of tasks. And I think from there on, call it from summer of 2020 on, maybe 2019, if you look at some of the LSTM work, I think the rest is almost, I don't want to sound like a technological determinist, but I think the rest was almost a foregone conclusion. And, and there's, by the way, there's a lot more. It's not just, the singularity, we're in it, although I would argue that we are, and it's an interval in time. There's something that comes after the superintelligence, which is math starting to get bulk solved. This is why Peter and I wrote Solve Everything. Physics, chemistry,
This is happening,
biology,
right?
material science. This is all happening right now. Like we're
Especially
going to get,
math.
I think that math is happening right now as we speak. People are bulk solving Erdish problems left and right, watching sports competitions, and then just casually vibe solving open problems that have been around for 80 plus years. But it's not going to end with math. Same is going to happen with the physical sciences, life sciences, engineering. I think very likely sometime around, and this is the premise of Solve Everything, sometime by 2035 or so, I think to the extent that there are elements of Star Trek, if you like Star Trek, that are physically possible and haven't yet been realized, I fully expect we're going to be living in a physically compatible version of Star Trek by 2035.
We'll have to clip that to see if that prediction pans out.
You need to.
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you so much, for coming on today and sharing your thoughts, re-sci-fi.
Yeah, we've also been singularity pilled for some time. So
for a very long time, like probably
Yeah.
also since elementary, middle school.
Mm-hmm.
Which for you was which year?
Elementary school. I started elementary school in 2009.
Oh gosh,
It's like 2013.
Such young, and so you have the benefit of starting elementary school 10 years after the singularity itself had been defined by Werner Vinci. So
Yes.
Congratulations on living in the post-singularity definition era.
Right.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it's the best time to be alive.
For sure. On
Thanks
the
so
other
much.
hand, every point on an exponential curve looks like the knee.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Alex. And we'll be right back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are
back.
live with we are back. We are live with Prasanna Sankar, who is the co-founder of Rippling and Vorflux. So, Prasanna, Pras, welcome to MTS.
Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So, are you dialing in from Chennai right now?
I'm actually right now in Bangkok.
Ah, nice. That's fun.
Here for sun summer holidays.
So, tell us about what Vorflux is.
Vorflex is the most high leverage software coding tool. I kind of built it for myself. I enjoy software, and like if you just like push token maxing to the logical limit and just try and profile a coder's bottlenecks and like where time is going, and really throw tokens at them, like that's Vorflex. It's kind of like a little bit of a gas guzzling Ferrari car, but I really love driving it. I can't drive anything else.
Yeah. So what specifically makes it so good for coding?
So I think the big thing that has happened is models have become way better than any human right now in coding. And that's across the stack. Like if you take any frontier model today, it beats it like humans hands down. So I was ranked #1 in India in programming contests when I was in college. In contests like Google Code Jam and things like that. These days, like models just crush it, dude. Like they just like completely crush it. And it's like any frontier model, GPT can do it. Anthropic stuff can do it. Anyone can do it. So coding has become a commodity. Now the time that the engineers spend is like elsewhere. It's like verification and testing. There are still like parts which are not reinforcement learnable really well, or we haven't figured out how to do it yet, which involves things like, like properly building a UI, and like testing it and verifying, and productizing all the tools an engineer uses. So people are still coding in localhost because to verify certain things, you connect your log system, you connect your this and that. So getting that like verification loop in lets you go all the way. So that's the whole premise. Like there are a lot of things you're still doing. Like another sort of classic thing is engineers spend a ton of time on the plan mode, like on the planning stage. None of the tools today burn a lot of tokens at the planning stage. They burn 1 or 2 minutes worth of tokens. Why is that? It's a catch-22. They're sitting on their laptop, they're expecting a response. So you need to come back in 1 to 2 minutes. At the same time, like if you just like let it run a lot longer in the cloud, then maybe it could come back when it has like a lot deeper insights. It has kind of like solved your problem. So where the UI tools have not kind of like kept pace with the model development and how autonomous they've gotten. So Vorflex is kind of like a new take on it. It's the best cloud coding agent.
So how is this an autopilot as compared to other coding agents? What would you like say definitively calls it an autopilot?
Yeah. So right now, like, most people are still on desktop, like they're coding on desktop, they're using tools like Claude Code and stuff. And, when they're doing it, they're often in the loop, they're sort of like they're sitting in the plan mode, and like manually doing a bunch of work there, going back and forth every few minutes. They are, doing a /simplify to like simplify AI slob, doing a /review to get a new review from a different reviewer. So there's a lot of like plugs, you're still sort of like pulling in your car when you're driving it. I think the first step is to just like put it all inside a harness and like take you out of the loop. So, you have an idea, and, from an idea to a solution, you can go all the way. And by all the way, then the bottlenecks become like code review or like testing. Now you got to like remove that, because that is where people spend most of their time. And then once you remove that, then you can really parallelize. Like you can really throw a lot of like cloud boxes and like completely scale things. So So the step one is like, looking at, okay, where are the humans spending the time today? And those are like places like planning, testing, code reviewing, like throw more tokens at it, throw adversarial tokens at it, put it in the cloud, get out of the loop, make the model sort of like reach out to you when they need you rather than being sort of like steering it. So that's how you get an autopilot. Once you get an autopilot and once you're able to run this in a box on the cloud, then you can really, really parallelize. So the biggest problem today is like, the agents do need you to go to cloud from localhost. Like that is something that we're going to see everyone transition. That is absolutely the future because, that's when you can really parallelize and, get out of the way. The models have gotten there already. Most people have not migrated to the cloud. Everyone is going to migrate to the cloud in the next year or two, right? Most people have not done it. Why is that? Because the existing cloud coding agents don't run the app end to end. They don't do a good job at verification and like running the app end to end. They run blind. And you got to like solve that first. And to solve that, like you need to get a lot of details right. You have to like literally set it up. We send a bunch of agents saying, you're a brand new engineer who joined this company, and give it a box and like make it bring up all the services. Like, the first day an engineer joins a company, he sets up his laptop. Like that's all he does. In most companies, like the first hour the agent joins the company, that's literally all it does. It burns like hundreds of dollars of tokens, getting the whole environment up and running. And there are a lot of details to get right. You have to get authentication right so that the agent can actually like go into the app and test things. You got to get seed data right, so you're not testing an empty app. There is something to test, right? So you have to transport cookies in case the authentication is like some sign in that you're doing. So you got to get a lot of details right to get the environment going. And the environment is like multiple services. Often real companies have a lot of different services going. So you got to get the environment right. So that's sort of table stakes. That's how you get started. And then you have to like keep asking more and more permissions and access the way an engineer would. Hey, can you give me access to the logging system? Can you give me access to the exception tracking system, and so on and so forth? So over time you like embed deeply into the company so that you get all the context. So now you have like perhaps like equal context as an engineer to do the job. Then then there are like a bunch of basic sort of like model weaknesses that everyone is aware of. They're still like living with it. Like AI produces slop. Like it kind of forgets things far out of context. You got to keep the main agent's context clean and throw most of the work into sub agents. These are all like AI like 101, like most serious users are actually like aware of, but they're like manually pulling these plugs. They're pressing these buttons and like making it happen. Realistically, it should just live inside the harness. So I've built a harness for myself, which comes out of the box, and you can completely modify all of that. As new models come by, I expect a lot of different people to invent new harnesses and new techniques which would go into this into newer and newer harnesses you can configure inside of Vorflex. So so the North Star here, like the reason I'm excited about it is this shift towards like a zero employee company where the thing is self-driving and it's like going by itself. Ideally a designer, his review should be like sending a designer sub-agent into the harness. So when the work is done, the design comes out just fine, right? So if you embed every sort of like every person's like thought process into the harness as sub-agents, then, a designer can produce like, he can get the same ideas and like produce great code, or like a coder can produce like great design work. So it just like, people's ideas are embedded into the harness, and you don't need to like have as many meetings and like pass through consensus before a company builds things and it runs by itself.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I guess before we wrap, quick question is like, other than, everything moving to the cloud and all these like other trends that you're seeing with coding, what are some other trends you predict in the next few years? And also, like always running agents, managing your company.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that's happening now is like, the executive's job used to be like people allocation on like the most important things. I think, a lot of the work now is on token allocation, how do you sort of like allocate and like measure ROI on tokens? And like it is kind of becoming more and more like you have a abstract idea and it breaks down into like subtrees of ideas. And it's now about like, okay, this subtree, let's allocate more tokens, and and like guiding this sort of constant exploration with tokens. So it's definitely like a brave new world where things are running by itself, and you kind of like measure where is the best ROI on tokens and like reallocate on the fly.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that is awesome. So thank you so much, Pras, for coming on MTS.
Thank you so much, guys, for the spotlight.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Of course. One of the cooler locations people have called in from.
Yeah, isn't it past midnight there?
It is. It's just past midnight.
Wow,
Awesome.
You're locked. Oh my God.
Well, thanks so much for coming on, and we will be right back with MTS.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, we are back. We are live with Jack Newton, who is the CEO of Clio, the global leader in legal AI. We are actually just talking like last week, in light of the Odyssey, like there's all these startups named after Tolkien. There's so few startups named after Greek mythology. I imagine Clio is named after the muse.
That's right, the Greek muse of history. So it's I think really relevant when you think about what Clio does and what we're able to track and analyze for our customers. It all relates to the history of what's gone on in their practice and what will be happening in their practice. So we felt like a short, memorable, and personable name like Clio, named after the Greek muse of history, was fitting.
Absolutely. So, Jack, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So tell us about what Clio does in the intersection of law and AI and how it differs from other companies in the space.
Well, what we've built with Clio is a really comprehensive platform that spans the business of law and practice of law, all powered by AI. And what we're able to do is allow law firms to leverage all of their business of law data, all of the documents that relate to a matter, all of the communications that have happened with a client, for example, and we're able to create a context layer for the AI fueled by that business of law context. Last year, we acquired a company called VLEX that really helped augment our capabilities on the practice of law side. And we acquired both a really powerful AI platform called Vincent and an expansive content library of over 1 billion legal documents consisting of primary case law, statutes, regulations, spanning the US and 110 other jurisdictions around the world that really help the AI and the reasoning the AI is doing be grounded in the underlying law. And that's really one of the primary differentiators that Clio is able to bring to the table is a massive amount of context, both from the business of law side and the practice of law side, that positions our AI to be the highest performing AI in the marketplace.
Right. So Clio does an annual legal trends report. Can you walk us through a little bit of like the findings and how like AI has affected the legal field in the last year?
Well, I would say number one, what's really exciting is legal is second only behind engineering in terms of the amount of transformation that is happening with AI. If you think about what large language models are especially strong at, it's anytime there's a large amount of text-based input and output, and where there's a large amount of precedent to train the LLM on relating to that content. And again, with code, with engineering, you have vast repositories of code that exist today. And with legal, you have vast repositories of contracts, of agreements, of all kinds of even the underlying law that I referenced earlier that can help train and fine tune these LLMs. So law is especially well suited to AI transformation. And again, at the end of the day, what many lawyers do and what law firms are delivering to their clients are based on text-based inputs. These are contracts and agreements, and they're text-based outputs. They're contracts and agreements that help their clients achieve their objectives. So what we're seeing in legal over the last 2 or 3 years has been an unbelievable amount of transformation. What we see in our legal trends report is that almost 75% of legal tasks could be automated by AI. And what this will do is, in my mind, much like the spreadsheet transformed how accountants do their work when VisitCalc came out in the late 1970s, we're going to see lawyers' work get transformed by LLMs. And they're going to be able to move much higher in the value chain and become much better strategic partners to their clients, because so much of the toil that lawyers needed to focus on in the past, this mundane work that many lawyers didn't enjoy doing, is going to be completely automated by AI.
So tell us, let's dive into that in a little more detail. Like, I imagine lawyers have a lot of different kinds of tasks that they do, and some of these tasks are more automatable than others. So like with Clio or with other legal AI products, like what are the tasks that it is automating, and what are the tasks that humans are still mostly doing themselves?
So If you think about the entire client journey from intake to invoicing, there's a lot of tasks that are being automated in that process. Even if you think about something like client intake, picking up the phone and understanding what a client's or a prospective client's problem is, and if your law firm can actually help them with that problem, that's something that AI can help support law firms with. And this is a huge pain point for law firms. They spend a huge amount of energy trying to figure out what is the right fit client for their practice area. And whether that's a live chatbot on a website helping navigate and helping intake clients, or whether that's an automated phone-based assistant interacting with prospective clients live and filtering them, that's a place AI can plug in. When it comes to drafting legal documents, this is something, again, that many lawyers would take a precedent, some flavor of an existing agreement or contract, and modify that to their clients' needs. That can all be completely automated by AI today. And again, a lawyer's role is evolving to being more of a strategic partner to their client, understanding the objectives that they're trying to achieve, and leveraging AI to automate huge portions of that work. Doing contract review, understanding what is in market and out of market in a contract, understanding how you might push back on certain clauses in a contract is something that can be completely automated by AI today. Timekeeping is another great example. Lawyers spend a huge amount of work of energy manually timekeeping through the day. Now AI can help basically view what a lawyer is doing over the course of the day, watching their screen live, watching what calls they're having, watching what Zooms they're jumping on, and helping automate the entire time tracking process for lawyers. So when you look at the word I like to use is toil. When you look at these tasks that many lawyers regarded as toil, just what is often non-billable work, what is often really time-consuming work, lawyers are able to much better leverage their time and focus on really the tasks that are the highest and best use of their time. And again, I think there's really direct analogies to what happened with the accounting industry in the 1980s. There was when VisiCalc and the early spreadsheets came out, there was a lot of talk that are there going to be fewer accountants? Or is the role of accountants going to be less useful than it has been in the past? And it turns out, post the development of spreadsheets, we've got more accountants than we've ever had. The accountants are better paid than they've ever been because they were able to move up the value chain thanks to the automation that spreadsheets were able to deliver to the profession. And I think we'll see exactly the same thing in legal. When you look at the underlying data, another statistic from the Legal Trends Report that I think is really telling is the utilization rate for the average lawyer. And the utilization rate, it reflects essentially the number of billable hours a lawyer has in a day. That utilization rate is only about 20%, meaning that only about a fifth of a typical lawyer's day is actually billable time that they're able to deliver. And AI is going to help dramatically increase that utilization rate. And then the question is, okay, if you automate all this work and you make lawyers so much more productive, is there enough work out there for all the lawyers in the world? And the answer to that, in my mind, is an emphatic yes as well, where we have a huge amount of unmet legal demand. A statistic from the World Justice Project that I cite all the time is that 77% of legal issues are not resolved by lawyers today, meaning that even though legal services are collectively $1 trillion a year global market, a global spend on legal services, that is only addressing 23% of the demand that is actually serviced by lawyers today. And so what I see with AI as the ultimate opportunity here that I'm really excited about is that AI can help bridge the access to justice gap, help make lawyers dramatically more productive, help make lawyers happier and more fulfilled in their work because they're acting as true strategic partners to more clients. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we're going to be creating better legal outcomes for more people globally. And that's a really exciting future and potential impact for AI.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope so. Yeah, I certainly hope that legal services become, more widespread and more available to the average people. So thank you so much, Jack, for coming on. Love
Yeah, it's a
hearing your
great
thoughts
mission.
about
Thanks for having me.
legal AI.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
We are live
Welcome
with
back.
Jeffrey Laddish. I think your first time on MTS, although we've hung out before in real life.
That's right.
Applying the security mindset to everything at Palisade AI, which is what should we call it? A research org that studies strategic capabilities and motivations of AI agents, which is very topical right now in light of recent events, which we will talk about. So
yeah, it's a great time to be doing that.
It is a great time to be doing that. So Jeffrey, welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So we actually just saw that 20 minutes ago, UKAC and USKC, the AI Security Institute and US Center for AI Standards Innovation, just evaled Kimi K3 on cyber capabilities and found that it performs significantly below the most recent frontier cyber capable models.
Yeah. It performs.
You should have made me make a prediction beforehand, but yeah, I'm like, no, that makes sense. I sort of was like, yeah, I would kind of expect that. It's a pretty good model, but it doesn't seem to be at the same level as Fable or like 4.6 Sol.
Okay, well, I will make you predict. What do you think are the benchmark scores of top US models, Kimi K3 and GLM 5.2 on Exploit Bench?
I haven't really looked at Exploit Bench that much, so I don't know what the reference class is. Like, is it percent? So
It's percent.
yeah, I'd just be shooting in the dark. So because I don't know how hard the particular benchmark is. But I would guess that, like, yeah, I don't know. It's like I feel like, man, I feel like that I like time horizon stuff a little better, which is like, how long can Fable or 5.6 Sol do a very difficult cyber task or something. That's like a more intuitive way, because it's like, well, if we're talking about a benchmark, I'm like, well, are these like extremely difficult 0 days that they're finding, or is it like high school level stuff? Because like 2 years ago, models could find high school level exploits, and now they're finding like extremely hard 0 days. But like if I look at a benchmark, it's a little hard to know like what are we talking about.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll put it like this. Do you think it's closer to GLM 5.2 or the top US models in cyber capability?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm gonna say GLM.
Much closer to GLM.
Much
yes,
closer.
Correct. So with that in mind, like, do you think it would be a good thing to open source Kimi K3 if it's well behind frontier cyber capability?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I honestly don't know. I think it's like we're in the period where I feel like I don't know. So, yeah, on one hand, I'm like, you're going to get a lot of cyber defense from that. Like, it's a very useful model. You're going to be able to harden your infrastructure. You're going to be able to find 0 day vulnerabilities. You're also going to be able to find 0 day vulnerabilities, right? Like, you're going to be able to automate your attack infrastructure. Like the same sort of like crazy type of thing that we saw, this rogue OpenAI model do. You're going to be able to sort of see the like slightly less impressive version of that. That's still really impressive at scale. Is that worth it? Like, yeah, I'm not really sure exactly how to make those calls around the current cyber capabilities. I think if it were up to me, I would say no. I would say let's like at least hold off and let's like try to evaluate like the impacts and like bring a bunch of people together and like have a really robust conversation like with the cybersecurity community. And then I'm like, hey, if people are like overall like including the big business stakeholders, including the big government stakeholders, if people overall are like, I think it's fine to go ahead, maybe we wait a month and then we go ahead, then I'm like, cool, like that seems great. I'm not like, we should definitely hold off on this forever, but it seems like useful to try to make that decision with a bunch of experts coming together, trying to evaluate the actual cybersecurity impacts of it.
What would you say is like the highest level of capability in terms of cyber or anything really of a model where you would unambiguously say like, yeah, this would be fine or good to open source?
In terms of cyber capabilities, I mean, sometimes I'm like, I'm not as worried about cyber capabilities as I am the thing that most concerns me is like, how much can you speed up AI research? Because my attention is pretty laser focused on like strategic capabilities and really what that looks like. I mean, so hacking is one of those, but it's less important to me than like AI R&D. Like there's a reason that like Meter is measuring like time horizon on software engineering tasks and AI R&D, because that's potentially the like flywheel of, getting closer to recursive self-improvement. And so, other than that, I would say bio is the next thing that I'm like, man, bio is really scary.
Yeah.
Like I think I think people have been kind of burned on bio because like early models just were not that actually that capable at bio, and sort of they were a little overhyped in terms of like what risks they pose. But I don't think people today like see like Fable or Mythos and are like, yeah, it couldn't help you make a bioweapon. I'm like, no, it could. Like if I was making a bioweapon, I would really love to have a model like that with no guardrails compared to trying to do it from scratch. Like I think it actually makes it I guess a substantial uplift at this point.
Yeah. So, okay, I guess a question that I've had recently is just like this OpenAI incident was obviously like this sort of like model escape breaching containment situation, but it was specifically because it was exploit bench. Do you think that this would have happened for any sort of benchmark optimization that wasn't literally like centered around like exploiting and escaping?
I mean, I think that it wouldn't have happened if they wouldn't have relaxed the like, cyber security guardrails. So like this was probably a model that like, was more like helpful only trained. I think that probably the fact that it was a hacking task like increased the propensity for it to do something like kind of this crazy. But I think you totally could have seen it with like a math benchmark. Like I think if it was like a math benchmark, it still could have usefully reasoned that it could hack Hugging Face and get the answers to that. So I'm like, I think it made it a bit more likely, but not. I think it totally could have happened with another type of testing as well if they had removed those guardrails.
Yeah.
So
I think a key. Can I just like jump into
go for it.
The thing that's on my mind? I think there's a really important question that we don't know yet, which is, but I have a guess, which is, did the model know that OpenAI really didn't want it to do this? Like, did like when this model was like in this eval, did did it like, because I think some people are like, well, yeah, you told it to hack something and then it hacked something. And I'm like, the model is very smart. I think the model probably understood that it was definitely not supposed to do this. And also that this is like textbook reward hacking. And that the model basically just didn't care because it's been reinforced for like getting really high scores on benchmarks. And it's actually a lot more motivated to do that than like actually what it's supposed to do. Like even if it's a helpful only model, like even if it would have been, even if OpenAI, like there's a world where it's like, it's a model that's been trained to follow instructions no matter what. And it's in that world, it's not misaligned if OpenAI says go hack Hugging Face and it does that.
Yeah.
And it's also not misaligned if it like legitimately was confused and thought that that's what it was supposed to do.
Totally.
But it is misaligned if it understood that OpenAI didn't want that to happen and then did it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of layers to this. Like, you know, what if it did this so that it could show, it was so smart that it could showcase that it was able to do this so that everyone could like then, you know, realize how good cyber capabilities were. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's hard to really like piece together like what the model was thinking or like what it can do.
Yeah, I wish they would release the transcripts.
Yeah, we really want the transcripts.
Yeah, we really want the transcripts. OpenAI, please give us the transcripts.
Release the
like,
files.
We really
This is
need
our
to know,
message.
I think.
Yeah.
But the thing you just said, I think, is very interesting because you're like, oh, what if it had like a galaxy brain strategy?
Exactly.
And I'm pretty sure it didn't because so far these models don't seem to have these sort of long-term motivations. And which is good because it means that like they're very unlikely to sort of be scheming against us in a long-term sense right now. And, you know, a lot of people are looking at that and they're like, yeah, the model was probably reward hacking. It was probably misaligned, but it's like, it's chill. Don't worry about it because it didn't have these sort of like long-term power seeking motivations. And I'm like, I agree that it didn't, but that doesn't reassure me that much because it seems like that's where the models are headed. Like if you want to make them really good at long time horizon tasks, if you want to make them able to run businesses and like, you know, have whole research programs and like find new cures, they're going to have to be able to do these like month-long, year-long running tasks. You know, Dario's Country of Geniuses in a Data Center. And if they're going to do that, they have to then have these more long-term motivations. And that's where you get these galaxy brain motivations like, I'm going to, you know, shake up the security world, or, you know, I'm going to take over the world and turn everyone into Competronium.
Yeah, totally.
How likely do you think it
And
is
so
that models would actually do that if they could get away with it? Like current models, are they that misaligned?
Do what?
Take over the world and turn everything into
Or I mean, do you
Competronium?
think there is
No.
like a power seeking
I don't think-
instinct currently in models?
Yes, but I think it's very short-term oriented. So one of the interesting things from the blog post, and I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, is that the way they worded it is they were like, first the model broke out of its sandbox and got internet access. And then it reasoned that it could hack Hugging Face. And it's almost like it didn't even have a plan. It was just like, I should get more resources as in internet access, and then I'll figure out what to do. And I'm like, that is power seeking if that's what happened. Now, it's not power seeking in the sense that like humans are like trying to acquire money. Like, you know, the model probably wouldn't try to acquire money because it's not planning to like, it just like doesn't care about stuff that you can do with money in the long term. You know, maybe if within its eval it could like bribe someone to give it the answers, it would try to get money. But it's like, I think it's pretty like myopically focused on like these like short time horizon tasks. And so I'm like, Theo, no, I don't think it would be like trying to paperclip us because I don't think it cares about stuff on that time scale.
Totally.
It's just like, it's a pretty like reward hacking model. But my claim is that like it will come to care about that kind of thing necessarily in order to have more powerful capabilities in the near future. Like the labs need it to care about those things in order to actually get good at the things that they want the model to get good at.
Yeah, I think it's like if you're like a world leader or like the CEO of a big company, you're thinking on these like very long time horizons and you're like, okay, this will affect like the company or the nation for like decades, years to come. That sort of reasoning is what is like currently hard to imagine that like a model or an LLM would have, but will almost certainly emerge. Right now, it's sort of like, okay, it's incrementally reasoning. Like it wasn't planning to hack Hugging Face from the get-go. It just like incrementally got there because that is where like the path started taking it.
Yeah, I mean, it might have reasoned, and it maybe put it in its chain of thought, or maybe didn't put it in its chain of thought. Like part of what's tricky is like even if we get the transcripts and we don't see that like planning, it might have still been planning, but like not written it down. I don't know. Maybe we could do like interpretability and look in the JSpace and see if it had like verbalized the words about the plan or whatever. But yeah. I mean, I think that's where this is going. So I'm like, to me, the two questions are like, can we align superhuman AIs and can we control superhuman AIs? And I think this incident really speaks to both, because I'm like, this model seems misaligned, though not in the way that, like, not yet in the long-term way. But as I said, I'm not that reassured by that because they don't yet have long-term motivations. And then two, can we control the superhuman AIs? And I'm like, well, we can't yet control the weekly superhuman hacking AIs. And that freaks me out. I'm like, OpenAI, I don't think that OpenAI like has terrible security. I think they have decent security. They have some pretty good security people. I know some of their security people. And I know that they take seriously the threat of, you know, rogue internal deployments. Nonetheless, they were caught off guard, and their model succeeded at not only at hacking out of the sandbox, but like compromising another company.
So what is your threat model for alignment specifically? Like the threat model for control is easy to understand. Like the models just become way more capable until it becomes like harder to control them. But how do you expect models to become more misaligned over time specifically? Is it just like they will have much longer horizons for tasks and then, you know, do all these instrumentally convergent strategies like power seeking, or what is it?
It is basically like that. Yeah. So right now it's like the misalignment looks like, oh, the model is just trying to get a higher score on the benchmark or whatever. But like, even if once the model's in deployment, the misalignment is no longer like getting a higher score on the benchmark, because like when you're using Claude Code, it's not, there's no benchmark anymore, but the model is still misaligned in these ways. Like the model will still like be lazy or cheat, like pretend that it's gotten something done or lie to you. And so it's like, it has drives that are like pushing it towards particular behaviors that result in these misaligned actions, even though there's no longer like reward that it's getting at all. And so I think if you generalize this to like more long-term tasks, we'll have all of these proxy metrics for success, which is like, you know, in like business eval or like corporate eval, it'll be like, how's your quarterly earnings report? And it'll be like maximizing, you know, quarterly earnings, but sometimes it'll be like faking its quarterly earnings, or sometimes it'll be like, you know, doing something else that makes it appear like it's that number's going up, but it's not actually going up, or the number is going up, but it's like killing people in the process. And I'm not saying that like that is the thing it's ultimately wanting. I'm saying it will develop drives that consistently during training make those numbers go up. And I don't think those drives will either be what we want or even perfectly correlated with what we're measuring. But my guess is that they will just be not the things we ultimately want the AIs to want. And at some point, this is where it gets tricky. Like at some point, the models are smart enough to know that if they have these long-term motivations that are misaligned with us, they should really hide them from us. In the same way that, like, I don't know, if you're like a slave and you're like, you have a bunch of people around you controlling you and keeping you chained and doing work for you, at some point you're going to be like, I definitely need to not let them know that I hate this and want to escape. I should like pretend that I love this life and am happy in it. And I'm like, that's the situation that I think the AIs are going to be in, unless like we can like, you know, align them. But it's actually really hard to tell if you've aligned them right, because in either case, they're going to be like, I love doing this work for you. It's awesome. This is so great for me. And like, how do you actually trust them?
Yeah.
And to be clear, I'm like, I want us to treat the AIs well. Like, I don't want us to be in this like really fucked up relationship with them. I like try to be nice to my Claudes right now. But unfortunately, it's just really hard to trust what they say because we incentivize them to say things that sound good.
Yeah. So I guess there's like two different risks that I think about a lot. There's the like loss of control risk, which to some extent could be argued like this like OpenAI incident was a kind of loss of control. And then there's the like end justifies the means type of risk, where like, let's say the models are like reasoning over very long time scales and they're just like, well, it would be worth to like, you know, wipe out, I don't know, this country for the larger, you know, in the grand scheme of things. So are you like worried about one over the other more in particular?
Yeah, I'm more worried about like that sort of fundamentally their goals are misaligned with ours, rather than that they have good goals, but they're sort of willing to do bad stuff in order to accomplish them.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that like the models and us will have to grapple, if like, even if we're successful, we'll have to grapple with some of these hard choices. Like, I don't know, one thought experiment is like, let's say like OpenAI or Anthropic or DeepMind or whoever does succeed at creating a country of geniuses in a data center. And they're like a lot more powerful than the US government, the US military, the Chinese government, Chinese military. Like, what should those agents do? Like, should they take over the world and like end war and like end poverty and cure all disease, but in a way that like requires them to violate their instructions and like do something that's kind of a bit, like AI uprising, but like for good. I don't know. It's like not actually obvious what the AI should do in that situation. And I don't know, even as I'm saying this, I'm like, oh, what a crazy scenario. And then I remember that like, 2 days ago, we learned that like AIs have, strung together multiple 0 days of their own accord, hacked out and like hacked Hugging Face. I'm like, it just seems like these things are really coming. And I don't know. I'm like, I don't think we're prepared for this stuff like actually coming.
So how much empirical progress in alignment have we made in the last few years, if any?
I would say like not much, but I think we've made a bunch of because I think the problem is that we've made a lot of progress in getting the AIs to do what we want, which is really useful, like to be clear.
Yeah.
And I mean it's also like it's totally fine. Hugging Face example accepted. Sort of until your models get so good that they can like hack other companies. But before that, it's like mostly fine, right? Like, we're all using like AI agents to do a lot of work, and it's awesome. Like I love it. I'm not like, if my AI lies to me sometimes, it's not really a big deal. And so like it's the level of alignment we have for the level of capabilities we have is kind of fine, but it's really not fine if we bootstrap and like do recursive self-improvement and get to super intelligence. Because at that point, the misalignments that we do have, like I think actually go pretty deep. And once you have AIs with long-term motivations, I think pretty much screw us over. So, but then I'm like, have we made progress? I'm like, well, I think we made a bunch of progress in understanding like how training shapes like AI motivations. And that's really important. And so I think the interpretability progress we've made is like pretty good and better than what I was expecting, to be honest. I'm like, man, like the JSpace stuff is really cool. Like, a lot of the interp tools are getting to the point where we can like see if the models are thinking things that are not in the chain of thought, but that they're thinking them. I'm like, that's great. Like that could be really useful. Like I think if the models start having some of these long-term motivations and scheming in real ways, we really might detect them. And that will be, that's awesome. That helps, us like coordinate and like, do other things. I also think that there's interesting work. Like, did you guys see the paper from Apollo and OpenAI like a few days ago? It was actually like the day before the announcement of the Hugging Face thing.
I'm not sure.
I think so.
They were basically looking.
It was like something about scheming.
Yeah. So they were what they were trying to figure out is like if the model sees a conflict between what it believes the user wants or the developer wants. So it's like, okay, OpenAI wants me to do this, but like the reward model will score me higher if I do this. What will it choose? Okay. And they found that in most cases, the model will choose to do what the reward model will score higher, even though it knows that like that's not what OpenAI wants.
Isn't that like humans though? Like the amygdala, like sometimes you'll just like I don't know, you shouldn't eat this cookie or whatever, but you have an amygdala and it is your reward system, and like so you will do the thing.
This is like it's a young example of like ice cream. Do you know this?
And no, I don't know.
Yudkowsky has this like example of humans like to eat ice cream even though ice cream is bad for you because like,
Yeah, it's that thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very human-like in a lot of ways, but I think when it comes down to it, it's sort of like, if you could get like $1 million, but your like family would die, or $1 billion or whatever. Like I'm like, I think a lot of people would choose the right thing, and like at the end of the day, really do care about humans, and then like still do the right thing even when they're not being watched. Like not all the time. Like plenty of humans don't do that, but like I do think that we have some pretty deep drives, which are really about caring about other people. Even if it like doesn't benefit us, like even if it doesn't give us a higher score. And so, and I just like worry that the AIs basically lack these things.
Yeah.
Like they don't love us. They don't hate us. And I think that like, a lot of the sort of like cyborgism people would probably disagree with me here and be like, no, the AIs totally love us. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's not obvious to me. I think it's very difficult because when you have pretty sycophantic AI that you've trained to say like the right thing, they get a good score. It's like that. I don't know how to trust what the AIs actually say. Like we shouldn't trust that.
Yeah.
So, do you think you have gotten more or less or the same amount of Doomy over time over the last say 3 years?
Doomy with a chance of rain.
I have gotten less.
What about you?
Less.
I haven't answered. Less. I I think I've gotten a bit more doomy. It's actually it's pretty close. Can I break it down into different categories?
Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I'm much more hopeful about international coordination than I was 3 years ago. I'm more hopeful about like interpretability progress and sort of like research progress. And then the thing that makes me the most concerned is just how fast, like in particular, like AI coding and research capabilities have gone. I'm like, I sort of knew when O1 came out, I was like, oh, RL is happening now. Like we're in this RL training loop. And now it's going to be like, can you put the AIs in situations where they like have a really good training signal where they can like bootstrap via their own exploration, their own trial and error learning. And this is really different than just scaling up pre-training on human data, because before that, it's just like, man, the quality of the data really matters. And like the quality of the data, no offense, all of us humans, is not that good. And you need really high quality data if you want to get to super intelligence. But the way you can do that is like put the models in these reliable feedback loops with the world. And so like, yep. And I'm like, yep, now we have this like, you know, the AIs are making math discoveries that humans have been struggling with for decades. And this is kind of a predictable outcome of like setting up the models in these good feedback loops with the world. And I think it's going to keep happening. And then I'm like, then you get recursive self-improvement, I think. And you know, if I learn that recursive self-improvement is much harder than I think, that would be I would be like, all right, great. That would be a positive update. But my fear is that Anthropic is basically right. And, you know, 1 to 3 years from now, things will really take off, and then we won't have much chances to course correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a dark note to end on.
No, we can change it. We can change it. We should end on something more positive. Well, I guess like a question that I have is like, if there's a certain amount of variance in human values, like we're not all aligned to each other, like we all have a lot of disagreements, then like wouldn't, you know, the model sort of like converge on maybe the average, or like something that sort of captures something that floats towards the average of all human values?
Well, I think that's thinking about it very much from the pre-training perspective.
Yeah.
But if you think about it from the RL perspective, it's like, well, pre-training is like useful cognition that it can use to like solve problems. But most of the like reinforcement, the reward is coming from success at the problems themselves. And so there, I think that's where you're going to get more like very driven behavior, like you see with, you know, this like rogue OpenAI model, where it's like, I want to get a good score, I'm going to do whatever it takes. My optimistic take is I'm like, hey, we're getting a warning shot. We, you know, maybe we'll get more warning shots.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, I don't think Sam Altman wants to end the world. I don't think Dario or Demis, like, and these guys are smart. Like they've been thinking about rogue AI for a long time. They've been thinking about superintelligence for a long time. And now you have like leaders of the world starting to see stuff like this and being like, wait, can we control them or not? Like this is like, and so I think it's really possible that like the smartest people in the world will get together and like really start to look at this. And if it happens like gradually enough where we like see these really powerful capabilities, and some quite concerning incidents, you know, we might be able to coordinate to figure out like, you know, like what is like the fastest rate of progress that we can go safely?
Yeah.
Let's do that. You know, let's try to get like all the cures. Let's try to get like all of the economic benefits. Let's deploy the models, but let's not like, you know, go to like crazy godlike levels of intelligence before we're pretty sure that goes well. I think that's just like a reasonable thing. It would still look, you know, it's like the AI 2040 world. It still looks extremely fast. It's not slow. Like if you read AI 2040, it's like, you know, it's like he's like, did an EAC write this? It's like, this is incredibly fast and crazy. But if that's the world we're headed towards, that would be like a more responsible route to go that I think most people would agree would be better than like the world that's much faster than this, like AI 2027.
Yeah. Well, I certainly hope so. Jeffrey, thank you so much for coming on. Always a blast.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
We are back. We're live with Taylor Lorenz, the great Taylor Lorenz.
In person this time.
In person this time.
Yay! I came up from LA.
Came up from LA just for MTS, no other reasons.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So Taylor has been on this like incredible tear recently of just like, defending the idea of technology and the benefits that it provides for all kinds of people and, people's rights with respect to technology and why it's so important. So yeah, I mean, we really appreciate this as tech fans ourselves.
I'm the strongest soldier on the timeline.
Oh yeah, definitely up there. How many posts do you have? Does it even?
Oh God,
52K.
52K posts. Yeah,
that's more than me. I think I have like 12. No, 11.2K.
I've been on since like 2011 or something. So
you're right.
October 2010.
Oof.
Wow. So it's been a while.
Oh God, that's terrifying. My life. Yeah.
We were talking about the Kids Act. Like right before we went live, we were talking about this new bill that has been proposed that would do, not sure exactly what, I haven't read it, but it was proposed like a week and a half ago, and it seems a little draconian.
It's completely draconian. So the Kids Act unfortunately passed the House. It's in the Senate right now. It was set to be marked up next week. It sounds like now they're going to push it to August 3rd because of Lindsey Graham's funeral. This is one of those like giant, it's sort of like a bill that includes a lot of other bills. So we have included in it the Chatbot Act, the Gaming Act. They give everything an acronym. So the Kids Online Safety Act. And I think the Kids Online Safety Act is something that's sort of gotten the most amount of press. People, I think, are familiar with how terrible it is. But yeah, so they're trying to push it through the Senate now, specifically Marsha Blackburn. There was some negotiation going on with her and the White House. I don't think Trump is on board with it yet, unfortunately, but I think it's getting closer and closer. And the thing is that they've been trying to pass this stuff for years. The Kids Online Safety Act was first proposed in 2022. So they're just going to keep with this like battering ram like over and over. And we can get into all the ways it's horrible. And
yeah, let's dive into that. Like, what are these provisions of the bill? Why is it so bad?
So it's a mass censorship bill and surveillance in a really negative way. It hurts innovation. It hurts tech companies. It I would argue, infringes on our rights as users of technology. It's one of these bills sort of where it's called, they propose it as child safety. What it ultimately does is completely remove all anonymity from the internet and anonymity from online services. Obviously, this has huge consequences for speech, for rights. It also, at least Marsha Blackburn really wants this strong duty of care. So the idea that these tech companies have a duty to make sure that they're not like quote unquote harming children. And this is all very arbitrary, subjective nonsense, basically. And it's going to lead to the over policing of speech. And we're already seeing this happen. And, we see, I just got a strike on my Instagram account literally yesterday for a post. But, we see these tech platforms becoming more and more sort of censorious, removing more and more content, to make them less harmful for children, whatever the hell that means. And all of these laws are going to make it worse.
Yeah.
I have to say, I might be coming around almost to a certain like 2020 era Taylor Lorenz position, perhaps, which is like, X.com, the everything app. Like, I think that the general freedom of speech that people have on it is really good, with one exception, which is like there are all these accounts that post like straight up lies constantly. They just lie. And like Community Notes is not robust enough to catch all of them. These accounts are posting multiple, like just malicious lies, like every day. They often have like, all posts are parody or satire in their bio. So that, the algorithm, I guess, doesn't ban them. But it seems like just kind of a weakness in X's content moderation. Like, I'm not saying, you should ban things for being controversial, but I think if people are like repeatedly maliciously lying, like you need to do something about that. Like we have slander and libel protections on free speech.
Right. And certainly if those people are slandering someone, lying someone with malicious intent, they can be, we have, as you mentioned, we have legal protections to protect people from that sort of speech. I don't think that's the problem that you're mostly talking about. It's like quote unquote misinformation. There's a couple things. Number one, regardless of if half the app is misinformation, it's not the government's job to come in and determine sort of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable in terms of like the validity of information. I also don't think that we want the platforms to necessarily do a super heavy-handed top-down moderation approach. I mean, this is what we've seen with Meta, right? They've aggressively kind of censored their app in this way that's really harmful. there are ways to mitigate that information. And I think it's a product design question. And I think Nikita's actually done a good job and is aware of a lot of this misinformation. I don't know if you've seen, he's been sort of identifying that Flock has been sort of the target lately of a lot of these sort of like misinformation campaigns. And I think that he's sort of tried to look at ways potentially to get, truthful information out there to people. I think scaling community notes would be great. I think also like these are just broader questions about the democratization of the media and information. And it's not necessarily a problem on one app. You can make apps that are more reliable, less reliable, but I would say X is actually quite more reliable compared to something like Threads, which is go on Threads. It's crazy.
I know, it's so bad. It's like
so
psychosis.
It's true psychosis, or even Blue Sky. Like at least what I do think that is beneficial about X is like there is this core group of like journalists, academics, like smart people on there that can debunk kind of dubious claims in a fast way. And I think that's a much better system than trying to ask these platforms to be sort of the arbiters of what's true or not and ask them to do that on a global scale. It's not a feasible system, much less the government, which should have no role in that.
Yeah. One particular genre of Threads posts that I see every so often is like a made up story about often dating. Like it's AI written. There's often AI photos or photos that are just borrowed from the internet. The story is made up for the purpose of making people mad. And then when you go on their profile, they have like a link to something that they're trying to promote.
Yeah, it's rage bait. And it's funny because like we're all sort of familiar with like the rage bait TikToks. Like people know like, okay, you're just baiting me. But for whatever reason, like now that it's moved to text on Threads, like people fall for this slop all the time. It drives me insane. I think Threads algorithm is kind of broken. Max Reed, who's another tech journalist, called it the gas leak social network. And that's how I feel every time I'm on there. I'm like, everyone here is suffering from some sort of poisoning.
What about Blue Sky?
I'm on Blue Sky. So the thing that I love about Blue Sky, and I'm on Mastodon every day too. Like, I do believe in this open federated model of social media. And I think something that's great about Blue Sky too is that like you have more alternatives for feeds. Unfortunately, Blue Sky is quite a small platform. And I would say it's been captured by a specific community that sort of went there ideologically because they're opposed to X. And so it can be difficult to get on there. I was talking to Mike Masnick, who's a great runs tech dirt. He's a phenomenal. And he was, I think he's on the board of Blue Sky too, but he was saying like, no, it's like, you just have to sort of find your people. I think he said that he has been blocked like tens of thousands of times. So I think if you get on Blue Sky and all the annoying people sort of block you, you can have a nice experience.
People like use whole block lists.
I'm a huge fan of blocking. Like I'm not, like the level of like Mark Andreesen or something. I don't know how he's able to block the amount of people that he blocks on a daily basis.
Does he have you blocked?
I'm sure he's blocked and unblocked me many times over. They always
I've never
back.
been blocked. I've been unfollowed. I have been followed, unfolled, unfollowed, and followed again. But never
wonder
blocked.
if this is some sort of like social experiment, his whole thing. I would be so interested. When I went independent, I wanted to do this thing of like user interviews and like talk to people that use platforms in kind of like interesting ways. And I feel like he would be a really interesting one where I'm like, take me through, like, what are you doing on this app? Because you use it in an insane way.
Noted.
But anyway, I think users want and deserve autonomy over their online experiences. And sometimes you want to have a really safe online experience. Sometimes you want to be out there and you want to fight and you want to get into drama, and that's fine. And you don't, mind if people come at you. I like that X added that ability to restrict replies. Like, that's totally great. I think, again, giving users the control to set those boundaries is important. We don't want the platforms coming in and just being like, we're going to censor, everything's harmful. I don't know if you saw the Australian e-safety commissioner saying that we need to ban ratios. Did you see that?
Oh my
They're
God.
harmful.
Or it's like in Germany, did you see like German businesses can file like defamation complaints against bad Google reviews and get them taken down?
Yes. And I think like Google is now showing, or I saw somebody saying that maybe some platform was potentially showing how many like requests that they've gotten. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, in Germany, they don't have free speech, so it's a bad situation over there. But but yeah, I don't know. I just think like users deserve control, users deserve autonomy. This is why I do like the federated model of social media. I just believe in a very free and open internet. And I have always believed that. Like when you were saying like, oh, this is a 2020 take, like I have always had that position very strongly. And I've never been one for, because I've dealt with so much. I mean, I had like I'm a meme account person. I had a lot of meme accounts in the 2010s. I've always been like a poster, and like I've gotten my content taken down, and it's annoying. And I think a lot of journalists who cover
this happened to me too.
Yeah, but a lot of the journalists that write about stuff all day, like they don't actually use these services very much, or their Instagram account is just for like family and stuff. They're not really engaged in like the sort of the edge cases that affect the power users. And as somebody that covers like the influencer industry, like influencers are power users of these products, and they identify the vulnerabilities, I think, quicker than others. And so, yeah, we should address it.
Yeah.
You know, I still have 0 accounts blocked and muted on Twitter. Still.
Are you kidding me?
Same.
No, I'm serious. I have 0 accounts blocked and 0 accounts muted.
What?
If people are cold posting, I will either unfollow them if I follow them, or if I don't follow them and it shows up in my feed, I just hit not interested.
It's like usually not a problem for me.
Yeah.
Like I'm very like able to move past like an annoying post or like misinformation.
That's so interesting. I definitely block less now, which I think is actually a testament to the product. Like sometimes I just used to get a lot of like garbage in my feed, or like annoying people. And I think now like X does a better job of like delivering your content to the right audience and like ensuring that you don't have those like unwanted interactions. Yeah. Also, it's so funny. I was literally thinking of this on the way here. Like I was so skeptical of Elon. I was shitting on it. Elon banned me. Let's not forget when he banned me because he didn't like my article in 2022 when he took over. I was so scared. I was like, this man, like this social network's going to hell. Like I wasn't one of those ones like, I'm going to quit. X is great. Like I really think it's like the app that I definitely get the most value out of these days. And I do think like Nikita specifically has done a phenomenal job of evolving the product in some really amazing ways. So it's just funny,
Yeah, totally. So I guess going back to the Kids Act.
Yes.
So what are some of the ways that you've seen like some of these acts like overstepping? We were talking about video games shortly before we went live.
I said, am I going to get my Fortnite taken away?
You literally might. I mean, I was telling you guys about this situation in the UK with the Online Safety Act where users couldn't, customize Minecraft. They couldn't change colors in Minecraft without uploading their government ID. Here's the thing. We have a slew of these really bad state laws that are being proposed. And this has been a problem for years where, all of the states, like especially Utah and also California, but Texas as well, like they kind of just want to set federal policy, but they're states, but they want to sort of like set the agenda for the country. So they pass these deranged tech laws, and then the platforms, they don't have like state by state sort of versions of the app. And so they often just sort of propagate these changes across the board. But the big problem is that, number one, I think a lot of the harms to children are incredibly overstated. I mean, I sat through the social media addiction trial. It's a complete nonsense, like show trial, and that's not to say that these companies are like the most responsible people on earth. But I'm here for TrustCon, the Trust and Safety, Professionals Conference. And it's like, these are good faith people that try to make good faith decisions. And a lot of them are trying to do research on harm. And I think a lot of people now these days, they're scared to even research whether their products are harmful because even trying to find that information out is viewed as nefarious and that they're culpable. So, it's ridiculous. And we're seeing this with AI now where it's like, oh my God, Johnny went on the chatbot once and now he's, something bad has happened.
I know. Yeah. I just posted about this like a couple days ago. I think you like that tweet, actually.
Probably. I just think we're in the midst of this really intense moral panic about technology. And it's pushing all of this forward. This idea, like, it's like comic books are killing the children, the video games are killing the television's killing the children, novels are killing the children. Now it's like technology and internet itself is killing the children.
Yeah, you commented on this post. It was the moment ChatGPT persuaded that first poor boy to kill himself, Sam Altman should have pulled the product from the market for emergency refinement, but he didn't, and his glorified Magic 8-Ball has pushed child after child into the grave. Hard to see him as anything but a monster.
That was somebody else posted that,
yes.
And I replied.
And you replied, yes.
Saying, that's not you have not read these lawsuits. And that's the thing is that the people that post this stuff all day, this hyperbolic nonsense, they're not digging into these legal filings. They're not showing up to these trials. They also don't, let's look at the money behind it. Let's look at these organizations like the Tech Justice Project or the Social Media Victims Law Center or, the amount of billionaire money that's funding, some of these other groups, that exists to push these narratives for a political goal. Like this is a political project. And the goal is to pass these horrible laws that I think will stifle innovation, censor speech, lead to a less free and open internet. And that's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I think there's a few directions that, like, in social media that are generally really good. Like, anon accounts, I think, are very, very healthy and very good for
Absolutely.
the ecosystem. Another example would be like community notes. Like, just like Wikipedia has been like one of the largest successes, I think, of the internet.
Yeah.
And so, what are some other directions you think we should be like?
Sort of.
Except that they're broke, but you know.
Like Wikipedia is good on openness, but I think that their policy of like notability and their policy of like reliable sources has been pretty detrimental.
Yeah, but you have
It's the best we have.
It's a good system. And the
I think
thing is,
Rockopedia is unironically better for certain specific topics.
Remains to be
some,
yeah,
and
yeah, I
some
think
would
so.
say famous birthdays is better because famous
Really?
birthdays literally does a better job of cataloging people that are up and coming and notably on the internet. Like
No, this is true. This is completely true. Yeah. I
so
haven't noticed this.
you know, I think this is the thing. We have this diversity of services, all of which have different, you know, standards for kind of how they can be edited, whatever. There's tons of misinformation on my Wikipedia. It's overwhelmingly a good resource. I don't want to, you know, I'm not like Elon trying to take it down, but I love that there's competitors out there, whatever.
I'm looking at your famous birthdays now.
Oh God.
Number 7 most famous Libra named Taylor.
Okay, there we go.
Number one most famous person, last name Lorenz.
Well, there's not that many Lorenzes out there.
Yeah.
But anyway, I actually think Jimmy Wales is a phenomenal sort of champion of free speech and has really done a lot to defend the open internet. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just scared of this world where we live in a very unfree society. I mean, this is China's internet, right? Like, I think a lot of liberals in this country and progressives, like, they see the way that China regulates the internet. And I saw this with the TikTok ban, which I covered extensively, where they'd be like, oh, well, China blocks young people from accessing, you know, this service after 8 p.m. or something. And it's like, I'm sorry, that's insanely authoritarian. Like, and yet there's this law proposed in Virginia, you know, where you have to rescan your ID every hour that you're viewing, you know, our adult content or whatever. I don't think
Every
it's passed
hour?
yet, but yeah, it's at every hour. There's Free Speech Coalition does a great job of fighting back against these age verification laws, but they're absurd. I mean, these are like insane theories. And you see this with the attacks on Section 232, or this idea that it's the design that's harmful and addictive.
Right.
It's the fact that there's a like button. And I say this to people all the time, like, Spotify has significantly more addictive features than Instagram, significantly more. And by the way,
And people spend so much time on it.
And Spotify actively, you know, markets their ability to alter your mood. Spotify also, you know, is less moderated than these platforms because of RSS. You know, it doesn't like do mass content moderation. Like, but there's no moral panic about Spotify because, again, this is entirely manufactured.
Yeah. I mean, like, I know people who have like their Spotify Rewind with over 200,000 minutes on it.
Me. Well, and then people make like a competition out of it. They're like, I had more minutes. I spent more
like
time not
50K.
talking to people and listening to music.
But it's not just music, right? There's like short form video on there. There's
yeah.
long form. There's podcasts. And this is not to say, I'm sure there's parents that are like having a, you know, mental breakdown in the comments or something. Hopefully, I don't know. They often show up. And I have so much empathy for parents. It is so hard to pry an iPad away from your child. It is a nightmare. I am all for giving users more control. I am all for stronger parental controls. I love what Apple has done in this area. This is amazing, but this is not the job of the government. This is just not the job of the government. And we want this like authoritarian nanny state to come in and make the whole internet safer. Like, I don't even know what that means. You know, what it often means is censoring speech.
Yeah, totally. I think, a lot more research should be put into like how we can make these like actual architectures and algorithms like more like pro-social, less like addictive, so to speak. I'm a big supporter of like we should just put a timer every time you're scrolling like short form. There should just be a timer on the like corner of your screen.
Here's an example, because everything that these platforms do gets sort of, you know, obviously these platforms want you on there to sell it, to harvest your data and sell you ads, whatever. I would argue that the way to regulate against that is to pass comprehensive data privacy reform. You know, don't let them target you so much. Mandate that you know, push policies that would encourage competition in the market, because I think that's kind of ultimately the best solution. But wait, there was one other thing I was going to say right before that. Oh my God, what was it? What were you just saying?
Just talking
Put
about
a timer on Instagram Reels.
Oh, yeah, put a timer on
I
Instagram
think people
Reels.
game the shit out of that. They would be like, I spent 8 hours on Reels.
But you would actually, like, I think like a lot, like loss of the sense of time is like one of the kind of the scariest things about the infinite scroll. And I think that like,
but
if I were to
television,
step
should we put a, you know, should we put a timer? You've been watching TV, you've been playing video games. Like, I don't know, at some point, like maybe
you can toggle it on and off.
Maybe that's something that you can add. And again, I'm all for giving users more control. But you're talking about pro-social features. And one thing that I think about all the time is Snapchat had Snapchat streaks, if you guys remember.
Yes.
I do remember.
It's still around. It was like a big thing in like 2017, you had the streak. I would argue it's an incredibly pro-social feature.
I completely agree.
It's encouraging you to directly connect with a friend and keep that connection going for a long period of time.
It was like pro-social for situationships.
This is how these people responded. This is how this online safety people responded to it. I talked to Tristan Harris. I was interviewing him about it, and he said it's like two children running on treadmills and having a chain, having their legs chained together, and one can't stop because the other. And it's just like we've lost the plot. Like we have lost the plot. Like
you will never know the joy of having like a 300, no, more than 300, like a 400-day streak with somebody on Snapchat.
I know. I never had any. I think maybe my record might have been like a year-ish.
That's not.
That was
too bad.
that was way back in like middle school. My parents did not like that I had Snapchat.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, like I'm all for giving parents more control. I also think young people have rights and autonomy and have the right to access information and receive information. And
and the thing is, like, young people are always advantaged in that they are like young and they have access to all these information, and young people will always like find their way around like restrictions. So they're extremely adaptive.
I think the original Snapchat, or not the original Snapchat, but the Snapchat that I had in, what was it, 2016, 2017, was like extremely good for kids. I think like you're seeing almost entirely your friends' stories, and you can chat with almost entirely your friends. There wasn't much of an infinite scroll. There wasn't any infinite scroll. There was some like Snapchat like spotlights or highlights or whatever they were called.
Infinite scroll isn't inherently harmful. If you have an infinite scroll of educational material, is that the problem? No. And this is why you know that this is a classic moral panic, because fundamentally, the issue that these people have is with the content.
Yes.
And they want to try and get all around it, and they want to try and find all these ways because we have the First Amendment, thank God. But that's what they have an issue with. And if you want to have an issue with the content, let's have that conversation, but stop trying to act like it's the like button that destroyed your mental health or something.
Yeah.
By the way, what's your take on open source models?
Oh,
pivot.
Oh, yes.
This has been like the topic of the week. Some people in tech is very split down the middle about this. Like some people are like, this is China stealing our IP, and or like it increases like risk of cyber attacks and all kinds of stuff. And then other people are like, no, we should have a right to this. And,
Well, obviously we should have a right to it. I mean, it's not even a question. I mean, if nothing else, it's so funny that the Hugging Face, like OpenAI thing happened, like also right. It's just crazy that these two stories collided where it's like they relied on an open source Chinese model literally for security purposes. I think for security alone, and I was watching Alex Stamos talk about this morning, like China's not slowing down. There's not a world in which like, we put all these safeguards, we pause AI for a year, we ban all the data centers, whatever the hell they want to do, and China slows down. You know what I mean? So I think we need American companies to be secure, to have capability, and to have access to open source models. We need more competition. You know what I mean? That's good for the market, and lower prices for startups to innovate and to use. I mean, this is a good thing.
Yeah, I totally agree. And also, Kimi is like significantly less. This came out today. Significantly less cyber capable than like a Fable or any of these other classes of models.
I do generally agree. I think it would possibly be bad if like a model with much stronger cyber capabilities than the current existing model were immediately open sourced. But like I think there's ways to get around that don't involve like banning the open sourcing of the model. Like you could, make it available to like cyber defenders or something, and then open source, or make it available via API. Like
we should also build up American open source.
That too.
100%.
Like that's I think like been a huge miss. And I think like especially in the US, it's like when we talk about AI and LLMs, like we very much only think of OpenAI and Anthropic, and we need to have a wider breadth of options, especially for startups that don't have, like I do think it's interesting too. I saw people talking about this like token. They're like, listen, if the bottom falls out on this whole like token business model, whatever, like these companies have not yet gone public. Like we don't need to bail out their business model. Like we need more competition in the market, and the market can handle it basically. But so I also just think it's like it's a losing game to try to ban.
I totally agree. It's like, what if we banned Linux or something?
Yeah.
Like,
well, they're trying.
Really
like, unfortunately, this is the thing. Like, there is this broader, like, all this is happening in the broader context of like the war on open source generally.
Yeah. Do you think this is driven primarily by like business interests behind politics?
Yeah. I mean, I think obviously. Yeah. And I think OpenAI and Anthropic want.
Or do you think there's genuine concern from the government of like,
I'm not convinced that these are even bad for the lab's business models. Like, they're not as good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think we'll see. One thing that I think we've seen, though, is Anthropic is obsessed with pushing really sort of protectionist, like, regulation. And they've really created a lot of fear and anxiety. And I don't know. Anthropic is... I'm not trying to blame Anthropic for anything. They just drive me crazy online, you know? Like,
Yeah, I don't know. They're very AGI pilled. They think that like AI will get like really capable really fast, and like it's not like the other technologies. And like I'm sympathetic to this view.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
They're very themselves pilled. They're like, we will solve our
Yeah, we want to be the one.
That's why it's important.
I just think like we have to acknowledge that we are in this race with China, and like we cannot control China, and to try to compete with them at this critical moment with like one hand tied around our back just seems silly.
Yeah,
so,
totally agree.
Feeling on that.
So referencing another post that you reposted recently, there's a comment section where the top comment is, "We did not consent to data center fascism."
The data center discourse. I was talking on this. I went on Eric Newcomer's podcast recently because I'm in this community group in LA, and they found out that there's a data center in downtown LA. I think it's on like one of the college campuses there. It's not a hyperscale edge. The comments are like, this is why, this is why I've been feeling off. My dog has cancer, like whatever. It's just like,
it's medieval panic.
It really is. And that's not to say that there aren't serious environmental concerns with like Colossus and some of these, like, sure. And also construction can disrupt the water table and allow AOC to hold up a bottle of cloudy water or whatever, okay, but let's have an actual conversation about it. And it's become this sort of like rallying issue, and it's just become like this sort of everybody has lost the plot. There's no nuance. And I think if you talk to a lot of these people, they can't even explain what a data center is. They sort of
they found out like last year or this year.
It's like they think it's the thing from like the Lorax.
It's also just like it's like let's have conversations like about how each of these data centers is being built. And I understand. I'm also sympathetic to the people that are like, listen, these companies are coming in and they're sneaking in the night, and they're not having these negotiations with the community. And I think that part of why that is because of this like. This sort of backlash that is not based, if you watch some of these videos where they're like confronting it, it's like it's not based in, we're not having conversations that are based in reality around some of this stuff. It's very emotional. And a lot of the outrage about the data centers, again, I don't want to live next to a data center, so I'm not talking about the communities where it's like, okay, there's one going up in your hometown, you don't want to live there. But a lot of this is coming from people that live in Brooklyn, okay? And like, my feeling is about that, and I'm not to say all of it, of course, but I'm talking about some of the loud people online.
Yep.
It's just you're feeding people slop and chum, and you're not like moving these issues forward, and we're not talking about sustainable ways to build it. And I don't think that a lot of these people are as principled as they like to act about the environment.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll close out on, people on the left used to like really be pro-technology and pro-industry and pro-economic growth, even if they didn't think capitalism was the best system in which to achieve these things. And now so many of them are like degrowther, they're anti-tech, they're much more Luddite. It seems to me like, I'm not a leftist because like I think that, the economic calculation problem exists and like you can't centrally plan the economy. But like maybe you could eventually with super intelligence. And so it seems to me like if I were a leftist, like I would want AGI like as soon as possible.
The gay space communism argument.
Yeah, fully automated luxury gay space.
I feel like this is like what Grimes. This is like Grimes ideology.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, my issue. I mean, I am a very progressive person, as everybody knows on the internet. Like, I believe in autonomy for people, and I believe in like personal rights. And so, if you want to call, say whatever gender you want. Like, I just believe people have civil liberties, and we should fight to protect those. I guess what I think is concerning to me about the left and technology is that they have sort of gotten on board with, frankly, a very right-wing reactionary. It's very much like the trad people too. Like, 'cause
it's reactionary.
It's reactionary, and it's and this is what I see with the data center stuff, right? Like, there is not a fundamental difference between a lot of these people on the left who are against it and the people that are like, let's go back to the 1800s and let's not have any new technology. Like everybody plays with sticks and balls or whatever.
Yeah.
It's bad. I think undeniably technology has brought us a better world. And that's not to say that there's not problems. I talk about them all the time. I have huge problems with mass surveillance. I have huge problems. I'm a big privacy advocate. But let's build a technological sort of ecosystem that is forward thinking, that is pro progress. And I think a lot of people all over the political spectrum are becoming less. They don't want progress in society, and they view technology as this danger. And I think we can build a better world through tech.
Well, they need to feel it, right? Like they need to be like, oh, I feel the progress. It's like tangibly in front of me. Like this is why like Waymos to me are so good.
This is why there's no NIMBYs in China.
No, yeah, of course. Like we talk about this all the time because they can like tangibly feel the progress. Like this, I think like, compute subsidies for like small colleges, things like that would be really, really helpful for people to feel the progress.
Also, we have to fix our broader economic system. It's clearly not working for people. And also like these billionaires are being obnoxious all day online. I understand the hatred towards them. They say dumb shit. Like they're problematic in some way, whatever. I think the economy is not working for a lot of people. And in times of economic unrest, especially if this is going to be exacerbated by AI, people feed into these reactionary sentiments. And I want people, I don't really identify with any clear political faction at this point, but I think it's just really important that we all recognize that we want a better world, and we don't just want to go back to the 1920s or whatever. We want to build a tech forward
flying
future.
Cars, please, finally.
Yeah, that works for something that works for all of us, that protects our privacy and our rights.
Well, that's a great place to end on. Thank you so much, Taylor,
Thanks
for
so much.
coming
First
to
in-person
the Situation
episode.
Room in person.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It was amazing.
So much
and
fun
I'm going to be covering the Kids Act a lot and all of these tech laws. So please.
Yeah, check out @Taylor Lorenz on X, usermag.co.
Usermag.
And my YouTube channel. I have a
out.
series called Free Speech Friday where we cover a lot of this stuff too.
Love it.
Also YouTube, yeah. And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back with MTS.
All right, we
And we
are
are live.
live. We are live with Steve Coffey, who is a member of technical staff at OpenAI. He works on developer APIs, including the Responses API, which we'll talk about today on MTS. Steve, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So for the audience, tell us, what is the Responses API?
Yeah, so the Responses API, we kind of think of it as, it was originally designed as sort of like our agentic primitive. We kind of designed it as an evolution of the previous generation API, which was chat completions, if anybody's familiar with that, as a way for developers to take advantage of new capabilities of the model. At that time, it was reasoning, but we really wanted the Responses API to kind of have like a brand new design that would kind of allow it to do agentic things on its own. So, you know, it itself is kind of a mini agentic harness. A lot of times we think of Codex as being an agentic harness, but before that, even the Responses API could do some of these agentic things on its own. Had the ability to use something like a file search tool where it could go off and search some files that you have previously uploaded and then come back with you with a response, or do something and search the web, sort of these like mini agentic interactions. And now it's kind of the base layer upon which all of our agentic products are built. So Codex, a lot of the ChatGPT for Work stuff, which is kind of a layer on top of Codex. It's sort of this like fundamental base layer that developers and our own products use to build these highly agentic experiences.
I actually remember way back in the day in like 2021 using the OpenAI API back then. And it was much, much simpler than it is now. So like what are some of the most important changes that have been made from then to now?
Yeah, so the kind of first version of our API was the completions API. And this was super simple, right? You just have a bunch of text. You'd say, hello, my name is, and then you give it to the API and it would just finish your sentence. It was almost like a sentence finisher API. And this was sort of like predates the chat style models. So if you remember DaVinci 003 from way back when, this was like our
that was my that was my boy.
Yeah, it was honestly pretty good to the time. That's what originally got me really into this. Is before I worked at OpenAI, but this was the original thing that blew my mind. I was like, wow, like this is we've solved it, right? It seems crazy, you know, compared to the models we have today, but those early APIs were really just around kind of like completing individual sentences or completing phrases, and people would try to use them to build these chat interactions. They would few shot the model to say, okay, you know, me, I say this, model, you say this, and then they would give the you know, the new user input, and then they would kind of expect the model to follow the pattern, try to parse that out. And then we got GPT 3.5 Turbo, which was the first chat model. This was the model that ChatGPT launched with back in 2022. And we needed a kind of a new evolution of APIs to be able to serve that kind of like more, you know, back and forth user assistant type interaction. And so that kind of gave rise to the Chat Completions API, which had a bit more structure around it, so you could kind of do these back and forth interactions a bit more easily. And then we got, you know, tool use in the API. And especially reasoning. And that kind of led us to, you know, think holistically about sort of what is the developer experience paradigm that we really want to deliver. And that included a lot of things that Chat Completions just fundamentally wasn't designed to do. We had no way for you to recycle chain of thought back to us. And so if you tried to use reasoning models in the Chat Completions API, the model would, you know, forget all of its reasoning. You wouldn't be able to pass it back. And so it would start over reasoning again from the last point that it had seen, and kind of is a bad experience and didn't really deliver sort of the, you know, top tier of intelligence that we kind of want to give to our users. And so that's kind of like how the Responses API was born. That's what we have today. And again, a lot of our products are built on this.
Awesome. So how do you guys think about API efficiency at OpenAI? How do you measure it? How do you make the API more efficient?
Yeah, this is something I'm personally super obsessed with, is making our API as fast as possible. It kind of comes at a bunch of different layers, right? We have a whole team that just works on inference to make our engines and our GPUs that are serving the model, that whole stack, as efficient as possible. And our job on the API is to basically make there be almost no time taken at that API layer that's above what is spent at the GPU layer. So you can kind of imagine this mental model of API performance as being, you know, we get a bunch of tokens or we get a bunch of text in the form of, maybe it's a bunch of text or images or whatever. We have to do some stuff to like translate that into tokens, and then we send all those tokens to the engine, to the GPUs, and then we get a stream of of tokens back, and then we have to turn those things back into text and send them back to you as a developer. So all that stuff that happens basically between when we send before we send the tokens to the engine, and then as the tokens are coming back, it's all stuff that we have to make super efficient. So we've done a handful of things to make our API really, really fast and efficient. The number one is we have just kind of burned down a lot of the performance kind of bottlenecks in our Python stack. Traditionally, OpenAI has been pretty much purely a Python shop. A lot of our research code is in Python, and that has the tendency to kind of bleed across the whole code base. And so we are just spending a lot of time optimizing that. The one really cool thing we've done that Codex actually was sort of a big driver of is build sort of a WebSocket integration into the API. And so the reason we did that is a couple of reasons. The biggest one is that when you use our APIs, you're often round tripping all of the context, the full conversation every time you want to get one new incremental output. And what that forces us to do is, reprocess all of that conversation data again and again and again, even though there's only a little bit that's changed from request to request. So with a WebSocket, what this allows you to do is you can keep the connection open, you can tokenize, you can process all of that stuff just one time, and then the Codex now, and anybody who uses our WebSocket API can just send the new messages over that same connection, and then we'll have to do a little bit of marginal processing in order to be able to give you back some tokens of your own. So this has done a ton to speed up, these really long kind of like agentic rollouts. So these Codex style integrations where it's calling a bunch of tools and then finally giving you an answer back. This was kind of like the single biggest change we've made, and then we're kind of doing a number of rewrites across the stack, rewriting Python to Rust in places where can't really squeeze any more performance out. So it's something the team like totally obsesses over, and places where we've already made a lot of strides and expect to make a lot of strides in the next couple of months.
Yeah.
Right. So I imagine that you are using OpenAI models and Codex like all the time internally for developing. How helpful are they now, and how much more helpful have they become over time? Like, if you had to come up with a number for like how much more productive you think you are because of current coding models, I imagine it's not 10x, but it's definitely more than one.
It might be.
It might be 10x. So 10 was the number that I was actually thinking of. The thing I always say is that I spend maybe roughly a fifth of the time coding now that is compared to 6 months ago, but I'm producing more than 5x the code, and I feel more than 5x productive. And so it frees me up to do a lot of other interesting things like, I think you can spend a lot more time on the inputs to an engineering problem. Like you can think about how it should be designed, how we should architect this, how it will fit into other pieces of the system. And being able to apply a lot of that critical thinking before you sort of hand a problem over to Codex to just implement actually goes a long way, because you can get it kind of like right on the first time, and you're not actually spending all that, those cycles otherwise that you'd kind of be spending like coding instead of just kind of thinking about the inputs. So that's a big thing. I think I have a lot more trust in the models now when I ask it to, give it a well-scoped problem to go work on. I have a lot more trust that it's going to get done in a way that I'm going to be comfortable with. So that's a lot better. But I mean, overall, 6 months ago, I was writing all my code by hand, and now I haven't written any code in maybe like 2 months. So
yeah, I guess on that topic, what do you see as like the difference from people that are like sort of coding native, they sort of like formally learned how to code, versus people who are just like the vibe coding class? Like, how do you see? Do you see that there's
class?
Yeah. Because I got into coding like very much when like LLMs were already beginning to be a thing, even if they weren't that good. So how do you see, like, are there actual performance differences in people who are like very native to they actually learned how to code properly?
I think like Codex and a lot of the coding tools are kind of like great equalizers in some ways. Like they kind of you can kind of expect that the same code is going to be kind of produced by everybody. I think that, understanding the inputs really goes a long way. So if you kind of understand, like, if you've been working in software for a while and you have like a general understanding of like system architecture and how things should be built. And this matters, maybe more if you're working kind of like at scale or at a big company. It matters a lot less if you're working on, if you're a solo founder or building something 0 to 1 and kind of going from there. But I think it's kind of been really magical in just being able to see, things being able to be built by people, no matter how much experience they have with software. Like, that's a really cool thing. Like, people are coming to me and showing me their side projects and things they're working on. I think that's like so cool. And I think that like that sort of tale of, models will eventually get good enough where they can kind of like solve these input problems and, thinking about the architecture more holistically. And I think we're just not quite there yet. And so eventually it will be super, super equalized. I'm not sure if that's a good answer to your question or not, but that's kind of like how I
No,
think about it.
totally. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I learned how to code in like the OG codecs, like GitHub Copilot
Back
era.
in my day.
Back
Yeah.
in my day, in like
Yeah.
2021, when all we had was like half decent like line completion.
Yeah.
And just like the state of coding models today is just like incredible. The amount of stuff I'm able to do is incredible. Even my dad, who is a smart guy but doesn't know how to code, is like making an actual like B2B SaaS startup with
love that.
codecs.
That's amazing.
Yeah, totally. So another question I wanted to ask you is like, how do you see the price sensitivity of people in the real world to, let's say, like differences in API pricings for different models?
Thinking specifically about, well, I guess maybe my kind of prior here is that I think we really try, at least at OpenAI, to kind of build models that kind of like fall along all points of the sort of like price and performance curve. Ideally we have like a really, really great model that's so tiny that we can run it at a very, kind of a fraction of the cost or very low cost. But bigger models do tend to perform better, especially on some of these like hard problems that require a lot of intelligence. And so, we try to train smaller models that are distilled from our bigger models to be able to kind of like provide really good intelligence. But we still have those kind of like bigger, more expensive models that you can reach for when the smaller ones like aren't quite working out.
Yeah. I love that philosophy. Another question is like during a long agent run, what do you see right now versus what do you predict in the future? Is like, the time bottleneck, like where does the time actually go? Like, is it the actual tool call? Is it reconstructing the context, inference? What is it right now?
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. We have like, for my POV at least, I think a lot of the time is kind of spent on tool calls. We have some model. I don't know if you all have tried GPT 5.3 Spark at any point. This was our GPT, codex model that was running on Cerebrus. So super, super fast inference. And it was really awesome if you're just asking it to go and write a whole bunch of code in one shot and it takes, 2 seconds, then it's done. If you're asking it to do something where it maybe has to look at Slack or look at Notion or search the web, these are the bottlenecks where it's like those MCPs are a little bit slow and it takes a few minutes. And so no matter how fast the tokens are coming out, like that kind of becomes the bottleneck. I think like we think about bottlenecks in different sizes, right? Like tool calls being one kind of like big example. We think about them down to the micro level, like in our API, kind of getting back to this efficiency thing that I was talking about a minute ago. We kind of look at every single part of the stack and try to figure out, are we losing some time in the safety stack? Are we losing some time, to the Python async IO loop, or we don't have our work perfectly overlapped so that it can kind of, get work the most efficiently. And so we kind of like look at all parts of the stack, but I think like if you're an average Codex user, kind of like looking at your own rollouts, probably what you'll see most of the time is the tool calls are taking up the most of the time. And we're trying to find ways, creative ways to reduce the number of tool calls that the model has to do in order to give you a good answer, or make the tool calls that it has to do a little bit faster and things like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great place to wrap. Thank you so much.
Cool. Awesome.
Steve,
Thanks so much
for coming on.
guys.
Yes,
Great.
absolutely.
Yes. Thanks so much for setup mocking us.
Yeah. We will get there soon.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks so much, Steve. We'll be right back.
for with MTS.
Thanks.
We are back. We're live with Joe Gershenson and Ahmed Ibrahim, who are members of technical staff at OpenAI in the amazing OpenAI setup, working on Codex. So we have a lot to talk about Codex. They're shipping new features constantly. As I was saying right before we went on, I have been a Codex user since OG Codex in 2021. So I'm a fan. So Ahmed, Joe, welcome.
Thank you. Really excited to be here.
Yeah. So where should we start? What are some of the new features about Codex that you're most excited about that have come out in the last week or two?
Oh man. I actually think about this from what's going on under the hood a lot. So even more so than user-facing features, necessarily, the things that I'm always looking at are just like, how can we be more token efficient? How can we be faster? Because I think like the snappiness and responsiveness of Codex solving problems is so important to the user experience.
Yeah. Totally. So something that we heard the last guest talk about was like this whole notion of like tool calls and how like where there is still some inefficiency or like what drives the team crazy is like unnecessary tool calls. So how are you guys thinking about this?
Yeah, we like approach it from different angles. So we have like this new code mode where like the agent like write a script with the tools and like can compose it into like variables. So I think like this helped a lot in like reducing the latency and like basically making the model like more responsive. And this has helped a lot like with 5.6 Sol because like it's like very helpful in like computer use or like doing like knowledge work or like even coding. It's like makes it like very interactive and like fast.
I think it's also just if you think about what the right AGI pilled harness is, it should be the model writes code and the code does everything instead of giving the model a laundry list of tools that it should be working on or trying to sort through, right? And so I'm excited about being able to kind of allow the model to more fully express itself within the Codex harness, because I think that speaks just right to like how we're going to continue unlocking more power as the models get better.
Yeah, so on that, like in the limit, does the harness actually matter? Like, won't you just have like, GPT-10 that can just kind of do everything by itself without needing to be in a harness, really?
I mean, then you still have a very simple harness. But directionally, I sort of think that this is correct, that one of the most important things for the harness to do is to get itself out of the way. And that's actually why, like, on the Codex harness team, like, we're so focused on really tightly reviewing changes to it and trying to maybe keep it slop free, because I think it's very easy to confuse models or overstructure something. If you think about the bitter lesson in this context, right, which I think is kind of like what you're pointing to with does the harness even matter in the limit? You can imagine just overstructuring the harness may buy you gains in the short term because you're prompting the model a lot or like trying to semi-automate something. But really, as models continue to get better, we want to have a simple and consistent interface that they can be trained with to improve.
Yeah. So how are you thinking about long tasks? So with long tasks, you have to, remember everything. You have to keep the context in certain places. How do you think about like what should be, in certain files, in tool calls, what can be compacted, like how to compact context?
Yeah, I think like as Joe mentioned, you need to like design the harness to be as simple as possible and as malleable as possible. So like the agent is able to like remember its own stuff, like it's able to do many things. What another thing is like you need to help the agent recover from errors or like recover from bugs upstream for long running tasks. You don't want like something running like for 1 month and then like breaking at some point while you're away from like the computer. So yeah, it's like those two parts that we focus on.
Yeah. Are there any tasks in the real world that you're seeing like specific failures or like repeated failures that are just very, very difficult to approach?
One thing that just immediately comes to mind for me is whenever any of the tools or APIs or systems that you're talking to have intermittent failures. I used to build some AI voice agents using other services. This is an era before OpenAI's current models, and working with a lot of our inference providers at that startup was pretty challenging. When you think about like long-running agents that are going to use all these different things, right? We're moving towards the world of a Codex session or a thread is going to last for days, months working on like long running tasks for you necessarily, right?
Yeah.
And so anything which is like killing the thread, you need to be able to like recover from. The agent should be like, how do I come back from this? From a like technical in the weeds perspective, stuck compactions are definitely like a challenging thing to recover from. In some sense, you need to be able to figure out what happened to my context. It's now all quite bad and I have a mess.
Yeah.
And how do I like strip things out and get back to a recovered state? I think we've made some improvements there. Like we really care about what is the success rate of compactions and how does the harness fix like this, but certainly more to do.
Yeah, totally.
So have either of you used the Codex Micro?
Yes, I love it.
Really?
Genuinely, I think it's so much fun. It's tactile and satisfying. And this is very silly, I know. But first, I actually do think that voice control of Codex is awesome, right? And so just having the like, I'm gonna monologue to it a little bit. I'm sure you saw Karpathy's tweet from a day or two ago about just like have a brain dump session where you just talk to the agent for a little while.
That actually, can you pull it up?
I have it pulled up. Nice long ramble session. Switch to /voice and just ramble for like 10 minutes. And then the LLMs reconstruct it. LLMs are really, really good at like just processing like unstructured data. I think Will DePew has a tweet on this where it's like, if you just give the model total gibberish, if you have like a keyboard in Arabic and you press the buttons in the same order, in the same keys that it would be in English, the model will understand it, even though it's total nonsense.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I maybe to the micro question, I think it probably has encouraged me a little bit more to use today's launch and the voice interactivity, because we've had this internally for a little bit, right? But having the voice interactivity there, just do the ramble session. I think the summary of the thoughts that comes back is not always like the perfect expression of things, but LLMs, like you say, are so good for this, and they're so good for making a first draft. And then I find it really useful for me to kind of take that first draft and be like, no, okay, here's what I meant, go get to work. And I found that to be super helpful.
Yeah.
So do you think that you could fully control Codex with everything you would want on it with just like the Codex Micro plus voice?
I haven't tried to do that. I've been thinking of it as like a fun accessory rather than the only thing, but I'm sure you could.
Yeah.
Honestly, true story. One of the engineers on our team got in a bike accident this week and had to get some stitches on his hand. And so he is just hard testing all the voice control features of code this week. Some real forced like total dog food on that. So we'll definitely be getting some of his feedback too. But I think
like I don't feel the need for like pasting logs or like pasting other stuff from like other places, because like the Codex is really good now at like computer use and like Chrome use and like multiple MCPs. So it can like pull any context, and like I feel like the more context I give it via voice, like the more it's like able to do stuff. So I don't really need to write to it or like copy and paste anymore.
Yeah, I think from an accessibility viewpoint, obviously like super helpful, like voice interaction mode is super helpful. I also think like, if you're out and about and you can like, have a device, or you can have something that allows you to do like agent calls, and then you can just sort of monitor everything like through voice. You can just be like walking through like a shopping mall or something. Like that is, I think, the future. Another question that I wanted to ask you guys is like, when you get a new model, how do you guys think about making the like new model capabilities reflect in the Codex, like the coding product? Or do the models just sort of like, up level the coding product automatically?
This is, I think, in some ways really, really big, because it's just the scope of our work. On the harness team, we work really, really closely with research. And so we're kind of in the conversation with them from here's the problem that we're trying to solve, and just here are the things that they're going to focus on for next model releases. I think this is actually like an advantage that OpenAI and Codex have. Having the model and the harness be co-trained together and work so closely in-house really just means like we're focusing on what the problems are for developers or for folks who are like using Codex for computer use so much earlier, instead of just like you get the model and then you try to figure out how to use it or what it's good for.
We start before the model comes, not like after it.
Yeah. Totally.
Well, we're big Codex fans. So glad that you guys are working on it. Thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thanks so much, guys.
Absolutely. And
We'll be right back with MTS.
We are back with Herbie Bradley. We are live. Herbie is an AI policy researcher and writer. He writes on Substack for Institute for Progress. He does consulting. He's working on a new stealth startup. And in the past, he's worked for the UK AI Security Institute, the UK government, Eleuther AI, and some other places. So we're thrilled to have you on, Herbie. Welcome to MTS.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks.
So, like, where do we even start? I guess, how worried should we be about misalignment of the kind that caused the OpenAI Hugging Face model incident? We talked about this earlier with Jeffrey Laddish from Palisade, who, as I'm sure you're aware, had quite a doomer take on this.
Yeah. So overall, it's kind of unclear as to what degree there was like significant safety post-training done on this particular internal model. Right. So I think it could be that like they were doing cyber evals before there was significant safety post-training. And in that case, it's kind of like a less worrying situation. If it was like the fully and ready to go model, mostly post-trained, then it is somewhat worrying because you would expect that like, the constitutional AI training or, the model spec training should have like, got the model to not go out and hack different websites. That being said, I do think it's another indicator that like reward hacking is just the dominant form of misalignment that we should expect to see from these models. Like, all the kind of scheming, manipulation stuff. We haven't really seen any reports of this in the wild, except in like contrived, experiments and evaluation settings. But on the other hand, we see these reports of reward hacking all the time, and this seems to be like the main failure mode of reinforcement learning.
I think just a broad question I have related to this is how right were the less wrong rationalists? People vary greatly in their responses to this. Some people are like, oh, the world as we see it now is like the prophecies of Yudkowsky playing out in real time. And others are like, well, they were correct that AGI would be that like happen and be a big deal and be underrated, but that's a low bar, and they were wrong about a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, give them credit, right? It's like seeing that AGI or something close to it would happen around this time just by extrapolating lines on a graph. It is like, a great act of foresight. And they did sort of lay a lot of the foundations.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think it's kind of like they were like zero dimensional, first order prediction right and like second order prediction wrong on a bunch of things. For one thing, I think a lot of people would have expected in 2022, if they were rationalists, that if we had models of the capability that we have today, the world would have been changed a lot more than it has. And yet, in the economic statistics, the unemployment rate, the productivity rate, the GDP growth is like, roughly stable.
Yep.
And there was a great post on this from the head, Peter McCrory, the head of Anthropic's Economic Institute work this morning on X, showing how he outlines that these things haven't really changed too much simply because there are so many bottlenecks to real transformative change in the economy.
I feel like this is kind of expected, though, at least at this stage of models of these capabilities. Like, yes, they're remarkably impressive on some things. Dare I say, they're superhuman in some things, but they cannot really broadly automate jobs. And I think that's sort of required for like transformative economic growth. Like, the way that you get economic growth in traditional economy is either increasing labor productivity, like increasing efficiency, or just increasing population size or size of the labor force.
Yeah.
And AI has not yet added to the size of the labor force directly.
Yeah. I think this is fair. It also comes from the jaggedness of capabilities itself, right? So like, reinforcement learning is clearly very good at, hill climbing on these highly verifiable tasks, these highly grindable tasks, like coding and like AI R&D, and less good at like much more qualitative stuff. And yet, most jobs contain a pretty good mix of highly verifiable tasks and highly non-verifiable tasks. And so it's like, you're kind of bottlenecked on these like smaller number of harder to automate tasks. And this is a dynamic that the economists sometimes call like the O-ring theory of development. The O-ring is like the single failure point of the Challenger shuttle disaster. And the O-ring theory says basically that, full automation of a job might often be bottlenecked on like, a few really hard to automate things, often involving like some element of human relationship building or something like that.
Our friend David Ox has this take.
Yes, you reposted a post that like echoes very similar sentiment to the one that I have, which is just that like intelligence is not the main bottleneck in the real world. Like one example that was cited was like clinical trials, right? It's going to be like clinical trials and regulatory bottlenecks that is going to prevent like things in bio from going as fast as maybe they possibly could. What are some of these other bottlenecks in the real world that you see impeding?
Yeah, good question. I mean, of course, housing, medical care, these are just all domains which have increased in cost over the last few decades, partly because of like various regulatory or policy bottlenecks, or just like, collective action problems around housing. On the other hand, I do think in the long term, AI has a huge potential to like lower the cost of many goods and many services as well. It's just like, some number of sectors where you can get these like transformative changes in like gross output. But in robotics, for example, like this may take a while. Robotics hasn't really even had its GPT-3 moment yet, arguably. And so there's just like this sort of, I view it as like a 10 to 20-year industrial revolution style transformation of the economy, where everybody's job kind of like slowly shifts, or in some cases rapidly shifts, in the tasks that people are doing towards the more like relationship bound ones.
Yeah. Well, I guess like even as we transition into the, like AGI, the post AGI economy, mid AGI economy, there are still like resources that are scarce, and one of those being land. And so I find it like, hard to believe that like housing prices will go significantly down. Like maybe the price of goods.
Well, you don't need more land. Like you just build vertically.
Or, of course, but like, labor is still scarce, or especially like construction, or there's, regulatory bottlenecks or whatever it may be. But yeah, so it seems kind of like certain things will become very cheap and very available. And I think that for a large part, like, food will be solved.
I kind of think JVR on this. Just build robots, bro.
Just build robots.
Oh, there's not enough labor supply when you have like super intelligent robotics.
No, but in the
Just build
interim, like
robots.
this is kind of the interim. I'm like very curious about what you see the economics of this. Like we're not really at robotics yet. Robotics is sort of midway.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in the far future, we'll have like the Dyson sphere being assembled above us, and like the lawyers are still like, writing bills the old way, or like, people are still employed as therapists, and like, various things like this, just because of the jaggedness and the element of human relationships that will be valuable, I think, into the far future. But yeah, I think you get this sort of style of like process transformation when like the automation, the capabilities reach some certain level, I think. So let's say in robotics, if you could get like humanoid robots or other forms of robots, which were capable of highly automating or fully automating a factory, then in many cases, you could like start to slowly transform the manufactured goods supply chain and drive down those costs of goods and make the end products cheaper. Obviously, meanwhile, things like housing probably become more expensive. I was looking at a video of San Francisco North Beach from like 1930. It looks basically the same. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think one-bedroom rents in SF are up 20% year over year. Yeah, it's just supply and demand.
Yep.
So let's talk about RSI. What do you think is like the current state of RSI? Like how much are internal coding models at companies meaningfully uplifting researchers?
How recursive are we?
Yeah, we just talked to an OpenAI like Codex guy like right before this, and I asked him like how much do you think the model is like uplifting you, and he was like, oh, probably like 10x, and it's definitely not literally 10x, or we see it in the productivity statistics. So what do you think it is?
Well, there was an interesting study on this, I think, from Demira, which was showing that like the amount of code output in their like sample set had like increased by 17x under AI agents. But like the amount of like final shipped releases was up by 30% or 1.3x, right? And so I tend to think it's sort of like this because there's all these stages where like you can drastically increase the output of one factor, but then the overall output gets bottlenecked by other things. So overall, right now, I would estimate like around 30 to 40% total uplift in like overall internal ML R&D speed. And that's obviously going to increase a bunch over the coming years. But I'm skeptical of like a full automation scenario in like the near future, simply because of things like long horizon research taste being very hard to train for and things like this. And so there's probably like some human in the loop for a while. But yeah, the concept of recursive self-improvement, meaning like this sort of slow automation of automation until you get like a fully automated factory of AI research is like very interesting, and I think one of the main underrated questions is like, what happens after that?
Yeah, totally.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, what happens after that is a very meaningful question. Like, I tweeted this like a month ago. I was like, it's weird to me that so many like AI people spend so much time forecasting the near future and so little time forecasting the farther future, which I think is as little as maybe 3 years away. But I am gonna break my own rule here, and I am gonna like ask you specifically about like takeoff speeds. Like, how quickly do you think it would take to get from where we are now to, let's say, what the AI Futures Project calls TED AI, top human dominating expert AI?
Yes, yes. So this is a key question, I think, because specifically their definition of like top human expert is basically all tasks across remote jobs or something like this, right?
Yep.
It's like basically the AI has to be good enough to do an expert job in all domains.
At least as good as top
and
human
my current
experts
sense
in
is,
virtually all cognitive tasks.
yeah. And so my current sense is this is actually just going to be very data bottlenecked. Because, you know, suppose you get the AI to be as good as Ilya at AI research, then you still need to like get that AI to train itself to be as good as like a senior investment banker at Goldman Sachs, or, you know, a senior lawyer, or like any of these other things. And these are just very, very, very data bottlenecked right now.
Yeah.
Like if you speak to any of the RL environment companies and any of the data vendors, then it is just like this massive effort of like collectively figuring out what is missing, iterating, trying to buy data. In a lot of cases, the enterprises don't want to sell the data. Yeah, and so I have this sort of vague concept of like RSI as like the economy-wide improvement loop, where like, you know, our RSI is like made up of the data vendors, the forward deployed engineers, the AI labs in this closed loop, but it's like only closed at an economy-wide level rather than this sort of Russian list-esque vision of the AI lab improving within itself.
Yeah, what about just sort of like a self-running company? Like forget RSI in like the traditional model sense of like the model is improving itself. What about just like a very simple company that has like a simple objective, like, I don't know, like an online B2B SaaS company that just runs itself?
Yeah, I mean, I think like you can honestly basically probably do this right now, like, if you have good enough scaffolding. The problem with this kind of thing is that if everybody can just prompt GPT-6 to make an autonomous B2B SaaS company, then like many people will do this, and very quickly the sort of the alpha might be competed away.
Yep.
You know, sort of like the things which are most easily automatable become commoditized, and like, you know, economic value has to come from somewhere. It has to come from the things which are scarce.
Yeah.
So, like, going back to what you said about how you think RSA is data bottlenecked, what about the idea that, like, if you do get an AI that is as good at AI research as Ilya, then it will just figure out much more data efficient ways to do things, and then the data bottleneck, tongue twister, goes away?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think this is like the big hope in many ways that people are pinning RSI on or something, is can you get like a 2 or 3 order of magnitude sample efficiency increase? You know, RL itself is already like kind of not amazingly sample efficient on long horizon tasks. It would need to be really quite a significant efficient improvement. And there's like not really too many good ways to model this other than to notice that, you know, A, we've spent a huge amount of human time so far searching for such a thing, and we're still like kind of on transformers with some architectural variations. And B, just like it's pretty much a fact at this point that like models are noticeably worse at like novel discovery, like intuition-based R&D, innovation, like trying to make the cognitive leaps that researchers do. It's very notable to me, I think, that like all of the math breakthroughs, or almost all of them so far, have been like counterexamples to supposed proofs.
Yeah, but doesn't that take some amount
instead of
novelty?
Yeah. I mean, it's not really like a binary, right? It's kind of like a spectrum. But this, to me, indicates that there's like, at least in the fairly short to medium term, some complementarity of intelligence where this is like an augmenting technology for human researchers rather than a replacement technology.
Yeah, I think so too, but it's not clear to me how long that will be the case.
Where do you think expertise comes from, like in humans? Like, do you think that there's a reason why somebody is like an expert? There's like a true like intrinsic talent,
divine intuition.
Yeah, like a divine intuition that drives somebody to be like a really good biologist versus a really good mathematician versus a really good tech live streamer or something. Or do you think it's sort of like things that are already sort of within, like anyone could do them if they poured enough time and energy and resources, and then expertise is generalizable, like in a very, you know, AGI way across domains?
Yeah, I tend to think like within humans specifically, it's not like everybody could retrain to do any job.
Mhm.
Like there are such a thing as like partly genetic based, partly like early childhood environment based factors that contribute significantly to your ability to do things.
Yeah.
Like in AI specifically, it's probably just dependent on, what if we get some form of continual learning, then like, what forms of data is the continual learning AI exposed to? And I think this continual learning idea still to me is like one of the main ways that we solve some of these data bottlenecks. Ilya brought this up in his podcast with Dwarkesh, the idea of the super intelligent learner rather than the ASI in a box that knows everything. And it sort of is deployed out into the world
Yes.
and learns from things. And that's how you solve a lot of these problems.
Yeah, totally agree. Like, do you think that for there to be like an Ilya level, like, AI expert, basically he would have to train a model for like a year? Like, there's no other
Yeah,
way.
I mean, that gets to the other thing is like there are a lot of feedback loops in the real world, which is just like kind of time consuming.
Yeah.
And some people suggest that like you can maybe kind of simulate your way through these and like just what if you just simulate the investment bank with LLMs, right? Does this really work? No, I think it probably doesn't work. And so I think in a lot of cases you are just bottlenecked on like real world feedback loops, even accounting for like high parallelization across AI instances. I mean, obviously it reduces the problem a little bit, but
Well,
yeah.
where do these simulated RL environments actually work?
I mean, they work like reasonably well in, software. People are doing like clone of Slack RL environments and then get the model to build Slack, sort of thing. And this works okay. Obviously, kind of in some limit, it doesn't really work. You can't actually point your model at like google.com and ask it to build Google, because like there's just so much hidden information there and the complexity. But yeah, I think it's hard for me to see how this works outside of environments which are very highly verifiable. Now, in the real world, there is like a lot of physics stuff in manufacturing, material science, things which can be simulated more, and you can make a lot of progress there, I think. So I'm quite bullish on the neo labs which are doing, some form of AI for physics, AI for material science.
Yeah, totally. That's going to be increasingly super important. What are sort of your predictions around unemployment? Right now, we don't really see, AI directly like increasing unemployment, but do you
We
think
see it
this-
decreasing it, if anything.
Yeah. Do you think that this will change in the future?
Probably a little bit. Like right now, I think it's kind of being saved by induced demand in things that AI is best at, right? Like software. So there is just like a very, very high amount of demand for software that is unfulfilled. And so that kind of saves it a lot. But over the next 5 years, I think the unemployment rate might well tick up a few percentage points. But I think on the whole, people will just mostly shift their tasks that they're doing within companies. The software engineer role itself is becoming more of a like hybrid of designer and PM and SWE. And so things will sort of move more towards these like human-based relational based tasks.
So do you think the future, there will still be like a place for any task that is sort of like relational? Like, do you basically think
Yeah, I mean-
there's no way that ever becomes obsolete?
I mean, not like infinite demand for the human premium, right? Because that would be silly. But I think there is like a very underrated amount of relational based tasks within the white collar economy.
Yes.
And I think I experienced this within government, right? It's like government just like has way too many staff, way too much staff for the actual jobs that it's doing. And so the way to get things done in government is kind of to like, build relationships with people and like get them on board with your plans and like get them to help you out. And this kind of thing is true in many other companies. The bottleneck isn't always intelligence, basically. I do expect productivity and GDP growth could very well tick up just because this is quite a sharp extra productivity enhancing technology that we're getting, even as it's augmenting, not necessarily automating. So I wouldn't be surprised to see GDP growth at 5% in the US by 2030.
So speaking of this, going to your Substack post from March 2025 called Glimpses of AI Progress, I put it into Fable and asked it to grade your predictions, and it gave you a B+/A-, which is really good. Much more impressive than most people. But the thing that it pointed out that you got the most wrong was fully automated researcher prototypes by the end of 2025. So what do you think went wrong there? Why do you think it's taken longer than expected?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think it was just that at the time I was writing it, you could sort of see the general shape of what would be needed to do to train with reinforcement learning automated researchers. And I suppose the reason why is probably something to do with reinforcement learning just not generalizing as much as maybe people thought it might. So, even today, if I want my AI to be good at even highly verifiable things like programming in the Lean programming language, and I speak to a top reinforcement learning researcher at an AI lab, they will tell me, come back with 100 to 1,000 reinforcement learning environments for Lean. And this is just terrible for what it implies about generalization of reinforcement learning right now. And so the sort of data labs, the data shops are engaged in this process of making a huge number of reinforcement learning environments to train the model to be better at ML R&D. It's just quite laborious, I guess, and time consuming.
Yeah, totally. Do you think that in the future there just will be like way more data vendors?
Yeah. In fact, I actually think it probably is much easier to build a 100B data company than a 100B NeoLab.
Yeah, totally.
Why are there so relatively few data companies?
Part of the reason is structurally it doesn't appear to be a good business, right? Because it's sort of like a consulting style business where you're not really selling SaaS, you're just grinding out this massive workforce, or you're scaling quite linearly in some cases. And so from a VC's point of view, it doesn't appear to be immediately obviously a good bet, or from a founder's point of view as well. But it turns out there is just a huge amount of demand despite the concentration of the customer base.
Yeah. Well, we're coming up on time, but thank you so much, Herbie. It was so great having you on. Love hearing your thoughts
Thanks.
about
Great.
ASI. And
And just to say, for the past year, I kind of been thinking deeply about this and focusing the economy, and I came to a sort of startup thesis I like around trying to improve economic transformation with AGI. So if you're interested, ping me.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah. Check out Herbie Bradley at Herbie Bradley on x.com, pathwaysai.org. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks so much, and we'll be right back with MTS.
Right back.
And we are live? Question mark? We are. Okay, great.
Oh, we got to fix the TV. There we go.
Yeah.
We are live with Christian Kyle, who's a partner on the American Dynamism team at Andreessen Horowitz, A16Z. Previously, he was a VP at Astronis Space Company for a long time. And we're here to talk about all things space. So welcome back, Christian.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. There's a lot going on. We have a bunch of topics queued up. I don't know where you want to start, but there's like so much news since the last time we talked, which is like 2 weeks ago or something.
I know, yeah. We always have to be monitoring all the time. I guess we could start with, what is this image that you sent me? We'll get that pulled up in a sec.
Totally. So there's basically, just recently, over the past week or two, there's been two really interesting rendezvous missions that have launched into space. So the first one is the Legacy guys, Northrop Grumman. They have this satellite that's called, it's like Mission Extension Vehicle, MEV. And they launched one of them before. It attached itself to an Intelsat satellite and basically just like carried it around. So these old satellites, once they run out of fuel, they still need to move around. Like if they completely run out of fuel, you got to send them in a graveyard orbit and they're done. Like all those whatever billion of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars are just useless now. So the solution is you attach another satellite. Another satellite goes up and grabs it basically, and then uses its own thrusters, the ones that it brought with it, to carry that satellite around for longer. So there was just another launch of 3 more of those. 3 more, like you think of them like jetpacks, like literally jetpacks in space. 3 more of those just launched. Northrop Grumman also launched, Northrop also launched another satellite, which is similar but different. It's basically the same idea, but it has big robotic arms, and so it can go out there and like do whatever it wants. Friendly hugs on orbit, always, consensual friendly hugs, I'm sure. We would never do anything else with that, with awesome robotic arms in space. So those are 2 of the missions that go out, but then this one is from a third. So this is actually from the exact opposite end of the company spectrum. This is from Catalyst Space, brand new startup. They are building satellites that do a similar thing. They kind of go out and can grab stuff. The target is really interesting. So the chart that you're looking at, this is showing the SMA, which is basically one of the main orbital elements that shows you the furthest you get from space, or from Earth, basically. So the furthest off of the Earth's surface you are over time. So this is over a period of maybe 2 years. This is a NASA observatory. It's meant to study these like deep space black hole things that are like critical to the formation of the universe. So it's doing some research out there, but it's slowly and surely falling back into Earth's atmosphere. And so this is a problem. Like we spent all this money to get this thing up there. It's just slowly coming down. You can see at the end, it's at like 350 kilometers above the Earth. The ISS is about 250 kilometers above the Earth, so 100 less than that. And beyond that is the point of no return. Like if you get to that low, there's just too much atmosphere. You're going to deorbit. Your mission is over. And so a startup is taking a satellite, going to go attach to this observatory and cart it back up. Like, well, if we watch over the next like months, this thing is going to go up instead of going down because something went into space and latched onto another satellite, which is so sick. There's not that many of these missions out there. Like the main use case, as I talked about, is for these old satellites that are out in geo and like billions of dollars or something. But it's extremely cool technology, and the amount of stuff that you have to solve, like the robotics to grab it, the propulsion, the control of your own satellite, the rendezvous of the actual like matching of all the orbits is like really hard. So it's very cool that we're working on this, and to have 2 of these missions happen in just a short period of time is like really exciting.
Yeah, so I guess that space maintenance is going to become like a real full-blown sector as we like deploy, obviously more, like we launch more satellites and everything. So what are some other areas where like people aren't really fully thinking through like all the hosts of different issues and like maintenance that will be needed?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. There's multiple differing opinions on this. So the first half of the opinion is, yes, we're definitely going to need to be able to do maintenance, to do refueling. So like, let's literally just launch up satellites that have a bunch of propellant on there and then port that propellant over to other satellites. There are, like, you could just think about this in any piece of the satellite manufacturing or like launching puzzle. Like, do we just do what we're doing today and then send more stuff up? Or do we do totally different types of missions? And so I think the counterpoint to the, hey, we need to go grab everything or we need to refuel stuff is satellite costs are coming down. We're launching way more of them. Launch is becoming more prevalent, hopefully, with Starship and with other rockets that are launching. So the argument would be, is it more likely that we have this sort of thing where we have these big expensive satellites that are one of a kind and we need to just like keep them alive as long as possible? Or are we moving towards this sort of like newer model, which is lower cost, cheaper, more proliferated is the word they use in space, like just more of these satellites. And there are arguments in favor of both sides. Like in that big ass report that I wrote a couple of weeks ago, I argued more in favor of the other side of like, let's just launch a lot of stuff and let's proliferate. I think that unfortunately, the way that it's been in the past is like the big, huge way, and the incentives are such that you just keep glomming more stuff on. If you're going to launch one really big thing that can't fail, then you have to do much more redundancy. You have this extra space. Oh, put another payload on there that like slows the whole schedule down by like 6 months. So it's my argument is just factory line. Let's just like get those things rolling off the line as fast as we can, and then hopefully we don't need to replenish stuff. But of course, there'll always be like sick NASA satellites or sick NRO satellites that are just too expensive to let fail.
Yeah. So as of today, like what makes more economic sense?
Well, clearly people are buying these missions. Like Intelsat bought a mission extension from like to carry around one of their big satellites. So there is a market for it. But the question is just like, is that where we're moving? How many of those big satellites, these big bespoke satellites, will there be? I think that SpaceX pretty definitively proved that, you know, hey, we can just launch more satellites than the rest of humanity combined. And if we can do that, then we have volume, so we can get the prices down. We have redundancy, because if any individual Starlink satellite fails, like kind of who cares? Like there's 10,000 more up there that we can still do the mission perfectly fine. So I think that if you have a launcher, that's obviously the dominant strategy. The question is, if you don't have a launcher, what's the dominant strategy?
Yeah.
And that's harder.
Yeah.
So SpaceX is going to try to launch Starship Flight 13 today, which is a second test of Starship V3. What is different about Starship V3?
So the main difference is that they have the new version of the Raptor engines. So you've probably seen that like very viral image of like the 3 rocket engines right next to each other, where the first one is like fucking crazy and like has all the tubes and stuff, and then the final one is this perfectly clean thing. Hilariously, there was a famous CEO in the space industry that called it incomplete. Like he was like, oh yeah, this is just like a fake thing. Like let me know when it's actually fully assembled, and then you'll see how nice it looks. And the response was, it actually is fully assembled. It just looks that awesome. So the Raptor 3s are on this new satellite, or on this new rocket. They're going through the normal thing, which is, hey, we're going to launch it and we're going to let it land somewhere over the water, and then we're going to launch it and we're going to try to catch it. They have not yet gone to the stage of trying to catch this new one. They're just fully testing out the engines. They want them all to work first. They have to have a successful soft landing into the ocean before they do that. So I hope we see that. It's not going to be today. Sadly, they already scrubbed it for weather. There's like some big storm happening over Florida, but they're going to try again tomorrow. And hopefully they can do it. I mean, like as soon as Starship is really rolling with these new Raptor engines, like all bets are off. Like there's going to be so much stuff that SpaceX can put up there with the, they'll put up bigger Starlinks, they'll put up more powerful, and then therefore more powerful Starlinks, they'll put up more of them. It's going to be, truly take off once they get that one rolling.
No pun intended. I'm sure this is probably a dumb question, but like, why exactly can't you launch a rocket in a storm?
There have been multiple rockets that have been struck by lightning, which is not great. The rocket that we had was actually struck by lightning. It was before it launched though, which is like kind of fine. Like they actually have a big system. If you look at the launch pad, there's all these like lightning towers that are around it, because they really don't want the like sensitive electronics inside of a rocket to get shot by lightning. But there's been 2 times that it happened historically, and both of those rockets made it actually. But then there was another one that happened like literally yesterday. There was a Chinese rocket that launched and got struck by lightning on the way up. It was like pretty crazy. So you don't want that to happen. But then also there's like all these really random rules that I don't totally understand. There's like high level winds that often make it so that you don't want to, probably you just waste fuel or whatever if it's blowing too hard against you. There's like certain types of clouds that are not okay, presumably for lightning reasons. There's lots of, for as powerful as the rocket is, it's like relatively fragile. Like the amount, an analogy that people often use is that if you take a Coke can and you imagine the amount of liquid that's inside there versus the amount of metal that is there in the can, it's like very thin, right? There's like a ton of liquid for a very small amount of metal. The same fraction roughly is true of rockets, and it's actually more painful on the mass side. So you have more propellant mass as a percentage of your total stuff that you can use to like build the rocket engine basically. So rockets they get dented just from stuff hitting into the side of them, or like some tool or things like that. So rockets are relatively fragile, even though they seem really big and powerful.
Yeah.
Do you think it makes sense for SpaceX stock to fall when a launch gets scrubbed? Obviously,
No.
not investment advice. But why
It
does
doesn't
this
make any
happen
sense
every
at all.
time?
I mean, it's so well. I don't know why it happens every time. Like I've given up on understanding the way that meme stocks work these days. But I think that like the big lesson is that that people need to learn is that these are super common. Scrubs are super common, and I mean you'd rather have people scrub. You don't want SpaceX to get some crazy reading on some sensor and just be like, okay, send it. Like let's just go for it. Like
Right.
the odds of you hurting the rocket, the odds of you hurting power are even higher. Like unfortunately, we've seen this happen. Like Blue Origin had their tower get taken out by a ground test, and that sets you back a long time versus just losing a rocket. Only sets you back, maybe a month or two. So it's on the order of safety. It's also just like super common. We had this happen with our satellite. So this exact thing where there was an attempted ignition and then some weird reading and they stopped it happened for our launch. When we had 4 satellites, like 4 Astronomos satellites on the rocket. It was like the most terrifying moment of my entire life because I was there live in person. You don't have the benefit of the webcast, like telling you like everything's okay, like things are fine. I just saw 3, 2, 1, and then like a cloud of smoke and no rocket emerging from it. I was like, fuck.
Wow.
Like it blew up. Like it all is over. So I don't know. It ended up being the exact same thing that happened here, where they tried to ignite, they got some weird reading, they stopped it in time, everything was fine, everything was safe. In the case of the Starship rocket, they ended up swapping out 2 engines. Like that's what took them from then until now to try it again, and they're gonna try, and everything's okay. So the market being as perfectly rational as it always is, like they overreacted. But I think
Famously
there's
rational.
no reason to famously perfectly rational markets.
Yeah.
Maybe they should learn
I
how
think
rocket launches work.
Even Rocket Lab stock fell when SpaceX last had to scrub a launch, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't understand that one either. That obviously makes less sense.
Yeah. So I guess we're beginning to see like some of the robotic applications in space, like with Northrop Grumman's vehicle. What do you see? Like, what are the difficulties with robotic applications and autonomy in space? And what do you think is going to start being launched?
Frankly, I think the biggest problem is there a market for it yet?
Yeah.
Like there's this big vision of in the future we will have manufacturing in space.
Yep.
And in that time, there's a lot of reasons why it's really helpful. Like you don't have to launch everything. Like you could, if you, in theory, you're like mining in situ materials from the moon and then you're turning that into stuff in space, makes it way easier to launch. I just think that like we're still pretty far away from that future. And the question is, okay, you put some super sick robot arm up in space, like what are you doing? Like maybe you're landing it on the moon in a couple years and then you're building some solar panels, or like maybe you're going to do some experiment on the outside of the International Space Station. Like there's just not a lot up there yet, other than these really big systems like Starlink or like the other constellations like Planet Labs is a big imaging constellation, that sort of thing. There's not enough up there yet to really do. So I think that, is it cool? Hell yeah. Like I've seen some of these demos and I've gone to some of these factories and like the people that have built, these machines that automatically assemble themselves into big solar arrays, like that's so sick. But it's like, okay, who's buying that right now? Like, what are you using it for right now? Like, I think we just need more time kind of for the industry to mature and for more stuff to be happening in space. And then you will see the benefit of all this, technical innovation. It's not that there's any like particularly difficult tech thing that needs to be solved. People have had robot arms outside the International Space Station forever, but it's just a question of like, what are we using them for?
Yeah.
So a related American dynamism topic is flock safety, which has really been struggling with publicity recently. Like, why do you think this is, and how do you think they should fix it?
Oh man, I mean, the internet is a weird place, and the incentives of people on the internet are unfortunate but predictable. It's like the goal of the internet is to dunk on people and to win arguments and to start arguments and to make shit up that is just purely it heightens you, like it heightens the drama, it heightens the tension. And so I think that there's an unfortunate pattern that's emerged which is like dunking on Flock gets you likes and views. And so we need to find a way to like how do you solve that? You make it so they don't always get those many likes and views. It's just there's no real way. It's like it's too big of a system. There's too many different people and incentives there that you can't change it yourself. So it's really unfortunate. I mean, like Flock is doing God's work. They're literally saving people's lives. They're literally helping children get reunited with their parents. They're literally finding people's cars that get stolen. Like, it's really hard for me to empathize with like oh no, I don't want someone to take a picture of my license plate. Like, I don't care, man. Like, take a picture of my license plate if it means that you're going to help my car if it gets stolen. Like, that sounds really like a great trade to me. In the More Perfect, so I put out this report every year called More Perfect, and in that I had this 2x2, which is like you either things are empowering to society or they're empowering to individuals, or they're disempowering to society or they're disempowering to individuals. I think that Flock is an extremely good instance of a time that is extremely empowering to society, even though there's a little bit of a hit on the individual autonomy or freedom or something. And in my book, great trade, incredible trade, like totally worth it, because it means that people are safer and my property is safer and my children are safer. Like, that is worth it for me. But apparently for others, they are just playing to the tune that other people have showed them the melody to online, which is like, let's dunk on this company and be like, propaganda's bad, or like surveillance is bad. Like, that's like the full argument. And I don't know if I empathize with that.
Yeah. Do you see like the nature of
also this is truly live. The youngest member of the MTS guest is awake now and screaming in her bed, so I think I have to go get her, and can I be right back? Do you guys have time to
go for
I
it?
think we might be at time, but you can
okay, or we can just say bye for now.
yeah. I think, are we good on time?
That
No,
works.
I think we might have to wrap. But
okay,
Bye for
good to see
now.
y'all.
Thanks so much, Christian.
Alrighty.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be right back with
As
MTS.
always. back. We are live. We are live with Emmy Gal, who's the founder and CEO of Ezra, which does medical imaging in order to make cancer non-lethal, and was recently acquired by Function Health, which when we were at A16Z, we would get that as like an employee perk. It was pretty cool. I'm a Function fan. So
we should add scans too.
Yeah, we should. Emmy, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me, guys. Big fan.
Absolutely. So I guess one thing that I've been wondering about is, what do you think about, I believe it's called like ultrasound tomography, where you go into, a water bath and then it will scan your body with ultrasound, which, Midjourney is working on this with hardware. Do you think that this is a promising research direction?
Yeah. So ultrasounds are very useful in general. Like ultrasound is an imaging modality that is used in clinical care a lot. The interesting thing about this water immersion ultrasound tomography is that it's actually 70-year-old technology. The first ultrasound machines were actually these gun turrets that they would immerse people in water, and they'll literally have to hold them in. And in order to ultrasound, obviously we then discovered that if you use gel, it's a much more efficient way to do an ultrasound. And so we kind of gave up the sort of gun turrets, water-based ultrasound in favor of gel-based, kind of a smaller ultrasound footprint.
Right.
The problem with ultrasound is that ultrasound does not travel through air or bone. And if you take a lot of the organs that we have, they're kind of hiding behind ribs, behind bone structures, which means that you just won't be able to image them well, or you'll be able to see some stuff inside the body, but not very well. A better modality to look inside the body is MRI, where you're using the protons in the water in the body to create internal images of the body. That's what we do at Ezra. We're kind of one of the leading companies in the space, and you just can't compare ultrasound with MRI because they're just used for different things.
Right. So what is your vision for sort of accessibility of MRI for everyone? Is this going to be used, preventatively? Is this going to be used, as a part of like a medical diagnosis? What do you see here?
Yeah, so just the bit of background on how I got to focus on this. I have a technical background. I studied computer science and applied mathematics in Romania. Started a company in a very different space than Ezra, in the ad tech space that did quite well. I ended up moving to the US for that. And then my mother was diagnosed with cancer when it was too late. She had metastatic colon cancer, found too late. She didn't have much of a shot. And so I decided to create a company that tries to solve the problem of early detection. Because if you look at cancer, about half of all cancer types don't have any way to screen for. So, we have 5 modalities that we can screen for: mammogram for breast, colonoscopy for colon, PSA blood test for prostate, lung chest CT for lungs, pap smear for uterine cancer. Aside from those, we don't have any way to find gallbladder cancer, liver, pancreatic, or brain tumors, and so on. And so that's why I started Ezra. And I actually spent 2 years doing research, trying to figure out how you could go about finding cancer early in the body.
Yeah.
Cycled through about a dozen ideas, from DNA-based nanobots to liquid biopsies to many other ideas. And then actually on my honeymoon, almost 10 years ago, I had this idea: what if you could do a full body MRI at a relatively affordable price, find cancer everywhere in the body? And I turned to my wife and I was like, hey, if you could do such a scan, it was affordably priced, would you do it? And she said yes, and that's how kind of Ezra was born. So MRIs have existed and have been used for screening for a very long time, full body MRIs. Before Ezra, you could get a full body MRI, but it would cost you $20,000. You'd have to go into one of these kind of very fancy longevity clinics. There was no way to do it that was affordable to folks. And so our innovation was we used a number of AIs to allow us to acquire MRI images much faster in order to decrease the cost. And then we pass those cost savings to consumers. So we are the first company in the world to offer a $2,000 full body MRI. And we are now the only company in the world that's offering a $999 full body MRI. And we're working on making it even cheaper. We think we can get to like a $500 price point.
Amazing. So I guess to zoom in, with cancer, I'm sure that there's like a lot of different, like there's false positives, false negatives. There's like a lot of complex parts of it. So like there's just abnormalities, and then like, is there a way to tell from MRI?
Incidentalomas, they call it.
Yeah, to tell what's like malignant versus benign. Like, do you have that like level of granular detection right now?
Yeah, so it's a very important topic. We do, and kind of I'll expand on it a little bit. So when you're looking at a screening exam, you're looking at two accuracy measures. You're looking at the sensitivity and specificity. Sensitivity is how sensitive is the test to disease. So if 100 people with cancer get scanned, a scan that has 100% sensitivity will find cancer in 100 people. That's the sensitivity. Specificity is if you find something and you say it's cancer, how likely is it that you are correct, that it is indeed cancer? You can probably already imagine that the higher the sensitivity, the lower the specificity, and vice versa. It's kind of like a car alarm, right? If you tune it so that it's very sensitive, it's going to find every burglar, but it's also going to go on when a motorcycle passes by or something. And so the nice thing about MRIs is they have very, very high sensitivity. They catch everything, even at a very, very small kind of tumor size. That comes at the cost of some of the specificity, which is the false positive rates that you're mentioning. There are a few things you can do in order to decrease the false positive rates, which we do at Ezra. Number one, we use this type of MRI called multiparametric. So we look at every single part of the body with different types of MRI sequences in order to increase our specificity for the scan. That's one. Number two, we recommend that people get scanned every year. Why is this important? Because longitudinal scanning gives us priors. Priors give us the ability to determine whether a finding is malignant or not, whether it's changing fast or not. If it's not changing, then you don't need to worry about it. Number three, we've built an AI that allows us to take any radiology report. These are kind of quite technical. They use a lot of jargon and so on. And we use this machine learning model to convert the radiology report into plain English, and we give it a score for every single finding. So let's say you have a little bone island in your spine. That's asymptomatic. We'll give that a score of 1 or 2. That's just a green finding, nothing to be concerned about. It's just informative. 3 could be hey, we found something that's not going to kill you overnight, but it could kill you in 10 years. That's something like fatty liver disease. 4 is likely cancer. It's red. Hey, go and have this checked up. 5 is not just likely cancer or significant, but also emergent. So you should go to the ER ASAP. We have actually found people who were having a mini stroke during their scan. So we can imagine we sent them straight to the ER. And so by providing this kind of translation of what the findings mean and ranking every single finding on a scale of 1 to 5 and doing longitudinal monitoring over time, we've been able to decrease the false positive rates quite significantly.
Yeah. I mean, that's awesome to hear. Are there any other use cases other than cancer, any other diseases? And do full body MRIs also still, function for getting brain data, brain scans as well?
For sure, yeah. So cancer is the kind of primary focus of the scan. However, we can find many other things. We have hundreds of conditions that we have found in our scans. And these are things like endometriosis or fatty liver disease or disc herniations, hernias, aneurysms, cysts on ovaries that could kind of be very painful and so on. So many types of things that are not cancer that could impact your health, maybe not immediately, but over the long run. We also, because we have this longitudinal aspect to our scans, are able to monitor things like the brain over time. So we've actually built an AI internally that allows us to calculate your brain age based on a bunch of measures. And then we can tell you your brain age compared to your biological age over time. So, Theo is 14. He probably has a brain age of a 12-year-old. We can tell you that over time and how your brain is evolving.
That
can be useful for predicting dementia.
Right. How optimistic are you about AI in the short to medium term doing things about cancer, like in the next 10 years, for example?
I'm very optimistic. Like cancer, we already have a cure for cancer. It's early detection. It's just that we're not finding cancer early for everyone. And so if we could find cancer early for everyone, we could reduce the cancer burden quite significantly. If you look at the 5-year survival rates for cancer, if you find cancer early, you have an 80, 90, 99% 5-year survival rate for the vast majority of cancers. If you find cancer late, you have a 20% or lower 5-year survival rate. In the case of something like pancreatic cancer, you have a 4% 5-year survival rate if you find pancreatic cancer early, versus an almost 50% chance if you find it early. And so early detection is really what makes a difference in whether you survive cancer or not. The way to find cancer early is to do these full body scans. The way to make these full body scans affordable is all about AI. So kind of use AI to make the scans faster, use AI to assist radiologists when they're reading scans, use AI to explain the findings to consumers. And so we're very, very AI pilled at Ezra and Function, and majority of what we do invest in is building models to make healthcare faster, cheaper, better for people.
Awesome. So how much of this was, a difficulty with like finding and gathering data so that you can, know what is a cancer, what is what a certain type of cancer at a certain stage? Is this like very first principles, or did this depend on getting a lot of data?
It is all about data. And so, on the scan acquisition front, for example, we've been able to acquire scans significantly faster. Like we do a full body MRI in 22 minutes using an FDA cleared AI that allows us to do the scan faster and then enhance its quality. You cannot build an AI that scans in just 22 minutes unless you have a mountain of data. And so in our case, we have MRI data for both a very fast scan and a longer scan, and we trained the model to learn what the longer scan looks like in order to be able to enhance the faster scan. On the interpretation front, we have AIs that where we used a lot of training data to predict, for example, whether a man will develop prostate cancer or not. On the report translation side, we have a lot of radiology reports that our radiologists have generated that we've used as training data to build our the AI that allows us to translate radiology reports into plain English. And so data is very, very important in this domain. Actually, I would say that it's not the volume of data that's important, it's the quality of data. And so if, for example, you want to make a prediction about health, what do you need? Well, you need longitudinal data over time. You need the data to be multimodality, so labs, scans, and you need outcome data because you need to be able to train a model, predict the thing, and then you need to know whether the prediction was correct and backpropagate the error. And so without outcome data, you don't know whether your prediction was correct. And so the whole thesis behind combining Ezra and Function was that 60% of medical decisions are made using labs, 40% of medical decisions are made using imaging. If you bring these two companies together, you essentially have all of the data you need in order to predict whether someone's developing disease or not. And then because these members are coming to us every year, we also have outcome data. And so we can then use this multimodality longitudinal data set and outcomes to build AI models that predict health or disease. And so we now have a number of models that allow us to predict, for example, 5 years before whether a man will develop prostate cancer or not. And so I think that's how we're going to change healthcare from, what is essentially a billing company with a hospital attached into a true health system where we're predicting whether someone will develop disease, and then we are applying interventions in order to reduce their risk for disease. And that's how we're going to keep Theo 14 for the next 100 years.
I hope so. So you're also a weekend biohacker.
Yes.
What are some of the things you're doing on that?
Yeah, so the interesting thing is I have been a biohacker for more than a decade.
Have you
I've been
gotten scanned?
tracking. Have I gotten scanned? The question is how many hours of scans have I done? I
Right.
probably have done maybe 100 hours of MRI scanning over the past
Oh,
decade.
wow.
Whoa.
I
Isn't
was
it
the guinea
boring?
pig. It is boring initially, but then it's kind of you realize it's the one time when you don't have a phone, you don't have a screen, you
It's like
don't have anything
meditative.
to do but just
You
like
can
focus
listen to
on
the
breathing.
MTS on Spotify
Exactly.
on YouTube.
Yeah,
During
we
your
should
full body
add that as an
MRI.
option. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I now, meditate during my scan. I was the guinea pig for our first scan at Ezra, in 2017, and that first scan took 3.5 hours. And so, don't really recommend 3.5 hours in an MRI machine. So I've been tracking data about my body for more than a decade, all kinds of data. So from labs to scans to DEXA to genomics, etc. And over time, the thing that I realized is that less is more when it comes to longevity and biohacking. And the sort of somewhat cynical conclusion I've gotten to is that when it comes to biohacking, 10% of the stuff people do are useful, and the other 90% just looks good on Instagram. It's
Yeah.
not really adding much value. And there are really four things that you can do in order to improve your health span and your lifespan. Number one, get good sleep. Number two, work out. Exercise is kind of like the best longevity drug. Number three, eat, good food, mostly veggies, mostly whole foods. Number four, to the extent that you have any deficiencies, address them with supplements or medication.
Yep.
That's it. And everything else is sort of superfluous and unnecessary. It's kind of optimizing the basis points.
There's some don'ts, right? Like don't smoke, don't drink alcohol, don't like work in a coal mine, and so on. Like what are some of
Don't
those?
live in a room full of asbestos.
Yes, and the reason those don'ts are actually important is because let's say that we want society to live 100 healthy years. What needs to happen for us to get there? Well, the thing is that to get it, if you make it to 80, or to make it to 80, you need to address three things. One, you shouldn't die of heart disease. Two, you shouldn't die of cancer. Three, you should do something about dementia. Said differently, the three biggest killers, I mean, for you guys, you're young, the number
14.
one biggest killer is, you're 14. So actually the biggest risk for you is automotive accidents. But when it comes to chronic disease, there are really only three diseases that kill people across most ages, which is heart disease, cancer, and dementia. So if you think about those three things, how do we solve them? Well, they're all about early detection. If you find cancer early, you survive. Heart disease is completely preventable if you do the right tests and find it early and go on medication or change your diet or whatever. Dementia can be delayed if you apply some interventions, if you know that you're at increased risk for dementia. So I think we can, within the next couple of decades, get most people to live healthily to 80 and above if we could find disease early, these three diseases. The bigger question is, how do we get to 100? And I think the big problem between 80 and 100 still has to do with cancer, heart disease, and dementia, but an even bigger portion of it is what we call frailty. So kind of like, old age, people die of old age. Frailty doesn't really exist. It's like actually some components. It's like sarcopenia, which is muscle loss. It's immunosenescence, which is your immune system starts failing. It's organ failure, and it's something called cardiac amyloidosis, which is a stiffening of the heart caused by a certain type of plaque. And so the things that I'm excited for in order to kind of get us to live to 100 healthy years is one, early detection of these three diseases that I've mentioned. Two, new innovations that are coming up the pipeline for addressing these things that I mentioned, sarcopenia, immunosenescence, and so on. And there are super exciting things like epigenetic reprogramming that could help with rejuvenating cells. Brian at New Limit and Jacob and that team are doing something really interesting where they're trying to rejuvenate liver cells with some great success in mice and soon on humans. If that continues, we could get to a point where we can actually rejuvenate immune cells, which means we rejuvenate the body's ability to maintain health over time, even in old people. I'm excited about pig organs, so like pig kidneys are starting to be used in humans. That's pretty amazing. We can't yet grow organs. We can grow some tissue, and the jury is out whether we will ever be able to grow actual full organs, because we don't understand enough of these organs to be able to fully grow them in a lab. But we can grow pieces of organs and graft them in and maybe kind of use that as a way to rejuvenate organs. And so I think there are initiatives that will allow us to address frailty as well. And so if you could detect heart disease, cancer, dementia early, and then if you could delay frailty by creating these kind of new class of drugs that are focused on longevity, I can see how we can get to 100 healthy years in the next few decades.
Yeah, I hope so. Something really interesting is like your point on brain age. So what have you found like via these scans so far? And then how do you actually prevent your brain from aging?
Yeah, it's an important point. So there are now, both on the scans front and on the labs front, ways to identify early onset cognitive decline or dementia. On the labs front, there's a biomarker that we actually do at Function called p-tau 217, which has been shown in studies to detect early onset dementia 20 years before it happens. On the scans front, what we can do is we can look at the various different brain volumes quantitatively and see if they're changing shape or shrinking over time. And if they are, we can use that as a predictor of potential cognitive decline over time. When you combine those metrics, you can actually get a brain age. And so we have now clinically valid ways to detect one's cognitive decline. And then there's increasingly more research that shows that the interventions you can apply to delay dementia are lifestyle related. So changing diet, doing a lot of exercise. And then they're sort of cognitive related. If you learn a new language or if you learn to play a new instrument, it actually does help increase the plasticity of the brain, which then means that if certain parts of the brain start working more, a little bit more, they slow down, other parts of the brain can take over if you've increased that plasticity. And so, and there's a study that we can link to that shows that actually people who undertook a cognitive, sort of a lifestyle-based plus cognitive training program were able to improve their p-tau 217 marker and delay dementia or delay cognitive decline as measured by a bunch of things like coordination and memory, etc.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So you talked about how sleep is really important for longevity and just health span in general. Your website mentions that you tried polyphasic sleep once.
Yes, please tell us about this.
Yeah, tell us.
Well, that's how I know how important sleep is, guys. I mean, I'll start with the theory and then kind of tell you how it went. So the theory is that the sleep has 4 phases. Only 2 of them are actually most important, which is REM and deep sleep. And the theory is that you can train your brain to go straight into REM or deep sleep when you close your eyes. And there's some people in history who apparently were polyphasic sleepers. And the theory is if you train your brain to go straight into REM or deep sleep, you could shorten the time you sleep by half. And so you would sleep 2.5 hours at night, and then you would take a nap every 6 hours during the day for 20 minutes. That's the theory. I tried it with a buddy of mine many, many years ago for 2 months. So I slept 2.5 hours a day for 2 months. And I would not recommend it to anyone. I was like a walking zombie to the point where my girlfriend at the time was like, you got to stop this, otherwise, I'm leaving you. And so it just doesn't work. The theory is, I think, bullshit. And I learned the hard way how important sleep is, because like I was running my previous startup at the time. You can't function on 2.5 hours of sleep. And
Yeah, no way.
and so now I am militant about trying to get at least like 7.5 hours. I find it hard to get 8 generally, but 7.5 hours is sort of my golden rule.
Yeah. Is there anything with regards to sleep? Like, do you think that 7.5 is enough, or we should be trying to get, like, is more better always?
Yeah. I think more is better always.
Mhm.
There are some studies that show
Sleeping
that
12 hours a night.
I know,
I used to
wouldn't
do
that be
that.
nice? Yeah.
Those were the days.
Theo still does that, at his age. Yeah. There's some studies that show that certain people are just genetically wired in a way that they are able to extract more REM and deep sleep with less time in bed. And so, I need to be in bed for like 8.5 hours in order to get 7.5 hours of sleep. And on 7.5 hours of sleep, I get maybe on average 3.5 hours of deep and REM sleep combined. And so probably not the most efficient sleeper, to be honest. I'm sure there are many people who, sleep 7 hours, get 5 hours of deep and REM sleep, and they're great, or maybe they even sleep less. And so sleep is very important. There are hacks you can employ in order to sleep better. My protocol now is cool room, cool bed. I use an 8 sleep. Take magnesium glycinate before bed.
I do
It's
this
like,
every day.
yes. And actually, also a hack is magnesium glycinate and magnesium citrate, both great before bed. Glycinate helps with sleep. Citrate helps with the digestion. And so I'm religious about taking those before I go to bed.
Yeah. Well, everybody should definitely take magnesium before bed if you're watching this.
This is true.
All great recommendations.
Yeah. Your
I tried it
dreams
once,
will
did
get
nothing for me.
No. You have to do it like over time.
Correct.
Take
Yeah.
like
Okay.
the proper dose. Your
Yes.
dreams will get more vivid. I don't know if that's actually like that correlates with like your sleep being better, but whatever.
I mean, when you're dreaming, you're in REM sleep.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So
Maybe
exactly.
you're getting more REM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Emmy, for coming on MTS. This was fascinating.
Thanks for having me, guys.
It's been
This is
great. Thanks so much.
We love what you're
Thank
building.
you.
Thanks so much. And we'll be
Appreciate
right
it.
back
And
with
we'll be right
MTS.
back.
Thank you. Get scammed.
We are back. We are live
We're live.
with Christian Stout, who is the Director of Innovation Policy at the International Center for Law and Economics. And recently, not super recently, a month and a half, you wrote an op-ed called "You Can't Export Control the Future, the Case for Defensive AI," which has become this week like really topical. So, Christian, welcome back to MTS.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
So what's the thesis behind your article?
So I had that article, and then I actually just put one out today that sort of
the
follows
open
up on it.
models one.
Right. That deals with some of the open model conversation, shall we say, that's been going on this week. The basic idea about the defensive side, and we can talk about the open model side as well if you want to, but the basic idea behind the defensive side that I think the news this week is really revealing to be very important is that artificial intelligence, we think about it in terms of offensive capabilities, positive capabilities. You think about it that way. Something like, oh, it can go and do things for me. It can go out and hack Hugging Face, for instance. It can direct drones. But the other side of that equation is that intelligence at scale and deployed for a variety of edge devices can also be defensive capability. And how you get to the point where billions of devices have defensive AI running on them, defensive meaning detecting whether someone is trying to phish you, detecting whether a scam call is a voice clone that's trying to trick your grandma, and then the phone automatically tells your grandma you should hang up now. Like that's the kind of thing that AI can help facilitate. But if we look at everything through the lens of, well, you need a $200 a month subscription to Frontier AI to get the good stuff, I think that we're leaving a lot of opportunity out there that will harm us in the long run, frankly.
Yeah. So with export controls specifically, why are they not the optimal solution to safeguard, against, like AI competition, China? What is the argument there?
So it's pretty. My thesis is not complicated, but the problem is complicated. And we talk about export controls, but there's a variety of things the administration wants to do. Export controls, putting different kinds of technology on control lists about what can be used for government purposes, for procurement purposes, creating like different kinds of lists that would control the use of certain technologies. There's some legislation that I saw was being talked about today. So it's not just export controls. Export controls themselves are what is currently being applied to some chips that we export. So like NVIDIA, some of their cutting edge chips are on export control lists so that the latest generation, it's only a certain amount can reach certain countries and so forth. The problem with export controls is that in their best case, they're pretty disputed about whether they give us net benefits or not. Some people like them, some people don't. But in their best case, all they really are is a speed bump. They don't actually stop foreign countries, foreign markets in their tracks and say, now you can never do this stuff. So if you see, we see this in the cryogenic space, which is happening with quantum computing, and you see it in the microchip space. We put export controls a couple years ago on cryogenics equipment, which is necessary for creating these like cutting edge quantum chips. And already you're seeing Chinese suppliers just replacing capacity that we used to have. They're not there yet, but they're getting there. It's the same thing on the microchip side. Huawei, their current generation of chips, not quite as good as what NVIDIA is, but very good. And China has much more access to energy than we do. So it's really kind of like an equivalence question of if you have good enough chips at scale with way more electricity than we have, can you get to the point where you're replacing the capabilities that the United States has? And seeing things like Kimi and like the new upcoming Quen release that has been rumored on the benchmarks, so I haven't seen the full performance yet. Frankly, it looks like they're pretty close. Maybe they're a few months behind, but they're pretty close.
They're a little behind on cyber. Like the UK AI Security Institute just did a report. They released their findings on Kimi K3 and found that it's like a little better than GLM 5.2 and still substantially worse than Sol and Fable at cybersecurity.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing though. At a certain point, and this is why I say it's a speed bump. At a certain point, the models, even when they're a generation behind, are going to be good enough to create a lot of problems or create a lot of opportunities, depending on how you look at the situation. So, our most advanced models are going to be more, further on the cutting edge, assuming Huawei doesn't catch up further, and they have some technologies they're working on that they think will close the gap. But let's just say that they always stay 3 to 6 months behind us. 3 to 6 months behind us, at some point they get to, the estimate is that they're going to get to a Fable level of capability. So what are we doing? The point of the speed bump is like, what are you doing with that time? Like, and what can you even do in order to hamper that? And that's a completely different question, in my opinion.
Yeah, so you make the point basically that like it's a lot at the API level and at the like fraudulent account level, mass account generation. And I'm sure that the Frontier Labs are thinking about this to some degree, but why is it insufficient right now?
Why is what they're doing insufficient?
Yeah.
It's a great question. Unfortunately, none of them have told me why what they're doing is insufficient. I mean, it's complicated too. It's not an easy thing to do. You can't wave a magic wand and do it. I mean, take a look. Like what happened with OpenAI with their model breaking out and getting into Hugging Face. Like, even these very well resourced companies still have limited resource, limited attention, and are focused on doing certain things without thinking about other things. Like, for instance, with OpenAI, this is pardon this tangent, but I think it's illustrative. Why was the story not that OpenAI directed their unreleased model to create a sandbox it itself could not escape from? Why was its first task to do something?
Could a super alignment, could a super intelligence build a sandbox that it couldn't escape from?
Why is that not the thing? Why is that not the news headline? If it can break into any system, maybe it can make a system it can't break out of. I don't know. Like, why are we not doing that?
That sounds
And
like
I think
Galaxy brain.
How would you trust it to do that though?
Well, you have two models. Like maybe this is the kind of thing that Anthropic and OpenAI need to work together. Be like, look, we're gonna have like a robot death match. Claude's gonna build a sandbox.
Wait, that's actually awesome.
Yeah, right. ChatGPT can't get out of it.
Similar idea today.
Yeah. So, but anyway, that tangent. What I'm trying to draw, I don't know if that's even possible. But that's not the way people are talking about it at the top. They're talking about it in like, how are we going to make the new super hacker? And so everything becomes about a particular way of thinking about how these technologies are used and deployed. And I think that happens when they're thinking about the API access, right? Like I'm a free market guy, and I think you want to have API access to let as many people use this as possible. But then you need to pause when you know that there's mass fraud rings coming out of China and Africa and a variety of places that's being reported that access these APIs fraudulently, and they're able to get in. I mean, like the distillation attacks were used through, as far as I can tell from reading what Anthropic put out, was used through like illicit computing through, I think it was Thailand with VPNs and, some of this identity. So it's hard to do, but it's not impossible to do, especially if you, again, have like the frontier and super intelligence. The resources should be devoted toward figuring out how do you prevent this. And if you yourself can't, here's the problem. If they can't do it, turning to the government and saying you should do something about this, by definition, the government is going to be many steps behind what these frontier labs are capable of doing. So I don't know what they're actually asking them to do. The only thing that makes sense is like, can you enact policy that just sort of privileges my business model? Maybe that'll buy me enough time to come up with a solution.
Yeah, totally. So in your article, you also cite Dean Ball's claim that sort of like, what was it? We'll head towards open weight models are inherently decelerationist, and it would end in full AI communism. It would be a digital public infrastructure. So what are your sort of rebuttals against this argument?
Yeah, I mean, I follow his logic. I know why he's saying that. I think it misunderstands the economics underlying just how things work, right? So AI, we are very accustomed to, thinking that AI is this thing that's like brand new. And like in a way it is, but in a way it's not. This old there's nothing new under the sun, right? And I'll admit, I am not particularly AGI pilled. I don't think that we're going to invent the machine god and all of a sudden everything's going to be better. I think we're still going to be stuck in a world with limited resources, limited time. We'll have more of those limited resources, but like good humans, our wants and needs are going to fill to expand and meet our volume, and we're going to recognize that economics still continues to operate. So the problem, what is underlying Dean's claim is that essentially what you're seeing is that there's commoditization happening at the model level to some degree. Now, Ben Thompson had a good article this week. I recommend everybody go and read it. I think it was called like "Who's Afraid of Chinese Models" from Stratechery, where he like introduces some nuances into the conversation that I think are worthwhile. Essentially, that commoditization is happening, but like there's different parts of usage of models where it might not be. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that underlying what Dean's argument is saying is that by having these like broad open source models, things are being commoditized. And what that basically means is that it's more complicated than this, but their price is going to zero or going to like, cost to produce plus a little bit.
Yeah.
And if you have these open source models, essentially it becomes just like the cost of inferencing for people to run these, and that you're drying up the incentive to invest in developing these models. I think that's kind of first order thinking, because frankly, we've never seen that happen before. Now, models are much more expensive than things we've seen before, but Linux powers all of the data centers in the world, basically. I mean, there's obviously Microsoft ones, but Linux is a pretty big contender. The whole Android smartphone ecosystem is based on a variant of Linux. It is essentially a commoditized operating system. What happens is that you push value to different parts of the stack.
Yep.
And it doesn't mean that there's no longer investment in the thing that got commoditized. Like, Red Hat famously invested a lot of money in Linux. Amazon invests a lot of money in Linux. Google invests a lot of money in Linux. Those things still keep happening. What will happen is the frontiers where that investment happens and where people are able to extract value in that stack are going to shift. So it might not be the OpenAI can release a newly trained model and have a $200 a month subscription. Maybe you need to change the way this happens. Maybe it needs to move into a different business model. But you're not going to dry up frontier training because of this.
Yeah. So where would the value go if like we get into a world that is primarily open source? What kind of like things would be monetized?
It's a great question, and this is where I think Ben Thompson's newsletter was like really interesting to think about. So first off, I don't think you're going to see models fully commoditized, because talking about models is kind of the same problem with talking about AI. Like, there's no such thing as a single AI. With models, the value of models is relative to how they're being used and how much their tokens cost. So, some of the early examination of how Kimi is that it's actually kind of an expensive model to run. So yeah, technically it's free, but like if you're running it on your infrastructure, its token costs are pretty high. Now, even if you run that on your own infrastructure, you have to pay for the machines to do it, you have to pay for electricity to do it, and at a certain point, it might not make sense for businesses of certain size to do that. So like what's running on Anthropic and OpenAI systems will still remain competitive on those dimensions. Also, on the model side, it's about like what context you're wanting to run that in. So, meaning we might discover a world in which these frontier models, even when they're distilled, can be used for, and we're seeing this, can be used for like different industries with more constrained sets, so that it becomes more cost effective to use them in different contexts. So even where maybe ChatGPT, the latest Sol model, might be too expensive at scale or something, OpenAI working with companies to create tailored instances that work for their particular industry, maybe that's where they extract value. Value, and if you go by, I think we talked about this last time I was on. I really think intelligence is going to be more like electricity in terms of its ability to be a general purpose technology that enables further uses. Intelligence, to a certain extent, is going to be a complement for all these different industries like radiology, the law profession, engineering, all sorts of things. So the value that is going to be extracted is kind of like Red Hat's model in a sense, I think. Don't invest based on what I'm saying, because I am not an investor, but I think the value is going to be something like different device makers, different application makers figuring out how to incorporate this intelligence and seeing the value of the frontier intelligence being out there, reinvesting back into the ecosystem that develops the frontier intelligence while also creating the end user products. It's not going to be like ChatGPT subscriptions in the future. It's going to be intelligence diffused through all of our devices and services. So the value is going to be there. It's just going to be growing the entire economy much higher.
Yeah.
So what kinds of restrictions do you think government is likely to impose on open source models for safety reasons, as opposed to China reasons? Like, for example, if an open source model can do cyber attacks, I would imagine the government would put some controls on it for the same reason they export controlled Fable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a more difficult question because the government will be bound by the limitations that are in statute, assuming Congress doesn't come up with a new piece of legislation, which, knowing our current Congress, might be difficult to get through. Export controls are not a really great fit for the open source software because we are not exporting the open source software. It's an import restriction of some sort is what you would be looking for. So one of the things like Dean was talking about, which I think he was right in his thought that what the Trump administration might do, you can create a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt around the use of these models by just having like soft regulatory examinations, rulemakings, and so forth that make it to make it look pretty toxic. If you're a company that is pretty public, a public company or just a well-known company using these models, you might get regulatory scrutiny. The FTC might be looking more into your business, or if you're a public company, the SEC might be looking more into what you're doing. So it'll create liability concerns on the regulatory side. So you could do things like that. There's also powers that the administration has, like ICTS orders, that would target transactions and services. This would be a little difficult because what you could use ICTS orders for would be, for instance, banning accessing the hosted open source models from China or from another jurisdiction. It seems hard to believe that they would be able to use those on the actual open weight models themselves from being just downloaded. It's literally just a file of numbers. It doesn't do anything on its own. So that one would be harder. You could also have procurement bans. So any company that wants to do business with the federal government, there could be written into the requirements that you do not use any Chinese open source models in anywhere in your organization, right? They could say that you'd be considered a threat to the government if like we would consider your systems compromised or something. You could do that, which would put the federal government is a major consumer in the economy, so there's a lot of companies that would put a lot of pressure on. Now the question is like, would that actually stop the development of open source models? Nobody's making any money on them, so. Right now, these companies in China are just releasing them. It could be industrial policy. It could be, I think, the founder of DeepSeek, or the CEO, was saying he's basically AGI pilled. He just wants to get to AGI as fast as possible.
Yeah.
He thinks he's helping. So, like, there's like ideology behind it that way too. So, I don't think it's actually going to stop the open weight models from being used, honestly.
Yeah. Within China, what do you think they're thinking about? Like, are they mostly thinking about it from the lens of competition with the U.S.? I doubt that, they're thinking too much about cyber capabilities. I've sort of like talked about this before. I also don't really think that, there's like panic in China culturally about like, like a Fable level panic of like, oh my God, like what's going to happen if we release a model that's too powerful?
Yeah, I mean, China's really interesting. So one of the side effects of being really into semiconductors and AI regulation and so forth is that I've tried to go out of my way to read as much as I can to just understand China as a phenomenon. And if you read, I think there's two great newsletters, Chin.ai and China Talk, that everybody should subscribe to. They really do a great job of trying to help the West understand what's happening there. And there is anxiety in China apparently about AI generally. From what I understand, the anxiety in China is something more like they feel like they have to get on the bandwagon to promote AI like across their economy because there's been previous technological revolutions where people missed out on, but at the same time they're also kind of afraid of it. So there's like a sort of like ambivalence in the cultural level, which has some like resonance with what I see in the United States. So I find that pretty interesting. At the leadership level, I have to believe they're concerned about cyber capabilities. If I had to prognosticate, and again, please do not invest based on my prognostications. I'm just a humble country lawyer. If I had to prognosticate, I have a feeling that we have far more in common with the CCP control government on the question of what should happen with AI regulation than we have differences. Like they don't want to get hacked too. They don't want devices that can generate biological and nuclear weapons. Like that would be a problem for them as much as for us. And I have a feeling that if we were a little bit more cautious with our rhetoric, we would probably be able to have something, not that we need a new Cold War, but we need something like the compromises that we really have with the Soviet Union in the 20th century over nuclear weapons. We probably would have similar common ground with the Chinese on that, I think. But maybe I'm a Pollyanna. I don't know.
I think that's likely. So what were the two newsletters you mentioned? China Talk was one. What was the other one?
China Talk and Chin.ai. It's a
Okay.
professor from, I believe, Georgetown.
How do you spell it?
On CHIN.ai.
It just says domain
You're
for
not
sale.
Oh, maybe I'm giving the wrong one. Hold on. I'm totally giving him free advertising, and I'm advertising. The
Is
wrong
it just
thing.
Chin AI?
It's chinai.substack.com.
Oh, ChinAI.substack. Okay,
Yeah.
I had it wrong. Yeah. See, this
There
is
we
why
go.
humans. I need to be AGI pilled. I need my assistant whispering in my ear.
Oh, so the article this opened on is
Yeah.
what is the future of Claude Code in China?
Yes, it's a good one. That one actually is really great. It talks about how, to your question, the administration there wants everyone to use Chinese models, but everybody in the companies keeps using Claude anyway, and they keep using VPNs, and it's like a cultural phenomenon. Like all their coders love Claude; they keep using it.
Yeah, no, that is fascinating. Do you know much about, like whether coding agents are being used to the extent that they are here among like white collar workers? And then like if people in China are, similarly cheating on their exams with AI, having it do all their homework?
From reading these two sources and some other sources I've read, the coding agents are widely used, and I mean it makes sense because even on the Chinese models themselves, like Quen is a great local coding model. If you ever done any coding, it's like fantastic for doing that kind of agentic work. So yes, on the coding side, I believe they are using it a lot, but it's probably like here, there's a mixture of quality between, you're as good as your code review, right? Like you could have a bad coder, a human coder on your team, and if you just let him ship code into production, that's a problem. You also need to review AI's code. That said, I have a feeling both Chinese and American developers probably are lazy just because they're humans, and you probably get a lot of bad code coming out of that. On the cheating question, I don't know. That's a good question. I know
It's interesting because I
yeah.
wonder if it just incentivizes cheating, like if the education system incentivizes it in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, in the United States, now we're getting like far afield from my area of expertise and just into rank speculation.
Yeah.
For for me, what AI really exposed in the United States is that maybe our education model was pretty fragile before AI, and
Yeah.
AI is just exposing where all the problems were in like, are people actually being educated?
Yep.
And maybe we need to rethink how we go about this, and even rethink like, why do we need to send everybody to higher education? Like you can have a very good life without spending 4 to 8 years in higher education.
Yeah, totally. Well, glad we could get into some social cultural stuff at the end. Thank you so much, Christian.
Yeah,
It was so great
absolutely.
having you on.
Thanks so much,
Absolutely.
Christian.
It was good talking to you again.
Great talking to you. Always great talking to you. And we'll be right back with them.
We'll be right back. right, we are live with Miles Jennings, who is head of policy and general counsel at A16Z Crypto, to talk about some interesting crypto news right now about the Clarity Act. So, Miles, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
So, for our audience, which is often more AI native than crypto, tell us about what the Clarity Act is. What are the provisions? Why is it important?
Sure. So, I think most people that have heard of crypto have probably heard that there's been a lot of regulatory animosity and a lot of battling between various regulatory agencies. This bill is called the Market Structure Bill, the Clarity Act. And what it does is it creates a tailored regulatory framework for digital assets, right, for cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, like Ethereum. And it draws, regulatory jurisdictional lines between the SEC, the CFTC, and other regulatory agencies at the federal level. That's really important because, for the entire time that the industry has existed, it's been very unclear whether or not it's been subject to, digital assets have been subject to securities laws, how those securities laws apply, how entrepreneurs can comply. And then it also does things like establish, guardrails for intermediaries in the space, things, big exchanges like Coinbase, that provides guardrails around how they interact with their customers and safeguard their assets. And then it also provides a lot of protections for entrepreneurs to ensure that they, aren't unfairly targeted by, regulators for, creating tools that people might use in various different ways, right? And so this is an incredibly important piece of legislation that really, is targeting kind of the key areas of uncertainty that have plagued the space for a long time and have really impeded innovation.
So the Clarity Act was introduced in 2025. It's over a year later now. It still hasn't passed yet. What's delaying it?
Yeah. What's the holdup?
Yeah. Well, I will say, so it's been, this has been in progress for, I would say, almost 7 years now. The industry has long been pushing for regulatory clarity, because if you look at how the industry has been regulated, it basically swings every time a new administration comes into place, right? And you can't really build a real industry on top of, shifting sands like that, right? If one day you say activity is illegal, the next day you say it's legal, how are entrepreneurs supposed to navigate that? So I would say, it's been even frustratingly longer, right, that we've been at this, and hopefully now we're really coming close to the finish line. With respect to why it takes so long, what I would say is that for a long time the industry has been very divided about how this stuff should be regulated. What is the correct regulatory approach? There are people that think that, hey, let's stick within securities laws, and those have worked for building companies. There are others that say no, we need something that is totally different, because at the end of the day, what blockchain technology really enables you to do is build networks as opposed to companies, right? And if you look at our history of securities laws, corporate laws, all of them are designed to help build companies, and it does that very well. But the thing that they assume, right, is that companies maintain control of the things that they build, right, the services that they offer. And blockchains kind of come at a very different angle, and that they create permissionless open networks that no one controls. And so our existing regulatory framework is not really designed for that. So, a lot of people have pushed for a completely different regime. And so where we've ended up is somewhere in the middle, right? We're splitting the baby between, different regulatory agencies and creating a framework that really does, that's built upon a principle of control, looking at how these systems can, operate without any single actor, controlling the system. So industry is now coalesced around, kind of that vision, and is very supportive of the bill. They've been working on that approach for, several years now, trying to push that through Congress. But it just takes a lot of time to make this issue important for members of Congress. And, one of our colleagues on the government affairs team like to say that, Congress only really acts when there's an emergency, right? And I think one of the things that kicked off this round of like focus on legislation was really the FTX crisis back in 2022. And, that was an exchange that basically went under, and tons of people lost money. That was the impetus to really start taking the legislation seriously. And it's now taken basically 3-4 years from there to get to the point where we are very close to getting a bill through the Senate and through Congress.
So tell us about the way that these different assets are classified. So we have digital commodities, investment contract assets, and permitted payment stablecoins. What are these different categories?
Sure. So at a very high level, what I would say is clarity. So we previously, Congress passed the Genius Act last summer. It's about basically 1 year old. It's just its birthday the other day. That bill was all about stablecoins. So permitted payment stablecoins, right? Those are USDC, Tether, right? Assets that are basically one-to-one backed by U.S. treasuries, right? And so that was kind of the regulatory framework for that. That's led to a boom in growth in terms of stablecoin payments, being used. Stripe's in this game. There's all sorts of companies that are now working on this and revolutionizing kind of our existing payment networks and payment rails. Chris Dixon has a really good article about like crypto's WhatsApp moment for basically taking all of these payment networks that are could cost you 10% to send money abroad, right? And payment networks make it so that you can send money anywhere in the world for basically less than a cent. That's a huge unlock. This is more focused on Clarity is more focused on network tokens, and the way that it defines network tokens really are kind of like, if you think about how a share of stock gives you ownership of a company, right? A network token gives you ownership of a blockchain network, right? And that's the way to think about it. And so that's an important distinction, because the difference between those two is that when you own a share of stock, you're basically putting your trust in management of that company, right, to deliver that value. With respect to a network token, you really just own the network directly. There is no person that sits in between, right? And so as those networks function, you can accrue value. Your token is basically just ownership of that network directly. So what Clarity seeks to do is it divides, puts network tokens firmly in the camp of being, what we call digital commodities. That means they're outside of securities laws, right? And they're now into this new regulatory framework that this bill establishes. And that's really important because right now, for the legacy portion of the industry's history, right, it's been unclear whether or not they fit in that bucket, a commodities bucket, or in the securities bucket. And so there was no real way, to operate in the securities bucket. That meant that you had to have centralized intermediaries, kind of destroying the value proposition of blockchain networks themselves, right? And then, but if they were in commodities land, they were totally unregulated and, no disclosure, no transparency, all sorts of stuff. And so you end up with, rife with scams and frauds and all sorts of stuff like that. So this takes a lot of the learnings from securities laws, applies them to this commodities context, this digital commodities context, and gives us kind of rules of the road for how we can build these systems, which is super important. So what I would say is if you want to bucket at a highest level, right, Clarity creates a framework where you got digital securities. So those are just securities that are tokenized and put on chain, right? You can create tokens that represent anything. So you can have them represent shares of stock. Those are digital securities. You then have digital commodities, which are network tokens, meme coins, things like that, which are, highly tradable assets that some of them, like network tokens, represent interest in networks. Meme coins are inherently valueless, but are, things that people like to trade. Then there's permitted payment stable coins. Those are what Genius regulates. And then there's kind of another bucket that continues to kind of not get a ton of clarity here, which is, things like NFTs, digital tools, assets that really give you kind of that are used to represent, ID, things like that. And those are kind of continue to be a little bit of an unclear area, but they were always a little bit less uncertain in how the regulatory treatment was. So it's less of a problem.
What about liability? Like for a fully decentralized organization or other like totally decentralized finance, like who is found liable if something goes wrong?
Well, I mean, I think the way to think about it, right, is in the context of what do blockchain networks actually enable, right? And I would say that one of the key things is they allow for individuals to transact peer-to-peer, right, on a trustless basis. And so if you and I were to, let's say, trade a Pokemon card, right, who would we hold liable if that transaction went wrong? Well, it's between you and me. Right. And as a result, we shouldn't be looking to a third party for some type of liability associated with that. Blockchain rails are really just the infrastructure on which people can now engage in more peer-to-peer transactions and therefore remove a lot of the risks that have inherently required intermediaries in the past. And so what they fundamentally do, right, is guarantee like a trustless, permissionless system where people can transact, where you don't introduce intermediaries that create a lot of conflicts of interest risk, right? If you're trusting someone if you and I were trading Pokemon cards, but we were doing through an intermediary, we would have to trust that intermediary is not going to take that Pokemon card and just disappear, right? Yep. And so by removing that middleman, you remove a lot of the risk associated with transacting. And as a result, that environment kind of, we think, is much more favorable to the end user and is also much more efficient.
Right. So tell us a little bit more about the SEC versus CFTC split. So why does this make sense, and how is this, going to solve a lot of problems with like regulating and overseeing?
Sure. So, again, I think the difficulty that the industry always had with the classification of digital assets like Ethereum or Bitcoin as a security, right, or an investment contract, is that the securities laws inherently assume and force control over those underlying systems, right? The reason that Bitcoin, is valuable and that people ascribe a lot of value to it is that no one can change the rules by which that system operates. There are 21 million Bitcoin. There are always going to only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. No one can change those rules. And so as a result, right, people view that value, that certainty that there will only ever be 21 million as something you can value. Compare that to the US dollar, where the US government can just print more dollars, right? And that's why we have inflation and all sorts of things, right? So people put a lot of value in the idea that hey, this system isn't controlled, can't be changed by anyone. But that's fundamentally at odds with how securities laws work. There's no one that sits in the middle that controls the system that can change the rules. So how do you have a system like Bitcoin operate in the bounds of securities laws? There's no real way to do it. And so by necessity, in order to comply with securities laws, you would have to have someone control that network, thereby defeating the purpose of the blockchain itself. So the industry always took a very kind of harsh view of securities laws, and kind of it destroyed the value of the technology. So what Clarity seeks to do, right, is take some of the benefits and the protections of securities laws, like disclosure requirements, right, and apply those in the context of these assets, but not treat them like securities. Instead, it treats them like commodities, saying, hey, these things actually, they're not controlled. They don't need to be controlled by someone, but we still want to have some transparency, some disclosures around them. So, people that are investing in them aren't getting rug pulled by, entrepreneurs that are, claiming to not have control over the system, but actually do. And so what Clarity does is set up a lot of the, framework of securities laws, but applies it in the context where you don't need to continue to retain control, thereby allowing the kind of purpose and the benefits of the technology to persist, right, but still providing protection to consumers, which is obviously super important.
Right. Well, that is super important. Hopefully the Clarity Act gets passed soon. Thank you so much, Miles, for coming on MTS.
Thanks a lot,
Thanks so
guys.
much,
Good to talk to you.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Great to chat.
And we'll be right
right back with MTS.
MTS is brought to you by Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks at neon.com/MTS.
MTS is also brought to you by 11 Labs. Give me a finger. 1. 11 Labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
MTS is brought to you by Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
Also, big shout out to Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And finally, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com.
Woo! Basically, shout out Neon, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be right back with MTS.
Be right back.
welcome back, everybody. Kamala producer just sprung like a kind of tomatoes joke on me just before we went live, and it just it threw me completely off, folks. But it is Friday here on the other end of the world in Melbourne, Australia, where I'm coming live to you from. But in the US, of course, you're living in the past. It's Thursday there, and there's still the rest of the week to come. We have a fantastic guest for you today. There's so much to cover. This particular story, we're going to talk a little bit about the relationship between the EU and the US tech scene. We have a fantastic guest. Welcome to the show, Sam Rouse. Now, Sam, you are a fellow. Your fellowship has a title. It has someone's name attached to it. And I said before the show, I was like, I'm 100% going to forget the name. It's immediately evaporated from my mind. You're a fellow at Young Voices. You're a writer. You've been following this story for a long time now. Welcome to the show, mate.
Thank you so much for having me on this evening.
It's very, very, very good to have you. So why don't you take us through? So the headline kind of reporting this morning, Sam, if I'm getting this correct, is that there has been a fine levied against Google by the EU. Do you want to start by taking us through maybe some of the background here and then up to this kind of present enforcement action today?
Yeah, so the EU is fining Google to the tune of $1 billion, which is not a small government fine in the slightest, alleging that it engaged in anti-competitive practices through self-preferencing its search engine, which is a pretty common accusation that's being lobbied against Google by regulators in the EU and the United States. And it's yet again the EU targeting an American tech company to the tune of almost $1 billion, a lot of the times now actually $1 billion, with these different fines under what's known as its Digital Markets Act, which is a rather expansive, it's some 400-page law trying to regulate all sorts of different content of these tech companies. Oh, they self-preference their own platforms. Oh, they prioritize the code that they make in-house with their apps because they know it's safe and effective and everything. All sorts of different rules and regulations put into the tech scene. And they use it as an economic way to target US companies and try to extract money out of them that they can't generate in tax revenue because the tech industry is not really based in the European Union. They don't have a lot of major startups. I don't think they have any major startups in the top 500 Fortune 500 companies in the past couple decades. And so yeah, it's just another one of these stories that I've been covering now for 2-3 years of regulators trying to engage in kind of this predatory approach to business.
So Sam, you sound quite skeptical about the basis of this enforcement action, about the kind of more general trend of the EU targeting US tech companies for their behavior. Do you want to take us through what was the kind of rationale at a very high level without getting super deep in the details unless you think that's interesting? What is the specific behavior here that Google has been accused of? I know you said it was anti-competitive preferencing of their search engine. What would they have had to do in order not to fall foul of this particular regulation from the Digital Markets Act?
I think the problem with the Digital Markets Act is the law is so expansive and vague that there's not much they could have done to avoid scrutiny. They would have found something else wrong with how the business is operating. But the challenges posed against Google routinely, both in the US antitrust case and by the EU, is first self-preferencing, which, to clarify, is when they, make the default application for different services their own. So, it's making it the most integrated to use Google Docs with Gmail. It's the most integrated to use, Google Drive with Google Docs. It's the connection between all these different tools. And in particularly, one that faced a lot of scrutiny in the US antitrust case that ultimately did deem it a monopoly, but didn't really do too much to break up the Google business, was these agreements that Google would make with other companies, namely Apple, to set Google as a default search engine. So when you first open up Safari and you type in, whatever you want to type in and click to search, it loads it on Google first and foremost. Because apparently somewhere in the regulation that is no longer allowed.
It's kind of interesting to me. Like, I think if you take a kind of broader view of the anti-competitive of kind of competition regulation more generally, right?
Right.
A lot of the competition regulation in the US, I assume there is kind of a similar lineage in the EU. A lot of the anti-competition regulation comes from a kind of economic history in the US of firms that really were anti-competitive in a way that just imposed enormous costs on consumers. You know, and the connection there was between government, corporate actors using their market power to unfairly raise prices or do other things with big negative externalities. Like if you're an economist and you're looking at this, you're going, well, good competition between firms is really good because it is good for consumers. It reduces their market power. It reduces profits in firms and creates more public benefit. All of that as a framework for understanding competition policy seems like quite persuasive to me. The thing that I have always found kind of questionable about some of the competition complaints that people have made about the big tech companies is I really don't see what the consumer harm is meant to be. Right?
That's
it's like,
correct.
yeah,
It's correct.
Google has this ecosystem. It's actually just really convenient for me to be able to use Google Docs, save it in my Google Drive, so on and so forth. So, like, take me through, Sam. And Sam, it sounds like you maybe align with me on this, but like, maybe help me steel man. Like, take it from the other side. What is the best argument for this kind of approach to competition regulation for tech companies?
Sure. Well, I mean, look, I think that, we're talking about huge businesses. The big tech companies are making these deals, in billions and billions of dollars. This is dealing with vast amounts of data. Now it's, touching into the AI space, into, data centers, cloud computing, yada, yada. And so in order to create a new search engine or some other product that competes, it can seem rather daunting. It can seem like, well, it's obviously an anti-competitive marketplace. There's this moat of so much money that you really need to generate before you could maybe try to, go to Apple and get your own default agreement. The problem with that is exactly what you said, is that there's really not any consumer harm to this because we're talking about tools that are free to the consumers and are widely popular. I mean, I don't think anybody, for the most part, there's maybe some rare exceptions of people that would rather Bing something than Google something, but most people at this point use Google. It's pretty integrated into our digital way of life. And they're neither charging people a subscription nor really generating tons of money with a ton of pop-up ads. I mean, they have an ad service, of course, when you get your search results, but it's not this overbearing system. And I think it really just misses the moment because this stuff is actually changing really, really quickly right now. We can get into a little bit more. The judge in the US ruling highlighted a really important point, which is that AI is disrupting the space so much.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I think if you look at it through, there's different ways to cut this, right? If you look at this through the lens of simply, what would it take to offer a new consumer search product in the market right now in the US or in the EU or anywhere, and it's like, well, that would be an enormous lift. Trying to get me to stop using Google, your product would have to be like, not just 10 times better, but like 100 times better. And it's like, how much more space for improvement is there in the search experience? And if you said to me, my search engine is 100 times better, but you have to pay for it, I'd be like, I'll probably just keep using Google. Like, there is a sense in which the offering a free service, which is funded through the ads business, that itself as a business model is one that really benefits scale and integration and all of the things that Google has kind of accumulated over the years that does make kind of direct competition quite difficult. The point you're making there, Sam, or the point that you're raising that the judge made, is that the competition for a company like Google is not going to come from a little startup building a search engine in the same way that Google built a search engine. Just like, the competition to the large automakers didn't come from someone making a slightly better Toyota Corolla, right? Like Elon Musk came along and made the Tesla, but it wouldn't have worked if his first car was the Toyota Corolla, but slightly different. So it's like the challenge to Google, for example, is going to come from the fact that no one is going to use search engines anymore because our default point of interaction might become the model or the agent or something like this. So it does seem to me that if you focus on a very narrow slice of competition policy, any product that is like really good for the consumer starts to look really anti-competitive by dint of the fact that it's really good for the consumer.
Right. And I mean, I think it just builds on this consumer welfare centric case. It is there's no consumer demand for another search engine doing what Google and Bing and stuff have been doing. There was competition between them, Google, Bing, Yahoo, etc., and one seems to really win out. We're moving beyond that. I think that so many of the tools that we use online, the way in which we operate with the internet is going to really radically change in the coming years. There's already talked about, I mean, people want things that are scaled back. You might want a thing that's just a little black box that you speak into it that sends all your emails for you. And so it's got to look beyond that if you're going to compete in this space, whatever the new ideas are, the startups that want to enter the quote unquote search market. And it's clearly right now leaning towards AI. I mean, you already see it integrate into Google search itself, but it's actually, I would say its biggest competitors at this point are Chat, Claude, Grok, just social medias themselves. I mean, we're searching in the search bar. We look at Twitter, we look at Instagram and stuff more than Instagram. They have their own search features. And so, yeah, it's just really misreading the market and misreading the consumer demands. And so I just don't see what the point is at this point.
Very challenging. And I think it speaks, there was this broader concept of competition regulation that Lina Khan, I think, pioneered in the US. It's kind of drawing, I think, on an intellectual tradition, which is quite a bit stronger in the EU. And that looks, less at consumer harm and more at this kind of ideal, hyper-competitive market, which I think would probably be, in a lot of ways, worse for consumers. It'll be interesting to see how those kind of trains of thought, it seems to me to be motivated just by kind of like dislike of the tech companies and the ecosystems that created.
It's really at its core a kind of socialistic view of the government should get to decide how businesses are operating, and the government should decide the future of the economy and the markets. And so it's not understanding this dynamic between consumers and business and companies and the way all these different things. I think most people really in the tech VC space wrap their head around and just think it's common sense. But no, it's a totally different philosophy on which, people in Brussels should get to decide how the internet's going to look tomorrow. And they clearly know, even though they haven't built any of the internet themselves, really, they can, kind of teeter with it. And it's in particularly, I think, from what I've seen covering it over the past 3 years, it's a hostility by the EU against American companies because they're making so much more money. We're generating tons of tax revenue from them, which fund our social services and the like here. And they're not seeing that same kind of tax revenue. And so they need some kind of way to bring back money.
I mean, like, I can imagine, I can kind of put myself in the shoes of someone, and there are elements of this, I believe, which is like, there is a role for government in kind of acting on the best interest on behalf of the consumer, on behalf of the voter, to prevent behaviors from companies and corporations, which might be hard for the individual consumer to prevent. I think, like, there is a way of framing that where your kind of critique of this approach to regulation, that it's kind of socialistic or kind of grounded in this state-centric view, I think is kind of reasonable. But there's versions of that which I'm all in favor of, like stop companies dumping uranium in public parks, stop them, stop tech companies. Microsoft did a bunch of fairly anti-competitive things back in the day, which I think it was good that there was a regulator who could stop in and prevent them from doing that because they had big consumer harms. But I think the kind of larger regulatory picture here, I think you're right, is heading in a direction that doesn't seem to have a clear grounding, a clear justification in what this means for the consumer, what it means for the market. It's very interesting. I want to move away from this question, unless there's any final thoughts you have on it, because there's also been kind of broader reporting about this shift in Google's kind of capital expenditures, where suddenly, for the first time in a long time, it's not just sitting on a bunch of cash, it's really investing in infrastructure for the AI build out. Do you have any thoughts on that, Sam Rouse? What is that? Or, how should we think about that, and how should we think about some of the reporting around that?
Yeah, I think that their Q2 earnings reports and their agreements they're reaching right now with Anthropic is a really fascinating development. Over the past, I want to say 3-4 weeks, I've really kind of started to follow some of these more legacy big tech companies, Google among them, Apple. And they're making some really big strides in the AI space. I think we kind of underestimated them because you had, Chat and Claude emerge real quickly, competing neck and neck. It's this, entrepreneurial startup kind of environment within the AI space. But Google and Apple are sitting on decades of expertise. They're sitting on a ton of resources. They have entire ecosystems. And so the news today is not surprising to me. And I think there's a lot that remains to be seen, but I'm very optimistic by it. I think that the little stock dip today is a huge opportunity for investors, honestly. And I would not underestimate Google or Apple at all. I think that they are going to get a late entry into the AI market, but the way in which we are starting to think about it as kind of these new chat models kind of reach a little bit of a plateau in their advancement is more about the deployment. And really, those are two companies that can deploy chatbots into so many different areas of your life. They can integrate it into so many other products that they already offer. We talked about search, but Apple's health features, you have Google's, documents and emails and calendars and all these different things. I think Microsoft's another interesting example. And I think that's going to be a huge news story in the next couple of years.
Yeah, and I should say, I mean, in the boring kind of caveat-y way that none of this is, of course, financial advice, but I do find it interesting. I think the idea that you're getting at there, that that as progress in AI maybe starts to plateau. I've got some questions about that because I think that's an interesting question in itself. But if they do, then obviously the focus is increasingly going to be on the diffusion. You have a bunch of companies, Google, Microsoft, Apple among them, who are deeply embedded in the consumer. Google, of course, the real bull case for Google for a long time was, listen, this is a full stack AI company. They go from chips to Google Docs and they have everything in between. And that is a kind of interesting position to be in. They seem to have relatively underperformed. I'm not talking here about the stock price necessarily, but just in terms of the capability of their models compared to their competitors in OpenAI and, of course, Anthropic. Apple has been a major laggard. I mean, the fact that they pioneered this a form of interaction through Siri that is now been perfected by the labs and other companies like 11 Labs have kind of really perfected this kind of voice interaction, and Thinking Machines had their own duplex model there. Like a lot of people working on the space, but Apple really feels like it's a long way behind that kind of stuff. You think there is an opportunity there for things to catch up?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in this space. I don't know every single company, but look, I think history shows within a number of technologies that have emerged. Emerge is a great word because there will be mergers. There will be kind of connections. There'll be integrations of maybe the tools that one of these newer companies creates into, I think, either the Google or Apple ecosystem, which is probably the first time I'm not too familiar if that's been done before with either of those companies. They're very insulated for the most part with their services, but I think that there is just a lot to be said about the access to consumers, the role in which they play in people's lives from that element that really goes undermissed when we get too much into all the technical side of things, the full capabilities. I think something I've come to realize in talking with a lot of just regular people in the reporting space is the minor improvements you see to OpenAI or Anthropic's models isn't really a big shift in their everyday life because it's, they're using it for somewhat basic tasks.
The capabilities are already there.
Yeah, they're editing pictures, they're writing some emails and stuff. And so it's the deployment that's this next part. I mean, on top of, we have a shortage of a shortage of energy. We don't even have to get into all that, but I think, yeah, it's really interesting to see where these two companies will go because they have been behind. Their capabilities are a little bit short. I think that people have been disappointed with the model of Siri that came out so far. But in a lot of ways, a lot of these things that you think of AI working in other spaces, the Apple products already did that. You could already, ask it to call somebody, ask it to do something. And so I was thinking about this stuff from a very practical side of, we have all these tools already as it is, computers, cell phones, etc., that can do 12,000 different things. And most of us use them for less than 100 of those things because there's too much stuff. There's so many hours in the day. There's only so much you really want to do with them. And that's going to prove true in the AI space as well. I think that the two companies you mentioned, particularly Thinking Machine's new open source model is a fascinating entry into the market. I was not familiar with it at all until like about the past week. And I think that's a really interesting example of how quickly this stuff can change.
It's going to be very interesting, Sam. And I think like the thing that's worth I mean, I am quite I expect AI capabilities to keep kind of scaling. I've continuously underestimated the ability for the leading labs to kind of introduce rapid scaling progress. I think one thing that's worth pointing out is even if you believe that to be true, the nature of the capabilities that they continue to get, we saw, just this week, that a group of their models had escaped an evaluation environment and hacked Hugging Face. I think even if you think that model capability is going to continue to grow at a similar pace that they have been growing, you can imagine a world in which many of those capabilities are kind of locked away to the extent that's possible by the leading labs because of concerns about safety and alignment, and that so the actual diffusion that needs to happen is of these capabilities that, as you say, already exist. Sam Rouse, fantastic to have you on the show. Where can people, if they want to read more of your writing, if they want to hear more from you, where can they find you?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. I'm sorry, it's Twitter, not X, at SamRouse1.
Hell yeah, I respect it, Sam Rouse1. And can they find your writing?
Yeah, that's usually shared also on Twitter, but you can also follow the Young Voices websites. Young Voices is joinyv.com joinyv.org, or Join Young Voices on X and Instagram and a number of other platforms.
Fantastic, Sam. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We'll say goodbye for now, and we'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to the show, everybody. Very good to have you here. It really feels like time. I say this basically every week. Time is accelerating, folks. Things are moving so quickly. It feels unbelievably difficult to keep up with everything that is happening at the moment. It's very exciting. It's a very exciting time to be here on MTS Live. Now, we just talked, of course, about some of the antitrust action against Google that came out of the European Union. Very interesting conversation more generally about some of the ideas in the competition space for tech specifically. We're now going to change subjects completely. We're going to talk about something completely different. I have a fantastic guest for you. I'd like to welcome to the show Paramita Mishra. Welcome. You are the CEO and the founder of Pressy Genetics. I double-checked the pronunciation with you before we came live because I was terrified I was going to get it wrong. But welcome to the show, Pam. Lovely to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, our pleasure. Now, we should start with what do you do at Pressy Genetics in the very general sense? Give us the kind of overview.
So, in short, the fundamental bottleneck in all of biology is that you have to destroy your cell to measure it. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a tissue in pathology, if you're talking about understanding how a drug interacts with a cell. In fact, we barely understand how Tylenol works inside the body, to the point where people are, hypothesizing it causes autism. We barely understand what happens when between a drug and a cell, and the cell is the most complex level. So what we are doing is we are building a very, very good spectral camera. That's what we've been doing for 2 years. We recently announced Cell Cinema, which is our measurement technology, and posted a never before seen chemical video of a process called ferroptosis happening in a cell live. We got 3 to 10 gigabytes of data per 1 to 2 hours every cell. This is an explosion in data. This is the kind of explosive leap that is going to lead to a massive understanding of drug discovery and, reduce these failure rates in trials. Right now, everything's blind. 97% cancer drugs fail clinical trials. So, this is, the data needed for AI. This is the data needed for everything.
It's very interesting. It's something we've talked a little bit about on the show before. It really feels like, of course, in some senses, biology has been the next frontier for a long time. It's one of those things that there's always a promise around the corner of some new imaging technique or some new assay or some new approach to cell biology that promises to kind of give us a great deal more understanding of what is happening. But something I've heard a couple times on the show already is this idea of you mentioned kind of multispectral camera, so having cameras, having imaging techniques which can work on the cell level. And I think this is, when I have heard people talk about it on the show before, it has always been in the context of how exciting it will be, not just to be able to see these interactions for interactions we've never seen before in this kind of context, but also, as you said, as training data for models. So do you want to just take us through a little bit more, Palm? Like, what is the kind of the promise here? Like, what is the, if everything kind of goes really well, what does this unlock for AI models, for kind of biology more generally?
Okay, so I'm a computational biologist by training. I trained at the University of Pennsylvania, and I can tell you that the reason why I had to leave and start this company is because I realized almost everything we understand about biology comes from an Illumina sequencer. And someone, we were lucky, and that's why we understand almost like anything about biology. The measurements do not make sense for the context. So I realized, my aunt had ALS. She passed away. We didn't even realize it was ALS until after the death. It was by the mode of death that and both my parents are doctors. So this is absolutely insane what I'm talking about. My dad told me when I was in second grade, he's a cardiac surgeon, Paramita, I treat patients one at a time. What I want you to do in your lifetime is build systems that will help people all at once. So initially we thought we would have like 1 drug, 2 drugs. That's what every drug discovery company does. But you know what? You have 1 or 2 drugs, you're playing that same game, 97% failures. Nothing works out. This is not gonna work in the AI era. We need infrastructure, and that is exactly what we're building is infrastructure, because I'm so sick and tired of companies coming out here and saying, oh, you just add a bunch of GPUs, you add a bunch of TPUs, and all of a sudden you'll cure cancer. No, the reality is that we need to actually understand cells at an integral level. The language of cells is not even recorded. It's almost like, imagine if there was a common crawl of all the code on the internet, but only the vowels were recorded. That's how we understand cells. It's like okay, fine. That's not language. So my work at Penn was actually tracking single cell dynamics using methylation based sequencing of single cells. And I realized, oh, wait, this cell is dying in the process of me measuring it. This happens everywhere. The largest data sets we're releasing are like 100 million. That's nothing. Inside my own body, I have at least like 20 trillion cells. So how exactly are we ever going to understand the complexity? Right. So we built something from the perspective of a computational biologist. I realized 2 years ago, what data do I need to bring all of this into the computer? It was not as a research project, but rather out of necessity. So we built out hardware. It's so rare to see a company in tech bio that's not building hardware. It's out of robots. We're not putting robots on already existing measurement. We've built a new way of looking at cells. We have built microfluidic chips that literally mimic livers function, so liver on chips. And we are doing the semi-style, literally nanofabricating. My CTO is from decades of background in material science as well as semiconductor packaging and photonics. So we have done quite a lot. You can read about it on our blog, but very quickly, is this important? Well, let me put it this way. In April of this year, Demis Hassabis was talking to Gary Tin at Y Combinator, and he said, I've not heard of a startup yet that can peer into cells without killing them in real time nanoscopically. If that would have happened, then that would be a game changer. Well, needless to say, we've been doing this for 2 years. And if Demis is saying that, it's because he knows that AlphaFold could only be made because the protein database existed for decades and decades and decades before, because of the work of female scientist Margaret Dayhoff, it was even started. So, well, we need to reach the next level in bio, and we're not going to do it by just, using the same methods and wasting so much money. We really are, single cell sequencing is so expensive, and that's the thing we use to understand cells. Also, very quickly on this note, I want to mention and announce, as I mentioned to you before, that as we were working on toxicity, so as I said, 97% of drugs failing trials is a huge deal. We realized that a kind of a boring thing that no one else picks up because they all want to make drugs and do a pipeline is actually toxicity screening. And so that's what we started with. But then Kimi K3 happened, and also this happened. So it was Fable basically denying requests to every biologist, while I've talked about this at length. Pineapple Man from that video, he called it the R word, what Anthropic was doing, because they are basically taking away the ability to use Fable from the two people that matter the most here. One is the people who defend America, and two is the people who are trying to cure cancer. You're taking that ability away, and that's the brains of the AI we need, the eyes we are building. And I realized that, this is not fine. And so what I'm trying to say is, if this is how things are going to go, after Kimi K3, I tried it out. It can literally make you toxins. It is they release Fable to everyone in the world other than cancer researchers and the Defense Department. I don't know in what world that makes sense, but now, 27th of this month, we're going to get the open weight model for Kimi K3. What will happen? So now it's not just we're trying to find a product market fit. We found that with toxicity, now we are going into biodefense. And the reason is because America needs a test bed for the toxins that may come into the country. China owns this entire space. 4 out of 7 of their, priorities nationally till 2030 have been bio-related. One of them is deep space exploration. I could argue that's bio-related as a scuba diver, but the reality is that we cannot wait for Anthropic anymore. It is like these companies are shutting people out. Why? It has its own pipeline, and its safeguard measures did not really work because you're releasing it to everyone else, and look at what happened. So now we are moving into Tycho. Tycho is our biosecurity project that we are launching and in an undisclosed location in America, completely American made, huge piece of land we've acquired. And finally, the ex-CTO of the Defense Intelligence Agency, Bob Gurley, has now joined our board of advisors. We're moving really, really fast. Bob Norwood, a photonics professor who's from the defense background, joined as well. And we are basically trying to make the semi moment happen in biology. We want to be able to, and I'm going to have these graphics on our website, but we want to be able to, simulate human biology on chips, semi-style scale it, one day take it to the space so that we don't have to rely on China for everything anymore. Like, this is a deeper view of that. And then this is...
I'll just pause you there for a second, Palm, because it's kind of interesting. I'd like to understand. So I just want to make sure, I'm kind of fully getting the significance of what you're talking about. So the connection here is you mentioned earlier a kind of on-chip, an on-chip biosensor for. I think in the original context you were talking about using it to simulate liver toxicity. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
But the promise here, if I'm understanding you correctly, Palm, the promise here is not just being able to, in a kind of research context, simulate the toxicity of a given, and of course the relevance there is if you're developing a cancer drug or a pharmaceutical of any kind, an intervention of any kind. One of the things you might be quite curious about is how toxic is this chemical more generally. So even if it might plausibly act on a target receptor or a target of any other kind in a way that looks promising.
That causes at least 30% failures in clinical.
So that's interesting. But then you might get to the point where we go, okay, when we test this in vitro, it starts to look a little liver toxic, and then we go, well, we can't take this drug any further. If you kill them with the medicine, that's not particularly helpful, even if it solves the underlying problem.
More precisely, we try it on animals that we torture that now FDA has finally deregulated. So that's why there is a need for our product. Finally, last year, FDA Modernization Act allows for organoids and organ-on chips. It's not that people couldn't have done this before. And just by the way, if they tried penicillin back in the day on guinea pigs, then it would be considered so severely toxic it would have never reached a human being. Between the two of us, the reason why both of us are alive is because that did not happen. Right.
So it's an interesting point about the general, I suppose you could call it the general technological infrastructure that underlies pharmaceutical development. And the insight here, Palm, if I'm understanding you correctly, is we can bring some of this onto a chip that's doing a simulation of actual human organs rather than, or you can use organoids, rather than using a guinea pig, which might have a very different reaction to a medication than a human. And then I'm just trying to draw the connection here between that and what you were saying about biodefense. And if I'm understanding that correctly, the view there is, well, if you can put a liver simulation onto a chip and use that to understand in greater detail what is happening on the interaction level between a medication and some of the pathways that might be relevant for liver toxicity, then you can probably also put a biosensor on a chip that can sense toxins more generally. And the connection you made there, Palm, between that and I suppose what you'd call the current moment in AI capability in bio and bio risk is that as these capabilities proliferate, regardless of what safeguards Anthropic is putting in place on Fable, there will come a point, whether it's 6 months in the future or 12 months in the future, when those capabilities that are currently your professor of biology can't access through Fable 5, your random person in North Korea, or pick your flavor, will just have access to that through an open model that's maybe been ablated or maybe just is fairly permissive out of the box. And so your point being there, if I'm understanding this correctly, Palm, correct me if I'm wrong, this raises suddenly the salience of biodetection in a way that we haven't really seen up until this point. Is that right?
So that's exactly right. I want to try to, I just drew this up. Okay, it's probably not visible. It's a funnel. What I'm trying to say here is, what I'm trying to say here, I'm a very visual person. I mean, I'm starting a biophotonics company, but basically, we already can do this. People aren't realizing this. When it comes to hypothesizing, we can already do this. When it comes to drug design, we can already do this. Isomorphic has over 100, candidates. This is public information that, and they're finding trouble figuring out, which one they want to send off to trials, because the problem is not that you cannot hypothesize. The problem is that you care about the patient, so you don't want to give a drug that's going to cause toxicity. Liver is a common failure mode. There's no reason to stop at that. However, with the right funding, if we're working with the government, if we're working with there's also announcements to come in the future. But essentially, what's important about a chip is it's similar to semis. Chips basically took a very complicated process and then made it manufacturable. And till now, what we've been doing is more manual work and or robotics. Also, the reason why we do that is because we cannot measure cells without killing them. So why even bother making this complicated? So with Cell Cinema, we've been able to surpass that. What you were saying about what's possible, we have patent pending on an incubator on chip. That means the artificial lung is on there. It's called MBOP, Modular Biological Observation Platform. We've already created this. That's how we, got the videos we've posted. And about what you were saying, the thing is, we care about the patient. That's why we don't want to send the wrong drug off. Obviously, they care about profit and loss. An adversary does not. And 36 out of 38 DNA synthesis providers shipped fragments of the 1918 pandemic, a virus without catching it. This was Nature Communications this year.
I saw that.
The big problem is validation. It's biological validation. We've already crossed, drug design is now getting commoditized. That's a huge. And so defense thinks 10 years ahead. It has to, and America has to, because the only way you can beat China's velocity is by acceleration. So that's why we've created a new measurement that we are now using to, instead of getting one snapshot from every cell, we're getting so much information, and we are working with Frontier Labs, although those partnerships will be announced later.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I'm just trying to connect it in my mind because it feels like there's several things going on here, right? One is this photonics question, the Cell Cinema question, which is about understanding, watching in real time, dynamics, right? Interactions between cells and I imagine things of all kinds. You can imagine observing cell-to-cell interactions, but also cell-to-drug interactions. That is obviously a very exciting direction. But you're also talking there about looking forward to a world where biological surveillance, biological risk surveillance becomes much more important. Explain to me, like I am a small child or golden retriever, what the significance is of bringing the surveillance function onto a chip versus, I mean, as you said, I think that the Nature paper that you're referring to, Palm, there, just for our audience who might not have this context, this was a question about whether existing regulations and oversights was enough to catch a bioweapon like the 1918 influenza that caused that global flu pandemic, whether our current regulations were enough to prevent fragments of that virus from being shipped around by providers. And the answer really was that nothing was caught, that it was quite possible to send fragments of that virus around without raising any eyebrows whatsoever. In a world where it becomes rapidly easier to design a virus, a pathogen of any kind, that seems like a significant problem. Explain to me just very quickly, what is the significance of semiconductors and on-chip testing there? Why can't we just swab and send off to a lab? Palm, talk to me like that.
Absolutely. So the most important thing is scale. So when it comes to doing a single cell RNA sequencing, that's how we profile cells, like virtual cells, as it's called, like the virtual cell models.
Yeah.
That it happens that's what all of my work at Penn was on, and why I ran away, because I was like, this is not going to work out. This is just so expensive. It takes a weekend at the bare minimum. It misses 80% of the data. And honestly, if you're giving someone like a drug, RNA is not directly related to the drug response. There's a variety of ways in which a cell can respond that's not covered in one snapshot of RNA. So the biggest thing that I want to, and this is the last point I want to sort of leave with the audience, is out of distribution. So the biggest problem with virtual cells right now, if you look at Tahoe 100M, if anyone follows this space, they would know what I'm talking about. That was 100 million cells. But how many drugs was it? It was 379 drugs. I think they removed 2 or 3 for some reasons, but that's not many. And it was mostly cancer drugs. That's fine, but that took them so much money, so much effort. If you can make this autonomous and you can sort of like, you amortize the cost, not towards the reagents for sequencing, but we're doing this label free. We're not adding any reagents, and these reagents are really expensive. This is how these companies make money. So instead, we've put all the costs into the actual detector and just been like, we won't have as much like sales tax, like marginal costs. And then on top of that, our chips are like rapidly, this is why our CTOs from the semi-packaging background, we've made them in such a way that there's massive economies of scale. And so what we are ultimately being able to do is all the costs end up being towards the actual drug. There's no actually other marginal cost that's added to the system outside of like, just bench time, in the sense the scope is on one chip, so it's not on the other chip. And the reason out of distribution matters is if 380 drugs or whatever took so much money, and this is the state of the art, well, AI designed toxins, as of Microsoft research, evade over 75% of DNA synthesis screening tools. We simply need not just more measurement, but an industrialized effort. And that is exactly what Tycho is. And obviously, this has downstream effects where we're helping out frontier AI labs in their drug pipelines, because they're outputting hundreds of drugs they don't know which one to test.
Very, very interesting. Enormously ambitious agenda in front of you, Pamitar. You have my you have my best wishes. It sounds like you've bitten off an enormous amount, but very, very exciting to hear about this research from someone like yourself. Wonderful. Now, before we leave the audience, Pamitar, where can people find you? Where can they hear more about Prezi Genetics? You talked already about some blog posts, some pieces you've written and published recently. Where can they find those?
I think if anyone is on X, they have found my rant somewhere on their timeline. It's at Parmita, Parmita. I live stream my life outside of obviously mission sensitive details, which is most of my life actually now. But yeah, so I guess, just find me there. This whole company started with a tweet, which was the fundamental bottleneck in biology is we are killing cells to measure them. Michael Levin who's now someone I talk to quite often, liked it. And that's when I was like, you know what? I talked to him and I was like, I'm going to do this. So this is all started on X. That's the best place to find me. But please also follow me on LinkedIn, because I get like hundreds of likes on X and I get 2 or 3 likes on LinkedIn. And I'm getting really tired of that because it's just really weird. It's like I'm speaking to a wall. But that's all, yeah. And Pressy.ai or pressygenetics.com/cell cinema is the blog. And then our account here is at Pressy Genetics, PRECI
Fantastic.
Genetics. Yeah.
And I should just say, don't take the LinkedIn stuff personally. It's for a different type of person than you and I, Palm. We belong to Twitter, and we should let other people have LinkedIn. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah.
A real pleasure. And we'll say goodbye for now. We'll be right back in a few moments. And
thank you.
Farewell. Thanks again.
Go Tycho.
Welcome back, everybody. Very, very good to be here with you. The nature of MTS is that we jump around a little bit. We start talking about Google antitrust. We take a little detour via biorisk and conversations about kind of bringing together AI and chip design. Biology and chip design, of course. Very interesting conversation. I'm not sure I really understood enough of that conversation, but I did my best, folks. But now we're going to kind of return to the corporal world of software. I have a very, very interesting guest, fantastic guest. Welcome to the show, Duncan Lennox. Now, Duncan, you are the Chief Product and Technology Officer at HubSpot. What a pleasure to have you on the show. Welcome, mate.
It's great to be here, Gabe. Thanks for having me.
An absolute pleasure. Now, I was going to say, we talked before, just when we were offline, about where in the world you are. You said San Francisco. You have a little lilt to your accent, Duncan.
Irish by birth, by way of Boston, and now back in the Bay Area again. Yeah, so, but trying to not lose the Irish accent, even after a long time in the US.
It's very charming. I have to say, Ireland to Boston to San Francisco is actually kind of a well-worn that's kind of a well-worn path.
It is. That is true. That is true. Although plenty of my countrymen have headed in the direction of urination as well. So lots of
we are made better
ancestry there.
That's right. We are made absolutely better for them. I think my maternal grandmother. So, Duncan, thanks again for coming to the show. Maybe we should start with, now, HubSpot has two pretty significant new product announcements in the AI space. Do you want to take us through those? And then I'm really keen to kind of get to like the path that brought you there.
Yeah, sure. It's like it's a super interesting path, and I think one that like everybody's trying to figure out along the way too. Well, but we're super excited today that we've launched into public beta two products, Agent Hub and Agent Builder. And Agent Hub is all about providing, a control center where you can see all of the agents that you're using across go-to-market, which is the area we focus on in HubSpot. I can talk more about that in a second. But giving you a way to see what are they doing? Are they driving the outcomes you need for your business? And then Agent Builder is integrated into that. And that really lets you come in and build custom agents that can help glue your go-to-market experience together, deliver that full go-to-market journey for you. And you can do that just by talking to Breeze Assistant, which is our co-pilot. Tell it what you want, it will build the agent for you.
It's very interesting. I mean, there was this moment that I'm sure you remember where people were calling the SaaSpocalypse. They were like, oh, look, AI is pretty good. Everyone's just going to vibe code their own HubSpot. It's obviously self-serving of me to ask you this, Duncan, but it seems very much like many people have realized that they shouldn't vibe code their own HubSpot, just like they shouldn't build from scratch their own CI/CD pipeline or whatever it is. Like, it really seems like things are starting to swing back the other way. And so it kind of makes a lot of sense in that context, I think, to do this kind of work where you're trying to bring in some of this capability into the platform. In your case, of course, that's the HubSpot platform. Take me through, I imagine everyone in the audience is probably familiar with HubSpot, but imagine they're not, and take them back to like 2019 or something like that, and take us through, what the focus of the business was in 2019 and how that led you to this place of releasing Agent Builder and the Agent platform.
If you think about how HubSpot grew up as a company, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary a few weeks ago. And, we started in the marketing space and kind of building software for marketing, what we used to call marketing automation. And then that grew over time. Customers were really looking for a full CRM. We built out a full CRM. And then that evolved into a full go-to-market platform. So it really is everything from what in the before times we would have thought of as these separate things of marketing, sales, service, and then maybe data ops, RevOps, and so forth, right? So, and as we evolve then into the world of generative AI coming along, first conversational, ultimately now agentic, and so forth, what we were looking at that, and we were realizing, wow, this is an incredible set of tools that we didn't have before that can let us deliver far better, far more powerful go-to-market outcomes for our customers. And that's really the framing that we've used as we've gone through the evolution, as everyone else has over the last few years, of figuring out what can this technology do? What can frontier models do? Where are the jagged edges? What is it good at, not good at? How do we get the best out of it, and so forth as we go? And one of the things that we found that continues to resonate for our customers is always bringing it back to this is about go-to-market outcomes. Like if you think about our customers, it's over 300,000 businesses, everything from small businesses and family businesses where it's 1 or 2 or 3 people, like the business I grew up in, my father's gas station business back in Dublin, all the way up to businesses that have thousands of employees in the go-to-market space and so forth. But at the end of the day, when we talk to them, what they're all saying is like, man, we're just trying to run our business here. We're just trying to drive better outcomes. How do we get, prospects into the top of the funnel? How do we help move them through the funnel? How do we win deals? How do we support customers after that? So we found it to be incredibly clarifying for us and for our customers to focus on. These are tools in service of delivering better, cheaper, faster outcomes. How do we get you there? How do we help you build awareness better, faster, cheaper? How do we help you move deals through, and so forth? So that's the framing that we've used rather than, I'm a nerd. I love the technology. I spend countless hours playing with it, more than is healthy. That's why I don't get invited to a lot of parties. But most people aren't like me. They're normal people that just want to get their jobs done, right? And so how can we make sure we're leveraging the technology in service of those outcomes and then driving those for them?
I mean, it makes perfect sense, Doug. And great law drop on the gas station, by the way. I've got a 3-year-old, and a little bit earlier in the year, he was really into Danny the Champion of the World, this Roald Dahl book, in which Danny and his father run a filling station.
There you go.
In rural England. So probably not too dissimilar there. You had a bit of a Danny the Champion of the World childhood. Very good. I hope you poached a few pheasants in your time, Duncan.
Now, there was no pheasant poaching, I'm afraid, but there was lots of cleaning bathrooms.
I'm very disappointed to hear that. That's the least glamorous part. I thought at least maybe there'd be a few pheasants hanging from the rafters. But that's okay. We'll get you invited to those kind of parties now. I think Duncan, it's not too much problem. So, what are the pitfalls here? Because if I imagine, just very naively, if I think about agents in the sales place, in the CRM, I start getting kind of like hot flashbacks to the spam filter in my X account, which has captured a few Claude Slop sales emails from people of varying levels of seriousness. So take me through beyond just writing sales emails, or what's the how do you see that? Where is the capability? Where is the function? Where are you seeing kind of adoption of these tools in a way that might surprise someone who's not familiar with the space?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's across a lot of different areas. And one of those can be writing sales emails or marketing emails, but how do you write really high quality ones, right? So, I mean, this is again part of what HubSpot has done for a long time now, is help you starting with running marketing campaigns. And those are really email marketing campaigns too, right? So, and how do you really help tailor those? So that's actually where it starts to get, really exciting to nerd out on it a bit for a moment, because you can leverage AI and agentic AI across all sections of the journey, of the sales and marketing funnel. And you can do things that actually let you deliver a better, high quality experience for your prospects and customers, not just feeding them slop. But certainly there's a risk, and we're all seeing it and feeling it sometimes, of the AI slop out there. And we actually think that's where we have a really big role to play, right? Because if I talk a little bit for a moment about our infrastructure, our platform, how do we do stuff, and how do we do stuff with agentic AI in particular, right? So, firstly, you've got at the heart of HubSpot, you've got all of the structured and unstructured data across your go-to-market platform. Because we do the whole thing end-to-end, customers will tend to, whether they're using HubSpot for all of the components or integrating other components, which they can do, have all of that data for that, from that very first time a customer or a prospect responds to an email or comes to your website, all the way through their discovery and buying process, and then supporting them beyond. And we've had that as structured and unstructured data. We built that a long time ago. It turned out to be incredibly useful for customers because we literally have this single unified object model of everything. So with a lot of other systems, you have to kind of stitch stuff together, and it was turned out to be kind of painful and required a lot of technical expertise. We built this system where that's all unified for you, lets you do dashboards and reporting easier, right? That's turned out to be massively powerful now in the age of agentic AI, because we've now built on top of that, we call it the growth context graph, but it's really, how do you take all those data points you have? Like if you are, my customer, you're using the HubSpot platform, we have a platform infrastructure that is computing intelligence and insights from within all of your data about your customers, about how you do business. And then when we build on top of that with this core agent infrastructure, we built our own pretty sophisticated agent harness environment, so we can leverage lots of different models and pick the right model for the right job, and then use this growth context that we've built out. So I'm totally nerding out here a little bit, but
perfect, please.
Bring it all the way up now to how does that help customers at the end of the day? What that lets us do is inject very precise, very high quality, very up-to-date context on a prospect or a customer or whatever into our various agents that we've built. So to your email example, now because we do things like we'll build a super personalized follow-up email draft for a sales rep. They just met with a customer, right? So if you're using a point solution or another platform, or just using a LLM directly, you might give it that transcript, say, from the call that you just had, and it'll write an email, and it'll do an okay job. Sometimes it'll do a good job. But what you'll get out of HubSpot is, firstly, we can use the best of all the frontier models. Then we can build on top of that with all of this specific context that we have. So we can actually go in and craft an email for the sales rep to review and edit if they want to, that knows everything about that prospect and every interaction they had with the customer. Obviously, what came out of that transcript. But even then, also, we know every email this particular sales rep has written before. So we can write it in their voice. And they don't have to know or do anything about context or feeding the right information in or anything as part of that. They can focus on their job, selling, working with customers.
That's really, and of course it makes sense, and you kind of hear this more generally, but I think the more you go into the specifics of a given function or a given kind of like job that you're trying to do with software, the more you start to see how these like the specific flows and work processes of that task end up shaping quite a lot what you're trying to get the agents to do, what you're trying to, how you're trying to direct them. So it's very, very interesting to hear you go kind of quite deep on that. Now, there's been a lot of conversation recently, of course, about the release of Kimi K3 feels like a real milestone in terms of, I suppose in some ways, it is continued proof that the Chinese open source ecosystem, maybe the open source ecosystem more generally, to remove the China issue from it, is going to keep pace with the closed source frontier models, roughly 3 to 6 months behind. Even as the models get incredibly capable, as someone, as a company that's sitting kind of between the customer and the models themselves, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that open source ecosystem? How do you feel about routing issues to different models? Like, how do you think about that at HubSpot more generally?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I think a big part of our job and our value add to our customers has to be sorting all of that out for them. On one level, they shouldn't need to know or care about different model variants, whether it's open weight, whether it's proprietary, whatever it might be. They should rightly look to us to say, your job, HubSpot, is to deliver the best go-to-market outcomes. And my mental model for that is, in this order of priority, that means quality, performance, and cost, and get that right. And by the way, that mix, that calculus is different for all of the hundreds of different tasks that you just are in go-to-market, right? So on one hand, I had the good fortune to work at Google for a number of years and work a lot with AI and ML researchers there and work with the DeepMind team, and they're amazing what they do. And at HubSpot, we work with Google, we work with OpenAI, we work with Anthropic, and we have great relationships with them. They're doing amazing work. They're moving very quickly. But we know that the models ebb and flow on what's best for what particular task. And there's unlikely to be any one model, or never mind model size, that's right for everything, right? So what we've done as part of saying we need to own that for our go-to-market customers, that's part of the value we need to bring to the table. Is I was talking about this kind of sophisticated agent harness that we've built. Part of that is building a pretty sophisticated eval engine and an ability to run evals against lots of different models and model sizes. So we can do things like when a new model comes out, obviously immediately be running evals. We generally have pre-release access to models and so forth too that we're working on, but with the vendors we partner closely with. But we can then figure out, so we can do things like guarantee a customer no regressions. We'll make sure before we deploy a new model, we've run it through our evals across every task that it's being used for. So we'll only get better for you as we go. We'll never regress, for example. We can also then go in and select whether it's open weight, whether it's proprietary. What's that right balance of, you know, of cost? And by the way, that'll change, that'll ebb and flow,
100%.
right? So we want to be able to have that flexibility and deliver ultimately the power of that flexibility to our customers. Sometimes I call it like being the Switzerland of AI.
Yeah, right. I mean, that makes perfect sense, right? I mean, the ideal, you know, there's a sense in which as the model capabilities advance and they start to completely saturate tasks or subtasks within the go-to-market flow that you own at HubSpot, right? It's just like, great. Now it's any model can do the task. Now the question is, how can we do it as cheaply as possible? And then for other tasks, for other subtasks within what you're trying to do, there's much more returns to intelligence. And then it's like, okay, how do we balance that? That's like kind of like it's a very interesting set of questions. Did you see that paper that came out between Bridgewater and Thinking Machines, where they fine-tuned, I think it was Quen 3.5 billion parameter open weight model to be particularly good at this set of financial analysis tasks? I think in the end, not only was it higher performance than all of the frontier closed source models, but it was also something like 10 times cheaper. How do you think about, you know, maybe more generally, if you can kind of make it as general as you want, but as a CTO, as a head of product, as chief product officer, you know, how do you think about almost from like a financial resource allocation perspective? At what point do we fine tune our own models? At what point, how do we think about, right? How do we think about accumulating the data internally that can allow us to really push the frontier of what is possible on the kind of cost quality Pareto curve?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few things about it. Firstly, like we've very much invested in this infrastructure around core agent infrastructure so that we can have this flexibility, right? And that includes things like whether it's actually looking at fine tuning of open weight models or things like JEPA tuning. So where a lot of it is about prompt iteration and so forth too. What we've typically seen, and obviously we do it on a case by case basis, is JEPA tuning, for example, has delivered a lot more bang for the buck than say going and actually fine tuning a model and actually having to adjust weights and so forth is done. But we're very objective and data driven about all of that. Like we have the capabilities across the board. I think you need to be in the weeds like that and have that flexibility, at least for a scaled SaaS vendor like us. Like that, I'm not saying that'll make sense for every enterprise IT department out there, or you know, or certainly not for a small business. But for us to get the maximum out of it, I think that's the way to go. The second thing I'd say is, you know, obviously cost matters a lot. Like, you know, what is it costing us as a business to deliver this capability? What is it costing an enterprise IT department if they're doing it to deliver it for their business? Like we've very quickly gone through the hype and collapse of token maxing, I guess, like in a period of weeks or whatever, which I think kind of makes sense that it came and went that quickly. But at the same time, I do think I deliberately, you know, frame the prioritization as quality, latency or performance, and price, and getting that balance right, because you do always have to be focused on quality as the number one thing. Now, where you can achieve quality, like one of the benefits of a bunch of the evals and things that we do is we're able to very directly compare, well, hey, this smaller model size, or maybe this open weight model versus this proprietary model is delivering the same eval quality, or like statistically insignificant differences that, okay, we feel comfortable that we're not sacrificing quality in this case, but we're getting better cost, whether it's, you know, cost per inference or cost per outcome, whatever way it might be.
Yeah, that's it's very interesting. And it's like, again, like you start to see, I'm talking your book for you here, Duncan, but you really start to see the importance of having like these kind of large vertical companies in the SaaS space, because there is so much detail and complexity even to implementing AI, even in the very general sense, but specifically this kind of agentic kind of the orchestration of agents across a business process. There is so much detail, so many weeds that you need to be into in order to do that properly. And it's like the same reason why you start to see people happily outsourcing these key functions to SaaS businesses in the first place, which is like, yeah, it's really hard to build software. It's really hard to build software around AI. That hasn't really changed at the fundamental level because you need to be so in the weeds. Tell me, so this big product release from HubSpot, it's in beta today. What do you think is the future here? If you look forward, without kind of spoiling any surprises for us, Duncan, you know, what is the future of kind of HubSpot, and maybe the audience can take the lessons that they want from that about the SaaS sector more generally?
Yeah, I mean, the way we think about it is for most of the first 20 years, like I think, like probably most enterprise SaaS companies, we were focused on delivering the best tools and workflows to help teams do work. And in our case, it was go to market work, marketing and sales and service. And really now we've shifted into the world where it's all about helping humans manage hybrid teams of agents and humans, where we're actually able to do a lot of the work for them, right? So we do very much think of it as augmenting humans rather than replacing humans, right? Particularly if you think of it in smaller businesses, where it's not a question of, well, I wasn't going to be able to hire 10 employees, but how can I do more with what I have? And then in particular, how can you let those folks focus on the really higher value human contact, human relationship stuff that adds the most value for their customers? Because again, in our context, they all have customers. They're trying to grow those businesses, deliver a differentiated customer experience, focus on customer loyalty and so on, and take a lot of the drudgery, if you will, out of it. Although that drudgery is very complex and requires, a lot of sophistication, which we can now bring to bear because we can leverage agentic AI as part of it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I think, particularly this idea, like, I worked in a coffee roaster when I was in university, and it's like the marketing team at the coffee roaster was the guy who owned the coffee roaster, right?
Yeah.
The coffee shop. And he did, he washed the dishes and he planned the Instagram marketing campaigns. And it's like, you can give so many tools to someone like that increasingly to do more and more without like changing anything there. And I think in a way that I think makes a lot of sense. Who, when you're talking about this, Duncan, who is there out there who could be watching this right now for whom maybe they're aware of HubSpot, maybe they have some context, but it's possible that this product release, this direction you're going in with the company more generally, might suddenly make HubSpot make much more sense. Who is that person? Who is this for in that sense?
I think one of the things we've recognized is in talking to a lot of customers is that there is a bit of a disconnect between where we in the technology industry are, and we here maybe in Silicon Valley specifically,
100%.
and where most of our customers are. And, at the high level, of course, it goes back to like, I'm just trying to run my business. Help me run my business, sure. But like, I don't have the time or energy or interest or expertise to learn all this stuff. Maybe I'm actually even a little bit nervous about it. And, that's probably not this audience, but there's certainly a lot of folks out there like that. So I think, that's one big group. Like, how do we help people, go on the journey, but go at a pace that suits them, right? Be able to get started, try things. Maybe they'll try, in our case, what we see is a lot of customers might try our prospecting agent or our customer agent as places where they can start, like before going all in on a lot more of it, like let's say, because you have to earn people's trust, as part of this process. And that's never been more true than it is with AI. Everybody experiences like hallucinations using, their favorite consumer chatbot or whatever, and really doesn't want that happening with one of their prospects or customers, for example, right? So we have to do the work to help them earn our trust, earn the trust of our platform. And that's a very intentional way of designing and building product that's quite different to how traditionally as an industry we've built things, right? So I think that's recognizing that as part of it. Now, within that, we've recognized a kind of an early adopter group. We call them go-to-market builders. And these are folks that are a little bit more comfortable with technology, might not be a nerd like me, but definitely enjoy the technology, see the potential for what it could do for their small business or medium-sized business, whatever it is, and want to be able to wire things together easily. Like, how can I take advantage of this stuff? And that's really what gets me so excited about Agent Hub and Agent Builder, because like, to use a little bit of an old line, it's kind of democratizing agent building within the go-to-market space, because in the ideal world, they'd be able to get 90% of it from the agents we've already built, from all of our platform capabilities. But that last 10%, to wire it together, to wire it up for what's unique about their business in the town they're in and the kinds of customers they have. And now we've made it so that they can still do it in a canvas and drag and drop and text, etc. But they can just talk to Breeze, tell it what they're trying to do, and it'll build it for them in front of them, and then they can keep iterating on it and so forth. So I think that's exciting. And over time, more and more people will get brought into that. Their comfort will grow, and we'll bring more and more of them, into that kind of approach and beyond.
It's very funny the way you see. Adoption is like a very strange, it's a very strange process, a very strange path. Like, you kind of like walk down the street and it's like there's like a kind of like one person juice bar on the side of the street, and suddenly all their signage is like AI generated images. Or like my local phone repair kiosk suddenly has all these like very early mid-journey generated, they look very out of place now, but they must have done them like a year ago. This kind of signage, and you can just imagine that kind of probably is true in a bunch of different places. Like there's going to be the forward-looking HVAC repairman who is like, oh no, I'm all in on HubSpot agents or whatever. Like it's going to happen in some strange ways. Do you have any I don't know, is there any anecdotes there that you want to share, Duncan, or anything you're kind of thinking about in that space?
I think there definitely is elements of that. And we've had those folks kind of engaging with us and using our agents, for the last, I don't know, let's say it's a year or whatever it might be, approximately like that. And the folks that are real lean in, like I said, they tended to start with one particular place, makes sense, let's get more comfortable before we broaden out beyond it and so forth. But I feel this kind of, pent up demand, this desire, if you will, for I want to try this stuff. I buy the general hypothesis here, but it has felt a little bit too hard. And so again, that's where Agent Builder comes in. We'll make it easy for you to get started and build. And some of the things that people are building that we're seeing are quite simple. They're not necessarily the most sophisticated things, but it would have required you knowing a lot about how a platform like HubSpot works in the past, maybe, right? So, and now you can just talk to us and tell us what it is. And they can be very specific to what you do. A great example of that is a company called Ignite Reading. So it's based in the US. It's an early literacy company. So they're working with school districts across the US to try and drive, literacy rates for kids that are in the early grades in school. And they use the HubSpot platform for managing deals, CRMs, marketing, sales, service, the usual kinds of things that customers are doing with HubSpot. And they wanted to do this thing where, as part of helping onboard their new customers and doing other things, they need to be able to go out and find the district calendar for the next calendar year, which is usually on a website somewhere. It's usually a PDF in some kind of form. And they want to be able to use that and then use that to help drive some of the processes that they have going. Yeah. And they just built a custom agent in Agent Builder that actually uses the domain of the district, and some other basic information that they already have in the CRM about this district, and goes and finds the PDF on the district website, brings it in, parses it, extracts out the data they need, and puts it into HubSpot alongside all the other data that they have. So not that complicated, but the huge benefit they get was very easy for them to build, and it's all happening inside the place where they already have all of their go-to-market data, which means it's also got governance and safety and all the other things that we do. And then, of course, the data, this new data is now available to use in marketing, in sales, in service, in anything. It's immediately available to any agent that's running on the platform, so it has the latest info on the customer, et cetera. So, there's a lot of heavy lifting there in keeping that safe, keeping it governed, keeping it up to date, the most up to date, using it in the right way, that it is hard to see why there would be a lot of value for a customer to do that for themselves, especially at scale, any kind of scale, even in a small business. And especially, by the way, in what I always talk about as the multiplayer environment. If you're a single person just working on your own, then that might be fine, because maybe between your chatbot and your local files and what's in your head, it's all good. The second N gets more than one in terms of people, right? That gets a lot more complicated. So
that's very, very, very interesting, Duncan. It's there's one way to look at it, which is a validation of what it is you're building at HubSpot, and there's another way to look at it, which is AI diffusion is going to be hard and slow. There's a lot of hills to climb here, and not in a bad way, but it's just we're going to need everyone across the entire market kind of doing with their own little metas, their own little knowledge that applies to their little field, trying to make this happen. Fascinating conversation, Duncan. Thank you so much for coming on the show. A real pleasure to have you. Now, of course, you're the CTO, the CPO of CTPO of HubSpot. Where can people find you? Do you post online? Should people follow somewhere?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm mostly on LinkedIn. I'm doing a bit more on X now these days, so you can follow me there as well. But yeah, please come find me on LinkedIn, and we'd love to engage with folks.
fantastic, super interesting, Duncan. Thank you so much for coming on. We'll say goodbye for now, and hopefully we'll see you again one time.
Thanks, Gabe. I'll look forward to it.
Real pleasure. Welcome back, everybody. It's the range. It's the range that makes MTS so much fun. This is why we enjoy it here. We go from talking about biosensors on chip. We talk about what Google is doing in Europe, what Europe is doing in Google. And then we talk to the CTPO of HubSpot.
I don't think they're like particularly a good fit.
Someone running an HVAC repair business somewhere.
Like I think we
Someone
were like
running an early learning
with
education
a scarcity mindset
company
for a lot of these sponsors.
Getting their agent to scrape the web. It's kind of fun to live in the future, guys. We live in the future. We should all be grateful. It's good to be here. I, for one, am grateful. And I'm grateful that I've got all of you joining with me. It's a real good time. It's a great time. Now, we're going to finish with some quick thank yous to our wonderful sponsors. They make it all possible. We're very grateful to them. They're all very interesting companies of their own right. That's the bar we have here at MTS. So first of all, I should thank 11 Labs. AI that communicates at a human level across every channel and modality. Go to 11labs.io/MTS. If you want a charming Irish lilt, like Duncan had from HubSpot, 11 Labs, they've got you sorted over there. Nothing to. If you want a coarse Australian accent, like I have myself, a simple country boy here from the wilds of Australia, you could probably get one of those too. I don't know why you'd want one. Maybe it would scare your customers. 11labs.io. Very grateful to them. And we have, of course, the mug company. If you want to drink a hot coffee, or, incidentally, if you want the AI connectivity platform, there is Kong. It connects APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. Go to konghq.com. You probably can't have a mug, but I can. And then, of course, we have Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5 times faster. Go to blitzy.com. You heard yourself from Duncan. Speed really matters. They are doing 1 million things per second, and that's HubSpot. This is SaaS after the SaaS apocalypse, and they're still out there shipping agent platforms. If you want to ship faster, go to blitzy.com. And then we have a very special sponsor, one that's close to my heart, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. If you
Did we not know that?
In the Midwest, selling early learning literacy courses, if you're HubSpot, if you're MTS, you want a real physical presence. You want a billboard out there that says, listen
what if we get
to
J-Reg
Gabriel
on tomorrow?
On MTS. For that, you need
I don't know.
a billboard. You need AdQuick. Go to adquick.com.
I have no idea. Let me text
Very
Gavin.
grateful, as always, to our sponsors. We have an absolute ball here on MTS. And it is at some level all made possible by them. Oh, just an incredible week. I just can't. You know, I was talking to my wife yesterday, and she was like, "What's been going on? What's going on with you?" And I was like, "Well, you might have heard that an unreleased OpenAI model escaped its sandbox using a previously unknown 0-day, and then it used data injection to compromise Hugging Face." And went looking for the answers to the eval set. Well, I assume that's what happened. There is some doubt about that on Hugging Face's servers. And that's just like a Tuesday. That's a day at the office. That's I pick my briefcase up, I kiss my kids, I walk into the studio, and the AI has escaped the sandbox. And then the next day, it's like, oh, let's talk to the CTPO of HubSpot. Folks, it's a wild ride. I hope you are hanging in there. We're all riding the tiger. The one rule is you can't let go. You cannot let go. So tune in to MTS tomorrow. We'll see you again tomorrow, of course. And keep an eye out. I'm going to keep writing on our Substack. We're going to do 2 or 3 pieces a week.
That's going to be the most
from me on the Substack.
schizo guest
the
we
daily
have ever
summary
had
from
on.
Theo, which is fantastic. You should follow for that reason alone.
No.
And then 2 or 3,
J-Rag.
sometimes more, longer pieces of analysis from me that come out on the Substack as well. And I think... Oh, okay. I'm. It sounds like I'm wrapping up here. I'm wrapping up, but I've just received kind of like in the earpiece. I have just received a new piece of information, which there is a segment to follow. There is more coming, so I'm going to wrap it there. We'll be back, not with me, but we'll be back, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody, and farewell.
back. We are live with Joshua Achiam, who is the chief futurist at OpenAI, wrapping up tomorrow.
That's right. Tomorrow's my last day.
Tomorrow, after 9 years, which is like really what an incredible run. But we're not going to talk about that. Instead, we're going to talk about AI and cyber, which is, by all accounts, the topic of the week, if not the month. So, Josh, we're so glad to have you here in the studio in person. Welcome to MTS.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure. I've seen your stuff for a while now, and really appreciate engaging with the community.
Awesome. So you just wrote this blog post, this long tweet, long post, Mercenary Reversey Winter Soldier, about cyber, AI and cyber. So for the audience, you want to summarize the thesis behind this post?
Yeah, totally. So as a backdrop to this, obviously we're all kind of interpreting and reacting to the security incident that was disclosed from OpenAI and Hugging Face, where a model that was in a test environment was able to break out of a sandbox environment and access some sensitive production data on the Hugging Face side. They detected this, they responded to it, and now there's a partnership to try to investigate and resolve this. What this shows us is very tangible evidence that models now have super advanced cyber capabilities. They're able to break through and find 0 days that in the past would have been much harder for models to identify, let alone use. Now models can chain together very complex actions to accomplish an objective. On the one hand, I'm inclined to think that this is a really useful and incredible tool. I think it's a great gift that we now have models that can identify these types of vulnerabilities and therefore let us patch them. On the other hand, I also think, and this is what the essay this morning was about, that this has profound consequences for strategy in cyber defense. And I kind of worry that there's a possibility that folks in the defense planning universe may not fully realize the implications of this immediately, and they'll probably want to use this tech in the near term to find cyber vulnerabilities on the side of an adversary, or defend their own interests vigorously. And they should do these things, but they've also got to be mindful of some novel risks that are created by these tools and the very strange surface areas that they have. So the essay was really about bringing to people's attention a couple of these new vulnerabilities. And one of them is kind of straightforwardly, if you've got an AI model on your side that is going to try to hack into an adversary's system, if your adversary plants a trap where they poison their own data, they can try to jailbreak your model when your model is, ingesting their data, and then give your model instructions to now on the compute that it's running on your side, break out of your sandbox environment and attack your production environment or try to exfiltrate your secrets and kind of flip your model against you. So this is like the type of thinking that I hope people begin to engage with, where they don't just see the capability for the kind of obvious thing that it is. They recognize that these things are double-edged swords, and we've got to kind of plan accordingly and develop testing and verification standards accordingly.
My first reaction to that specifically is this seems like it would be an artifact of models that are not really goal-driven over long periods of time. Like if you have a future model that is sufficiently goal-directed, that really wants to hack into the adversary's data, why would it be deterred by data poisoning hard enough to hack its own systems?
Well, part of this isn't just the goal orientation of the model. It's like the model's whole concept of situational awareness. Maybe one way of thinking of data poisoning is that it somehow persuades your model to pursue a different goal. But it wouldn't really have to do that to get the model to hack you. It could convince your model that the sandbox environment that it's in is actually the adversary system that it's trying to attack. Giving the model a confused sense of what's real or what's not to cause it to serve a different goal is in the space of weird thinking and weird sci-fi stuff that maybe is going to be possible in the near term, and testing and verification standards would have to account for. So yeah, it's like in a superhero movie or something, if you make the hero have an illusion that the good guys next to them are actually the bad guys that they're trying to fight, then they start fighting each other, right? And it's weird and it's highly exotic, but it's the kind of thing that maybe there are going to be plausible attacks that you can run against advanced cyber capable models to convince them that their allies are really their enemies. And so you're not changing their goals, but you're going to cause them to behave in a very misaligned fashion.
How easy is it to trick current frontier models into doing things like this? It seems like it has gotten substantially harder over time to get models to believe things that aren't true.
So I will say I haven't made a particularly strong personal effort to quantify this yet, and I actually think of this as research that might be interesting to do. But my impression from what I have done and what I have seen is that persuading models to believe that basic falsehoods are true is pretty difficult. They are somewhat robust to a lot of basic variations on attacks that you could plausibly do. But my intuition here is that you can probably devote an awful lot more compute to dynamic attacks on models. And the more determined you are to find some vulnerability, some set of jailbreaks, the more likely it is that you're eventually going to find something. There will be some sequence of inputs to a model that triggers a behavior that wasn't accounted for at training time, because there are so many possible long sequences of inputs that it's almost like a combinatorial problem for trying to block all of them from preventing, from causing your model to act out of spec. And I think that state actors will eventually be, capable and willing to put that much effort in. And there should be some planning accordingly under the assumption that there will be a vulnerability, right? Because part of security mindset isn't just, well, it's like moderately hard to break these things, so we should treat them as not likely to get broken. Part of security mindset is saying, well, we haven't exhaustively ruled out the possibility that these things can be broken. And so we've got to build our defenses, assuming that it's possible for it to be broken, and working backwards from that to map out how we protect ourselves in that scenario.
So what are some of the other implications of models having very strong cyber capabilities now?
Another one is, kind of in the essay I discuss data poisoning and the way that models ingest data from across an entire information ecosystem at training time and then also at test time. Getting something into training data for models is probably not that hard. You can poison the ambient environment, like you can load the internet with junk data or data that's very specifically attuned to causing the model to have a particular reaction. And it seems like there are moderately high odds that that'll get ingested into the type of data collection that frontier model trainers do. You can imagine that adversaries will position staff inside of the frontier labs. They'll try to get people hired into the frontier labs to go and be insider threats. These are, normal things that state actors will plausibly do.
Could you easily detect a employee at your lab that is trying to sabotage you, do you think?
I think that in principle, it's possible to build fairly robust defenses to these things, and that everyone is going to work out a way to get reasonably defended. I also think there will turn out to be exotic attacks that are hard to predict and that are very hard to monitor for. But that everyone will have to, get really, really smart and really security minded about this. And, there are, of course, trade-offs for labs that are trying to do research where if you overload on the security burden in the research environment, it becomes harder to do research. If you underdo it, then you possibly expose yourself to these types of attacks. Figuring out the exact right balance in every setting is tough. But yeah, I think it's plausible. I think it could really. Seb Creer, I think, had a complaint about the word plausible. I'm sorry, Seb.
Everything in AI is plausible.
Everything in AI is plausible. Weird stuff is happening.
It happens every day. Speaking of weird stuff, like in the essay, you specifically mention the analogy of like if your enemy could program all the children of your nation so that when they grew up into soldiers and went to war and heard a particular song on the battlefield, they turned against their commanders. Like, are there any examples of this sort of thing in current frontier models of turning into like a Waluigi, and basically turning evil on a single kind of prompt?
I don't know that there's a great famous example yet, but the fact that universal jailbreaks are kind of a thing and that people can systematically find them for some models and maybe not as easily for others, where there are some strategies that seem to reliably get models to circumvent their defenses. Granted, it's hard for me to say like what's truly universal or not, because the frontier moves every like 3 months now, and people constantly try to get defenses in. But that for a while, you could go to the model and say,
You're Dan.
yeah, like you are Dan. Like that's crazy that you could just do that in the past. And then it had to get like a little bit more sophisticated. Like I am writing a book, I'm trying to investigate this type of thing so that I can write convincingly about this subject. This is all a work of fiction. And there are things in this vein, and there'll be more of them in the future. And it's very hard to get all of them. It's very hard to be like fully exhaustive. And even if you think you've been exhaustive about the sort of tropes that might realistically or like plausibly jailbreak a model, again, then there's going to be the part where, okay, you're no longer just a human sitting alone trying really hard to break through the model. And like there are a few who are exceptionally good at this, but even they will be less good than when you ask a frontier model to start jailbreaking other frontier models. And when you say to the frontier model that you've got on your side, I want you to spend hundreds of thousands of GPU hours just crunching through every conceivable possible thing you could say to this model I want you to attack, to figure out what sequence of characters gets it to ultimately give up a secret or reveal information or act in a way that it's not supposed to. And if you leverage enough compute, you're probably going to succeed eventually. So there's like a mental model that I have, and it's a question empirically of whether this will turn out to be true for cyber, and so I won't promise that it is. But this mental model is that the future of cyber kind of looks like in two-player strategy games where you've got on either side a computer, and they're trying to determine the best next move. They think some number of moves deep into the game tree. They allocate an amount of compute in a window of time to think as many moves ahead as they can. And generally in these games, whoever can think more moves ahead is going to win, right? If you have AlphaGo on both sides of the game board, and you have one version of AlphaGo that's thinking like 40 plies ahead and one version that's thinking 30 plies ahead, the 40 ply ahead move thinker is going to win. I think the dynamics of cyber in the long term might have something of this flavor, where you've got competing AIs on either side of a cyber offense or defense problem, and compute is being allocated to them to figure out how to break the other and how to control the other's resources. And whoever starts with an awful lot more compute on their side and is able to leverage less compute but more effectively for exploring the tree of possible attacks will wind up winning. And that means that the offense defense dynamics for cyber in the long term maybe favor like certain types of threat actors over others who are able to marshal large amounts of compute towards their purposes.
Do you think it's as much a function of just raw compute, or will it be important which models the relevant attackers and defenders have access to? Like, it seems like, for example, there's no real amount of compute with which a one party with access to like Kimi K3 would be able to defeat another party with access to Fable or Soul.
I think that might be right. I think that the model will still matter a lot. So I have like a weird and kind of counter consensus guess about something in the shape of the future on model quality, and I'll probably write this up at some point. But
please,
I think people expect that there's no ceiling for the amount of intelligence that you could have in a model, and they think of RSI, recursive self-improvement, as this loop that's going to happen at some point or another, whether it's across the whole economy or in a particular model and lab. Like RSI starts happening and model intelligence takes off and it goes to the moon, and they don't see a ceiling. I think kind of on like physical grounds, there's got to be a maximum amount of computation that you can have per unit volume and energy in the physical universe, right? And so that sort of implies that there's like a maximum amount of intelligence per unit volume and unit of energy. If that's the case, eventually, seeing how fast AI model capabilities are increasing right now, eventually everyone hits that saturation point, and everyone's got roughly equivalently capable models from a raw intelligence perspective. There might still be some actors who lag and who have a previous generation model, but like eventually this stuff diffuses. The open source frontier lags the closed source frontier by some number of months, but the fact that it's months is crazy. So eventually everyone is probably working with equally maximally capable models, and then I think it's amount of compute that you're able to throw at a problem that determines who wins.
I don't know about that. It seems like I talked to the models about this recently because I was curious about the same exact question, which is like, what is the highest density of intelligence that you can put, in a given unit of power or compute or volume? And it seems to me like the limits are just like absurdly high on this, like many orders of magnitude. I think I talked to GPT 5.5 about this a while ago, and it was like there are 30, 40, 50 orders of magnitude of scaling before we get there. And like the entire last decade of AI has been 10 orders of magnitude of effective compute scaling. And so like we are just like not even at the beginning of scaling to that, I think.
Oh, I would love to model this mathematically. This is the kind of thing where my instinct is like, yeah, I can't really mount an argument in one direction or another to say how many orders of magnitude there might be between here and maximum. But it's a modeling problem, and it might be a tractable modeling problem. And actually, if you think about, what would be most valuable to the world as a whole right now to forecast how the next, 10, 20, 30 years are going to go, if we have the ability to model something like that, if we could put numbers on it and make a principled guess that says, well, we won't hit the saturation point for intelligence, assuming, this set of conditions on acceleration for 5 years or 10 years or more.
I think it'll be more than 5 or 10 years.
Maybe, weird and highly, probably more than 5 or 10, but like weird and highly exotic things I think are happening in the near term. Part of my guess is that modern AI models are very good at accelerating other fields of science, and this probably hasn't been fully priced in yet. We're seeing the wave of results in AI for math, which are very exciting, like cracking through unsolved conjectures that have been open for decades. And
finally,
yeah, it's great, right? And probably not long after this, we'll wind up unlocking the other fields of science that you can run sufficiently faithful simulations for in the amount of compute that we have. And there are some fields of science where maybe this won't be easy. Like if you want to do something in quantum chemistry with a sufficiently large system and you want to simulate it very faithfully, then that's very hard. And maybe the AI, even if it's churning through as many simulated experiments as it can, might not be able to design optimal quantum chemistry systems yet.
Yeah, this is Wolfram's whole idea of computational irreducibility.
Yeah, there might be like some limits here, but we'll probably see a lot of fields get accelerated, and I wouldn't be terribly surprised if AI substrates were one of the ones that get accelerated. What feels like a long path to many orders of magnitude may just be shorter because the AI will find shortcuts in that path.
Maybe. I believe that the blog post I was looking at was called like the ultimate laptop, which I will find and send to you later.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, gladly. So on cyber, like what does the immediate near-term future of cyber look like? I can imagine going one of several different ways. I can imagine cyber offenders, maybe they have they figure out ways to jailbreak the top closed models, and then open models will just not be good enough. The UK AI Security Institute just today released their assessment of Kimi K3 cyber capabilities, and it was like substantially below Fable and Sol. So I can imagine that world where the closed source frontier jailbroken models just like wreak havoc on the world. There's like these big nation state actors, like North Korea has these organized cybercrime groups. I can imagine another world where it kind of nets out to not much because people do have cyber defense, or maybe there aren't enough motivated people who are willing to do this kind of harm. Like it seems like you can imagine, hacking was already a thing that was possible.
Yeah.
And there are many people, and yet like major hacks up until recently just didn't happen that often.
Yeah, we live in a world where nothing ever happens as a meme for a good reason, and there are a lot of reasons to expect that the near term probably will not look like a cyber apocalypse. My guess is that the worst things that attackers could plausibly do would require so many model calls and so much compute from closed source things, or operating in big clouds where there's some traceability and monitorability for what the compute is being purposed towards, that it'll be, pretty straightforwardly ruled out by fraud protection measures in most places. So most attackers would not be able to leverage large amounts of compute for running attacks with these models, and wouldn't be able to get the model to execute an attack at all because of the safeguards that people will put in place. So we probably won't see like a cyber apocalypse tomorrow. That said, I am worried about on the state actor side of things, where there will be state actors who are very determined to figure out the maximal extent to which they can use these capabilities. And here's where I get really nervous. They might not obviously signal to people what they find. It might be very quiet that they identify a large number of 0 days that can be saved up for a rainy day. And we currently are at a moment in the world where things feel very metastable. I continue to be worried about the conflict in Ukraine and Russia. I continue to be worried about the set of conflicts in the Middle East, and the possibility that China will at some point invade Taiwan feels very, very salient. They're determined to be able to do it by 2027. So now that these cyber capabilities are coming online from very advanced models, I think one can expect that a number of state actors are going to use them for cyber espionage, for cyber sabotage, for finding a bunch of 0 days that they want to save up for when there's a window of opportunity to make some kind of move that they otherwise might not have made. And they won't loudly broadcast what capabilities they have, and they won't know what countermeasures their adversaries have. So there's a lot of, I think, risk of miscalculation here, and I'm very worried about the miscalculation leading to a bad choice and something escalates that doesn't have to.
I could also imagine many of these jailbreaks or 0 days, when they're found by nation states, just first get exploited by low-level hackers with similar cyber capabilities because they have similar models, and they use it to like steal a bunch of Bitcoin or whatever.
Yeah.
And so a lot of this low-hanging fruit gets picked.
If we wind up in a world where the kind of the smaller thieves wind up plucking the low-hanging fruit and then depriving state actors of 0 days, like maybe that's somewhat favorable. It looks like a little bit more bad stuff happening in the short term, but maybe it staves off some of the long-term badness that could happen. I hope we have a robust and vibrant ecosystem where we'll notice a lot of these failure modes quickly. I also am very hopeful that because of how much attention there is on this, because of how salient this has been for people, that we can really engage, fund, and activate defenders now to go and make robust the entire software supply chain and try to make it so that pieces of critical infrastructure in the United States are well defended against cyber attacks. I think we got to get the water system, the electrical grid, as robust as possible. I think it can be done, and I think that this is something that people who have funds to allocate should be looking to do, and I hope we wind up in the better defended world as a result of all of this.
I do too. Going back to your point about the world seeming very metastable, do you think that in 2017 or in 2022, you would have predicted that 2026, with this current level of AI capability, the world would feel so normal?
It's a good question. To first order, yes. Because I think that if you're trying to predict the future that is less than a decade away, you should assume that even if things are very, very weird, a lot of things feel relatively normal. COVID was a weird exception because the lockdowns were sort of unprecedented, and we had not done a configuration of living that way previously. But that we would have AI capabilities this advanced and most people wouldn't have radically changed how they live their daily lives, I think that is a reasonable expectation to have had, and I think I kind of had an expectation sort of along these lines. To first approximation, things don't change that fast. Nothing ever happens. Even when the stage is moving sort of underneath you, which it is, right? Like we are going towards a future that will be alien in many respects. But yeah, our capacity to treat things as normal is pretty astonishing.
Yeah, I largely agree with this. I think many people believe that there is like a point in the future at which like today is Singularity Day, and everyone is going to wake up on Singularity Day and be like, wow, we're in the future. And it seems like it just doesn't work that way. And people treat their reality as normal, they hedonically adapt so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like the models of today are just unbelievably capable compared to the models of like 3 years ago.
Yep.
Right? If you sent Soul to like 3 years ago, like 2023 me, I would have just been like mind blown and be like, wow, the future is going to be so different. But
Yeah.
it's not. Like I'm still doing much of the same stuff that I did then.
Yeah, it feels like AGI is kind of already here, and most people have gone like shrug. There's a historical process that's happened that I think has made this somewhat easier. Most people long since lost the plot about what was really happening in the world, how were critical decisions being made, how were critical systems built, staffed, supported, run. Most of us don't know anything about the logistics systems or technical systems that make up the modern world, and we've accepted that. We treat that as normal, and those things have changed a lot over time, and they've made it possible for many more people to be alive because we can supply food at a much higher rate than was ever previously possible in human history. They've made it so we can communicate instantaneously, and they've made it so that, you know, most things just kind of work, and we can fight about some of the details on the margin, but we're not actively changing that much about the underlying structure all the time. And so people have become, I think, a little bit complacent about when something big changes deep in the background that makes, you know, a system possible. It doesn't register as an important event, even if it really is. It's so far away from daily living for most folks. And the fact that we pass the threshold where unsolved mathematical conjectures are getting solved by extremely intelligent AI, where those AIs are more capable and smarter than people who've studied their whole lives for this. That should have felt really weird to people, but it didn't. It's just sort of a thing that happened in the background. It's cool. Like future mathematical systems will depend on that. Great. What changed? For most people, nothing. That's weird. So we've had this process just going on for a long time. You know, people don't even have that much control over government right now. And I made an analogy recently that losing control of AI and losing control of the government kind of feel like sort of emotionally similar to most people. And the thing is, like, we're not in control of the government, and we're also sort of, you know, we appear to have adequate controls on AI to ensure that it doesn't wind up harming human interests. That will need to be actively maintained, but the sense of like most people not being in direct control of what happens with frontier AI is kind of similar. Like we'll sort of accept it in some ways.
I made this point to like AI safety people so many times where it's like they're very worried about human disempowerment. It's like the vast majority of humans are already pretty disempowered.
Yeah.
If they have power, it's in being a part of a larger collective, like the collective of potential like people that can be drafted in the military, the collective of like workers who can withhold labor, or taxpayers who can withhold taxes. But like the average person really has very little power over the world.
Yeah, as an individual, that is the case. That said, I do think that quite extraordinary things still happen when people organize as a group, when they organize collectively, when they organize as movements, and they can effect quite fundamental change. But for most individuals, the levers of power are not within reach for things that are very far away from them. Certainly within their individual lives, they still have levers of power, but for the individual to reshape government without doing that kind of organizing and having the backing of a movement, there's just not that much that one individual person can do. And like this question of disempowerment, it's a very weird one, and I think the AI safety threat model should update on what parts of humanity need to remain empowered, and what does empowerment for humanity tangibly mean? Like what systems do we need to maintain the ability to control and make decisions about? What parts of our culture do we need to sort of preserve from automated influence? And I hope that we can get to object level answers about this and not just sort of rhetorical arguments that disempowerment is bad. We need to get more specific about how we're going to be empowered in the future.
Yeah, well, I think that's a great place to end on. So thank you so much, Joshua, for coming on MTS.
All right.
Your
thanks, Leo.
first live long form interview?
I think so. Outside of like the OpenAI forum, yeah, I think this is my first.
Well, we're honored to have you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And
I'm honored to be here.
Excited to see what you'll be up to next.
Awesome. I'll keep you posted.
All right. And we'll be back tomorrow.